By the Land and Cultivate Indifferent World. Volume 2 by Okazawa Rokujian. Translated by Russell. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 43, The Return of the Demon Race. While I was already having enough trouble making clothes, a new one knocked at my doorstep. It was Miss Astor's, an alluring lady and a person of high position in the demon race's army. She has returned once again. You geese really are stubborn. As expected, even Platy is fed up with their persistence. It was only recently when they experienced a complete loss after trying to invade us, after all, and now they're back. Except this time, something's a little off. She doesn't have several monsters accompanying her unlike last time. It was just her alone. Something about her appearance feels gloomy. Why, you're mistaken. We did not come here to cause harm to any of you today. Please, listen to what we have to say. The one who appealed to us wasn't Astor's, but two females who seemed like her aides. Is it because they're superior? Astor's is a female that the subordinates she commands are females as well? If something's up, we might as well listen to them. Vale, I told you countless times to stay in your human form. Stop showing off your flamethrower, too. Even I get scared. Are you sure, Master? If you let your guard down in front of these morons, they might take advantage of you. You're free to decide after we hear out their circumstances first. They're not here for a rematch. I can tell that much from looking. They returned to the place where they were utterly defeated without the will to fight at all, so they must have a genuine reason for coming back here. We were actually ousted from the army. We were baffled by the two aides' alternate confessions without even understanding the reason behind it. No, that's not it, argued Astor's. I'm the only one who was driven out from the army. They simply followed me. Had they stayed behind, they could have been easily assigned to a new post, and yet. What are you saying, Miss Astor's? We pledged to serve you throughout our lives. Her aides are pretty noble, but to put it simply, this means you were fired by the army? Is it perhaps because of us? We beat them up pretty badly last time, after all, annihilating all the monsters she brought with her, and Dragon Veil tossing them in the middle of the battlefield and putting on an absurd show afterwards. But isn't it kind of peculiar for Miss Astor's to take all the responsibility? I was called to court at the demon capital right after that incident. Miss Astor's was unilaterally censured by them. On top of failing to fulfill her duty, they said it's wicked of her to be brought back by a dragon who caused chaos in the battlefield. So Astor's, former heavenly king, now turned exile, came here because she had nowhere else to go. Their decision is just too peculiar. Miss Astor's has been working earnestly all this time for the Demon King's army. That court is weird, too. They handed down their verdict even before the Demon King was able to return from the front lines. It's as if they were dead set on getting rid of Miss Astor's, no matter what. I thought so, too. I bet it's that Sir Ravilion who was behind that meeting. He's always plotting something. I'm sure he is. The more they looks back on it, the angrier they get. No, it's not anyone else's fault. Prowess and ability are everything in the Demon King's army. It's all my fault for failing to accomplish my task. Astor's may be condemning herself right now, but it's definite that what happened last time is the cause. I'm starting to feel bad for her. Okay, Master, said Vale as she called out to me in a displeased tone. It's intimidating, sure, but I will not retreat, falter, or look back. Hard feelings aside, abandoning those who are in need is against my conscience. You're free to stay here as much as you'd like. It's as they say, even a hunter cannot kill a bird which flies to him for refuge. But you're going to have to play by our rules while you're here. 1. No bloodshed. 2. Those who don't work don't get to eat. 3. Pledge absolute obedience to me and my words. As long as you abide by these 3 rules, you'll be treated like one of us. Master, you're being too naive. Vale's discontent is even more apparent now. Once again, it was I who couldn't drive away terribly dejected humans. Demons? Who came to rely on me. Understood, we shall follow your orders. We will be in your care from here onwards, said Miss Astor's as she pressed her forehead against the ground to bow. I thought it was unnecessary of her to do that, but then again, she did invade us and tried to kill everyone last time. I suppose it is needed. She's been through so many hardships that she can't even keep her pride anymore. There's no way I can keep my anger and hatred towards someone like her any longer, nor does she have the willpower to do anything reckless, either. I think it's safe to consider her harmless. Lord Saint, we have but one request. The two aides came rushing to me. I wonder what it is? Would you please excuse Miss Astor's from nightly duties? In exchange, we will do our very best to please you, Lord Saint, no matter what sort of play it is. Please, we only beg of you to keep Miss Astor's out of it. Ah, that's not what I mean by pledging absolute obedience. Chapter 44, The Demon King. Thus began the lives of Miss Astor's and her two aides on my reclaimed land. Continuing to call the other two girls aides is sad, so how about we call them by their actual names instead? Beitami and Belina. I made the three of them do farm work alongside Gobukachi and the others. I thought they would throw in the towel right away, but they're actually giving it their all. Obsessed with the thought of having nowhere else to go if they're driven out of here, they must be desperate as well. I wonder what kind of people the demons are in this world? An evil race? A stronger version of humans? As it turns out, they're actually an entirely separate race created by a different god. The human race was made by the god of the heavens, Zeus, the demon race by god of the underworld, Hades, and the mermaid race by Poseidon, god of the seas. Different gods, different races. That's all there is to it, I think. They don't differ in their morals and relative merits either, only how they originated. But it's apparently the reason why they've been fighting for thousands of years. But none of those really matters to me, as long as they didn't come here to pick a fight. Anyone is welcome. Sorry, dear. Platy apologized out of nowhere. It seems she's been looking for the right timing to talk to me in seclusion. What are you apologizing for? All of this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for me. I'm really, really sorry. It wasn't like her to say something like this. Such a formal attitude doesn't suit her at all. It's good to have bumps along the way. Of course, peace and quiet times are ideal, but if small hiccups such as this doesn't happen, the journey won't be worthwhile, right? I also thought bringing over some trouble should spice things up. Platy says in an overly elated manner. We continued to spend the rest of the days like so. Everyone has their strong and weak points. Miss Astor's, Beitami, and Belina, who used to be part of the demon race's elites, excel in combat. That's why I tasked them to take care of hunting monsters in the dungeons today. They ventured towards the mountain dungeon early in the morning and plans to bring home lots of monster meat. As for the rest of the residents, Platy is holed up in the brewery researching and making potions as well as fermenting food, while Vale is lazing around in her room. As usual, Gobukachi and the other goblins are giving it their all doing field work as always. Meanwhile, me, Okubo and the rest of the orc team are laying out a plan to create a huge furnace for making ceramics. And then there came a visitor. A visitor? I can only think of two people who comes here to visit, Sensei from the nearby cave dungeon or Prince Arawana, Platy's brother. But today's visitor was neither the two of them. It was a stranger. Pleased to meet you. Just from one look, I can tell he's no ordinary man. Maybe he's a hero, a respectable man with a strong and muscular physique, yet I don't sense any intimidating air about him. He has more of a dignified aura that enchants others. Extremely courteous with no trace of hostility. Maybe that's why Gobukachi and the others readily escorted him all the way here without fighting. I sincerely apologize for coming here uninvited, but our side is pressed with urgent matters as well. Huh? First, let me verify something. This is Kidden the Saint's residence, is it not? Yes, that's right. Why do I feel like I'm being investigated thoroughly? I am Zedna Demon King. Huh? Demon King? Did he just say he's the Demon King? Pardon me for asking something stupid, but isn't a Demon King a remarkable person? I suppose you could say that. It's a title given to the ruler of the demon race. I knew it. There's no way a Demon King isn't someone remarkable. Alas, it does not represent my grandeur. It is but an exaggerated title that has been continuously passed down by my predecessors. I myself am just an inexperienced person who inherited its heavy responsibility. What a humble person. Even though his social standing is high, he's not being haughty about it. If there's anyone here who is remarkable, It's you, Saint Kidon. Eh? Commanding this world's two most terrifying beings, the dragon and the lifeless king, and having the holy sword Dreiswarts, said to have been lost for years, in your possession. It isn't even an overstatement to say that you're the most threatening person in this world. People's view of me is starting to become extra-dimensional. Is this also because of what Veil did? She did put on quite the flashy show just to terrify them, after all. Thanks to that, my bad reputation is reverberating across the entire world now. But wait, just because this is where the saint lives doesn't mean I'm the saint. I struggled to come up with an excuse even though it's probably going to be pointless. No, you're the Saint Kidon. There's no doubt about it. I knew it was pointless. I know for a fact that it's you because the holy sword Dreiswarts that you possess resonates with my holy sword Inrot, said Zedn as he unsheaths the sword from the scabbard on his hips. The aura emitted by the blade was very reminiscent, like I've seen it somewhere before. Lord Saint, this may be impudent of me to ask, but please let me have a bout with you. We shall see which sword triumphs over the other, your Dreiswarts or my Inrot. Chapter 45, Internal Troubles. I immediately accepted the Demon King's challenge without any hesitation. Thankfully, my saviors came at the right time. Lord Saint, we just got back from our hunt. We were able to hunt a Kairizaki deer today. Please make sukiyaki from this again. It was the three ladies from the demon race who went to the mountain dungeon to hunt for meat. Their hunt must have been a huge success for Betamy and Belina to be in such high spirits, but their leader, Miss Astas, quickly sensed something was off. Demon King? Why are you here, Astas? Even the Demon King was shocked upon seeing Astas. Perhaps they know each other? They probably do, since Miss Astas was once part of the demon armies for Heavenly Kings. In other words, she's a trusted retainer of the Demon King. You are here after all. I looked all over for you, but you weren't in any of the places I checked, leaving me with this place. Demon King, you went through all of that for me? Is it just me or they're acting a little weird? I'm a failure stripped of my status as Heavenly King. I am no longer of use to His Majesty. Always caring for the likes of me might give the rebels an excuse to take advantage of you. So what? To me, you are needed. I could never think of losing you. Demon King. Lord Zedn, what's with this atmosphere? Worry not, for I have already thought of a plan. Just hang in there a little longer until we can get you back to the army. The Demon King faced me once more after saying this. I apologize for the interruption. Let us resume our bout. We shall bet on our holy swords and fight to our best capabilities. Bet on the swords? Correct. The emerging victor gets to have the other sword. Allow me to apologize once more for enforcing a condition on top of challenging you, but we need that sword at all costs. I mean, we don't even have to fight. I can readily give it to you if it's the sword you want, but I haven't the slightest idea as to what the Demon King really desires at all. Lord Zedn, you're not planning to fight the Saint, are you? That's no different from committing suicide. It's too reckless. Betamy and Belina shouted in protest after hearing the Demon King's decision. Platy and Vale, who overheard the commotion, have also arrived. Things were about to get even more hectic, so I calmed everyone down and told them what happened. We let the Demon King into our house to hear the full story. Since people of this world are not accustomed to the etiquettes of Japanese-style rooms, I lead him to the Western-style room, and served him some tea to compose himself. I'm terribly sorry for involving someone unrelated as you into this mess, said the Demon King. He says everything in such a courteous manner, to say the least. Out of all the people that has crashed by my place, he's by far the most courteous of them all. So even if he challenged me to a fight out of nowhere, I don't feel angry. Please let me introduce myself once more. My name is Zedn. I stand as Demon King in the current system of the demon race. Forgive me for asking yet another stupid question, but is the title of Demon King something that can be taken over? He did say earlier that it has been continuously passed down by his ancestors. You're not from this world, dear, so it's no surprise that you don't know about it. Demon King is the title given to the ruler of our race. He is elected by the people to ascend the throne for his outstanding benevolence, wisdom, and courage. Platy and Miss Astor's took turns explaining things to me. Even the demon race grow old as time passes by, and so the next generation takes over. A system where they elect a new demon king. Okay, I fully understand the definition of this world's demon king now. However, those standards are becoming more of a facade, says the demon king with a self-deprecating tone. For real? My mental definition of demon king was immediately overwritten. The concept of the best candidate being selected as the demon king has been reduced to a mere formality. Now, it is nothing but a heritage. That's not true at all. His Majesty may have inherited Enrot as a family heirloom, but the entire nation knows that you didn't ascend the throne for that sole reason. Miss Astor seems very agitated. She's definitely likes the demon king. I can tell from her attitude. The holy sword Enrot and the title of demon king has been passed down my family for generations. My father, my grandfather, and the rest of my predecessors have fought wielding this sword, says the demon king as he unsheathes the sword once again. Just from looking at its blade, you can tell that it emits an astounding aura. Maybe it's a magical sword? It's probably superior to the sword I have in terms of strength. Astor's, do you still have that with you? Of course, no matter how low I sink. This is the only thing I will never let go of. Urged by the demon king, Miss Astor's rummaged through her clothing and took out a sword, but it was a broken one, chipped off from its hilt. This is the wild holy sword Sextus. It's a holy sword handed down from generation to generation in my family. It has been handed down in this chipped-off state for several hundreds of years now. It was one of her ancestors who broke it, said the demon king solemnly. In our society, only 5 holy swords are known to exist. The 5 families who inherit these swords are considered the strongest in our nation. These 5 families also used to take turns in ascending the throne long ago, but at one point, there was an outbreak of a civil war to determine the true ruler of our nation. The 5 families fought with each other, ultimately leading to one holy sword smashing the rest, finally settling the dispute. It was the holy sword Enrot that triumphed over the other 4 holy swords. Since then, my family has monopolized the throne. Wow, it feels like I'm in history class. The 4 families that faced defeat then pledged allegiance to our family that possesses Enrot. That's how the 4 heavenly kings originated. That means Miss Astor's family used to inherit the holy sword? Correct. This broken sword serves as proof of your loyalty to the demon king. So even if it's broken and has been rendered useless, you mustn't let go of it no matter what. Miss Astor's is currently treated as an exile after failing her task. Nevertheless, she still keeps the sword with her, an undeniable proof of her devotion. This concludes the story of our people's relation to the holy swords, and so, I will ask once again, okay, I wonder what it is? The Demon King's story thus far has something to do with the matter at hand, huh? There's no way he would have said all of that for nothing, I guess. Since it's come to this, I will openly state my request. Lord Saint, would you please hand over your wicked holy sword Swords to Astor's? What? Chapter 46, A Demon's Love. After hearing the history of our race, you must realize how important the holy swords are to us. Why yes, if Astor's has the wicked holy sword Swords with her, her lineage will be eligible to fight for the Demon King's throne once more. Even the Senate will have no choice but to withdraw their verdict of exiling her. Ah, so this was the Demon King's ultimate goal. This is the only way left to save Astor's. Other political means of saving her have been forestalled. Please. The Demon King, a person with the highest social standing, bowed so low that I can see the back of his head. Lord Zed. Going this far for my sake is. Miss Astor's welled up with tears upon witnessing the Demon King's actions. These two are definitely. While I was lost in my own ideas as to what kind of relationship they have, someone lightly tugged me by the hem of my shirt. It was Betamy and Belina. Do they have some sort of suggestion? I absolutely have no idea how to proceed with the situation anyway, so I'm open to any. The Demon King and Miss Astor's like each other, I can tell. Plus, they're childhood friends. Okay, how cliché can this get? Both being of noble lineage, they've been acquainted with each other since childhood times. They immediately fell in love at first sight, and promised a future together. I wish they would just explode. But Lord Zedn is from the family of demon kings. From a tender age, he has already displayed exceptional wisdom and skill, and has secured the throne after surpassing his siblings. That's why the four noble families attempted to get close to His Majesty by sending maidens of appropriate age his way. But His Majesty only has eyes for misasters. What's more, misasters also did numerous meritorious deeds in the battlefield in order to become a worthy wife to His Majesty, and was recruited to be part of the four heavenly kings. If she becomes the demon king's wife, she's bound to have the highest level of authority. Fearing that outcome, the other members of the four heavenly kings eliminated her before that could happen. Regardless of whether misasters succeeded or failed, they tasked her with causing a commotion in which she took complete responsibility for, and eventually lost her position. The very same commotion that occurred here not long ago. Are you saying we were used by the demon race for their political strife? Should we destroy them? Platy and Vale were furious, but I needed to calm them down. We should have realized things sooner, but the humans' army has been on the offense lately. I had to go to the front lines myself to keep them in check, especially after they gained strong allies. No, that's wrong. Apologies. I'm only coming up with excuses. The Demon King shuts down his own words with self-deprecation. The purpose of challenging you to a bout earlier was more so to get our hands on the Holy Sword rather than actually fight you. Don't be irrational, Lord Zedn reprimanded misasters. Be that as it may, you don't know the Saint's true strength. His Majesty may be the strongest there is in our race, but once the Saint gets serious, you'll be killed in an instant. Not really. I'm just a commoner with a skill that makes me look superior. I can never stand a chance against the likes of the Demon King. I think. Please don't make light of yourself. The demon race owes everything to you, Lord Zedn. But Asters, I can't help wanting to save you for as long as I'm alive. If I can't obtain the Holy Sword, then I might as well die in the hands of the strongest person. They're free to be in their own world like that, but I won't kill anyone. I will never allow myself to commit such a deed that can create a breeding ground for future problems. I don't mind handing over the Holy Sword if your situation calls for it. Really? It's not like I really wanted to have it in the first place anyway, but it was impossible. When I was about to hand over the Holy Sword to the Demon King, it clung to my hands like super glue. It won't let go? This is why it's impossible for me to hand it over even if I wanted to. What now? Personally, after grasping this uninvited couple's true intentions, my thought of wanting them to explode has decreased by half. The other half now wants to open a path for their romance to blossom. The broken Holy Sword caught my attention once more. Misaster's family heirloom. It was smashed by the Demon King of that era some hundreds of years ago. From then on, Misaster's family resigned to their fate of being the Demon King's aide with the broken sword as proof of their defeat. According to the Demon King's story, if Misasters has a proper holy sword in place of a broken one, not only will her family status rise, she will also become an indispensable person for the demon race. By doing so, she will regain her lost position. It sounds a little reckless, but I'm confident she will never betray anyone, so the plan might just work. I took the broken sword in my hands. What was its name again? The Wild Holy Sword Sexes? What's wrong, dear? Without answering Platy's question, I concentrated on sensing an aura from the Sex's hilt. Nothing. It's completely different from whenever I hold Dreas warts. As I thought, this sword died the moment it was broken. Orcubo. I ordered one of the orcs on standby. Bring as much mana metal as you can from the storeroom to the forge and start the furnace. What are you planning to do, Master? Long story short, Misasters can just show this sword to them. A holy sword is a holy sword, after all. I'm restoring this sword with my own hands. Chapter 47, The Restoration of the Holy Sword. The Wild Holy Sword Sexis. 100-year-old broken sword. I don't know how many holy swords are there, but the fact that this sword died the moment it was broken doesn't change. But with the hand of supremacy, I should be able to restore it back to life. I replaced its broken blade with pure concentrated mana materialize into mana metal. Then, Vale's dragon breath melted them with the sword's remains. After putting them together, I kept the sword in the forge of my house for 3 days. It's finished. Sexis is finally restored. Its broken blade has been beautifully reconstructed into a long, slender and well-proportioned one. The aura emerging from its blade is even more intense than the other holy swords. I informed everyone about the sword's successful restoration. The holy sword has been restored. Miss Astas and the Demon King were so surprised. They couldn't believe what they're seeing with their own eyes. I don't believe it. Seriously, dear? Is this even possible? The intense aura emanating from its blade. This is no doubt a holy sword, a restored holy sword. Even Platy and Vale couldn't contain their astonishment. Here you go. What do you mean here you go? Miss Astas, you don't need to be that surprised. This holy sword is yours to begin with. I only wanted to fix it for you. But are you sure? Now, there's only one holy sword left in this world. Wait, since you possess Dre Swartz that was said to have been lost forever, does that make it 2? Add the restored sexes to the list. That makes it 3. Miss Astas sure is confused. I just pressed the holy sword against her since it was getting bothersome. Isn't this great, Astas? Said the Demon King as he hugged her with great joy. With this, your lineage is now eligible to vie for the position of Demon King once again. There's no way they can keep a noble family outside the sphere of influence. We can even restore your rights this instant. Lord Zed. Then, we'll get married right after. Forgive me. Even though my heart was already set, I was too busy with duties as a Demon King that our relationship grew stale. The Demon King's on a roll today. I will never let you go ever again. I want to retain my relationship with you, Astas. Will you marry me? Yes. Well, that was a quick response. As much as I'm happy for them, I wish they could have done it someplace else. Yay. Congratulations, Miss Astas. An overwhelming comeback for the ex-Heavenly King. Beitami and Belina also expressed their joy for the couple. Is this case closed? 2. Naive. Guess not. It was from my wife, Platy. We were so close to the grand finale already. What's with the last-minute objection? With all due respect, Demon King, if you are involved in governing your nation, do you really think such a complicated and a mysterious political situation such as this can be settled so easily? My apologies for failing to introduce myself the first time. I am Platy, Princess of the Mermaid Kingdom who was arranged to be your concubine. Concubine? Ironically enough, the Demon King was the most surprised of us all. But why? I didn't hear anything about this. We haven't even decided on who's going to be my legal wife. What is the meaning of this? I knew it. Some people have been negotiating with the Mermaid Kingdom without your permission, marrying Platy, but she's here now because that negotiation was called off, and Miss Astas and the Demon King came here separately after following her trails, plotting Astas' fall aside. It's hard to imagine exactly how many people are doing as they please behind your back. But there's a high possibility one person is behind it all. Probably someone from the Heavenly Kings. Does that mean it's alright if I kill him? I'll consider it. But it should never cause my dear any problems. Vale and Platy speak of terrifying things. Let's settle things as peaceful as possible, okay? But the point I'm trying to make here is that, things won't go that easily. We're talking about scoundrels who have ignored their rulers' orders and do whatever they want here. No matter how much you quibble, they will surely sabotage your marriage. Yeah, increasing the number of holy swords is probably weak as a political card. Even Vale gave her sincere input. If the holy swords are important to the demon race, some might even argue that it should be taken away from Astas since she's currently in exile. And if a family lineage possessing a holy sword qualifies to become a Demon King, there's a possibility for their relationship with the Apex family to become dicey. What this means is that the process of succeeding the throne that has been monopolized for so long will be thrown into confusion. If worst comes to worst, it might split into old and new political power that will develop an internal strife. I don't really get it, but it sounds terribly complicated. Then, what are we supposed to do? Asked the Demon King with perplexity. He may be a man of character and valor, but I guess plots like this isn't exactly his forte. There's only one thing you need to do, said Platy high-spiritedly. If the other party plans to interfere, then it's better to settle things sooner instead of using cheap tricks. What are you trying to say? And then, Platy spoke. In other words, You should just get married right here and now. Chapter 48, Wedding Vows. The Demon King is getting married right here and now. Are they seriously doing it right away? I understand the need to rush, but isn't this a little too sudden? It can't be helped. In order to shut those people up, we mustn't give them even the slightest chance of interfering. The sooner, the better. That may be so, however. The demon couple can't help but simply stand motionless against a hectic turn of events. Truth is, only the concerned person's consent is needed for a marriage to work, but it's different in their case. The proof of your marriage must be so solid that the entire nation will be at a loss of words. Only then can you shut up those conspiracists. Even Vale is becoming high-spirited. What's gotten these two so riled up? Do they have a thing for political strife? Or is it because they find nonchalantly supporting the path to romance of others fun? Miss Platy, a question. Okay Belina, shoot. There was one more person in high spirits. Seriously, girls and their girl talk. How does one go about a marriage that will be acknowledged by everyone? What is needed? Good question. Let me tell you. What's needed is... She stopped. What's needed is... She's still keeping us in suspense. A witness. A witness? This is important, so let me repeat things from the start. Currently, there are 4 main people who are hyped up: Platy, Vale, Betami, and Belina. The concerned persons, Miss Asters and the Demon King, are dumbfounded because they can't keep up with the situation. Witnesses are living proof that the ritual occurred. The higher the social status of the witness, the more credible the wedding becomes. Credible enough that those rascals won't be able to interfere. And their marriage will be set in stone by doing so. I see. Well, good thing this place has several first-class witnesses. We have the dragon, Miss Vale, the princess of the Mermaid Kingdom, Miss Platy, and of course, Lord Saint himself. But for some reason, Platy waved her finger in disagreement to Betami and Belina's cheers. You are too naive. We need the most influential witness with us. Most influential? Are you saying there's someone far superior than all of you combined? The story further unfolds. Just who is this witness Platy is referring to? Me? Sensei came, somewhat exhausted, upon hearing the situation. He probably ended up like that after being called all of a sudden to bear witness to a wedding ceremony. LLL Lifeless King? Seeing Sensei intimidated the Demon King, everyone reacts like that the first time. I doubted the story of the saint commanding both the dragon and the lifeless king, but actually seeing it for myself is even more unbelievable. I don't command them, they're just my friendly neighbors. But Platy, is it really that important for you to call even Sensei? My wording might have been a little rude towards Sensei, but what exactly is the purpose behind calling an unrelated person out of the blue? Wasn't Sensei a former archbishop in some big church? Yeah. A priest is absolutely necessary for a wedding ceremony. Let God bear witness to the couple's vows of love. How can you call it a wedding if they don't go through this? Now that she mentions it, she has a point. If we look at it that way, that makes Sensei an undead priest with experience for over 1,000 years. There's no better substitute for a god than him. They're going for a full-scale wedding ceremony under Sensei's presence. Sorry to be a party pooper, but Sensei spoke with hesitation in his voice. I am all right with holding a wedding ceremony, but isn't the bride and groom those 2 demons over there? Said Sensei as he pointed at Miss Asters and the Demon King. I used to serve the human race back when I was alive. Huh? The god we worship is the same god who created us, Zeus, god of the heavens. Doesn't the demon race worship Hades, god of the underworld? Yes. Of all the aspects it could have had a discrepancy, it had to be the most basic one. So, does this mean Sensei holding the Demon King's wedding ceremony is analogous to summoning a monk to church? But I'll see what I can do, said Sensei as he waved his sleeves. You will, when you live for at least 1,000 years, you get to acquire a lot of knowledge. Our tenets may be different, but I'll consider the etiquettes of prayer that will reach Hades. After saying this, Sensei proceeded to make symbolic gestures with his hands and started chanting in mumbles. Bestow upon us good fortune and let it come to fruition. Thou art taken to the depth of the earth. Impart the blessings of Mother God. There's a heavy mood in the air. Even though it's the middle of the day, the sky has become gloomy. This place shall become a sanctuary, purify it as you wish. And as if to respond to Sensei's prayer, there appeared a god. The god of the underworld, Hades. Chapter 49, Shinzen-Shiki. A being appeared right in front of us, a being that clearly transcends that of humankind. A god. He assumes the figure of a human, except he's gigantic in size, and his beard so long that it reaches the ground. Is this Hades, the god of the demon race? Actually, why is a god here with us? I must have gone overboard and summoned Hades himself. You did this, Sensei. I only intended to offer a prayer for turning the area into a sanctuary fit to host a wedding ceremony. I didn't know it would turn into a god-summoning ritual by using my powers as the lifeless king. Ho ho. This isn't the time to act carefree, Sensei. You just summoned a god, you know? A god. If this were a manga or a game, the descent of an evil god should be prevented by the MC's sidekick with all their might. Is it really okay to let things pass this easily? You materialized me to this plane, huh? This hasn't happened in a long time, he said in a calm and dignified voice. Hades spoke. When was the last time? Yes. I think it was during the time I annihilated the destruction angels released by Zeus' foolish creations. For what purpose is it this time? Has his children finally waged an Armageddon? I guess he's asking about as he faces our way. What should we do? Should we just come up with a believable line and have him leave immediately? No. Demon King Zedn stepped forward before I could even say anything. The conflict with the human race continues to be in a state of ebb and flow. It's a situation where you can't let your guard down. However, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with. Excellent. Hades nodded. Then, why did you call me? You who kneels before me. Introduce yourself. With all due respect, I am Demon King Zedn, child of Hades, currently serving the demon race as their ruler. Wow, the Demon King is holding a conversation with a god. Your average human wouldn't even be able to breathe under the overwhelming presence of a god, let alone talk to them. Betami and Belina on the other hand, look like they're about to wet themselves. On this occasion, I have asked for a woman's hand in marriage. The only woman whom I desire from the bottom of my heart, and whom I want to spend the rest of my life with. Lord Zedn. Miss Astor's was beet red from the Demon King's frankness. In line with this, we plan to conduct a wedding ceremony and wished to be granted God's blessings. However, we ended up calling his mightiness by mistake the Undead King. And one who has already lived for over 1,000 years, huh? Then it's only obvious that it would reach the gods. Sensei wouldn't stop bowing his head to apologize. Even an undead king gets the jitters when he's facing a god, huh? Very well. You are worthy of my blessings as the king of the demon race. However, unlike Zeus and Poseidon, I am a god who chose to have one wife. If you are to receive my blessings, you shall follow the same. I could ask for nothing better. Being paired with Astas alone for the rest of my life is more than enough. I have no need for a concubine or a mistress. Well said. Demon King Zedn and Demon Queen Astas, you shall receive the blessings of the Earth's husband. The couple was enveloped by warm light emanating from Hades' palm. That concludes the ceremony. I shall return to my realm. I wish the best to you mortals who walk on this earth. As he said that, Hades vanished like the fog. The air around us has also returned to normal. He was surprisingly nice. He even gave them his blessings like it was nothing. I thought he'd be more of an evil god considering he's called god of the underworld, but he's actually pretty normal. Those couples who directly received their blessings from a god are said to acquire the utmost divine protection. Blessings of Mother Goddess's husband is said to be the highest form of divine protection for couples, a blessing so rare, it's only granted once every several hundred years. One can easily confirm it by using magic that can look at a couple's parameters. On top of that, they are also blessed with a sound health and safe delivery, and whoever tries to forcibly sabotage their relationship will be met with divine punishment. There's no better proof of their love that they can show to their demon brethren than this. Lord Saint, we truly are at a loss for words of gratitude. The now united demon couple joined their hands together to express their gratitude. Thanks to you, my dream of marrying Astas that I almost gave up on came true. I will never forget this favor for the rest of my life. Miss Astas, now Demon Queen. bowed her head with non-stop tears running down her face. "Oh, no, no. I didn't do anything in particular. Sensei should receive the credit for summoning the god by mere chance. I'll be more careful with the prayer ceremonies next time," said Sensei as he let out a sigh. "But, if you received the utmost divine protection, that means the holy sword I restored won't be of use anymore." "That is not true at all. Having another holy sword with us will surely help in winning over our people's sympathy. I swear to protect the peace of our nation with our swords, sexes and in rot. I guess we can say that the future of the demon race is in safe hands." "I'm not sure how that would fare for the human race, though." "So, what are they going to do now?" "Naturally, Astas and I will return together to our homeland and introduce her as the Demon Queen to the whole nation." "Yep. That's probably for the best." "Please expose and purge those lot who planned this series of events as well. We don't want to be involved in trouble over and over again. I can also burn down their place if needed." Platy and Vale also gave remarks in their own way. The officially married couple are going back to their homeland, in other words, the demon capital. "Huh? That seems like the most suitable place to build their love nest." "I wish them the best on their new life together." "No." Just then, Miss Astor said something unexpected. "If permitted, I'd like to stay here for a little longer." Chapter 50, The Newly-Wed Stay. "Huh? What are you saying?" Miss Astor's This series of events made me fully realize that I still have a long way to go. I fell victim to those conspiracists' shrewd plan owing to my lack of prudence and compassion, making you, Lord Zed, suffer through a lot. Okay, that may be true. But still, that's why I'd like to stay here and train myself. If I work diligently under the Saint's guidance, I can abandon my past foolish self and turn over a new leaf. I wonder about that. Hey, we don't run training seminars here, you know? If that's how things are, please let me stay here for a while as well." "You too, Demon King? Are you really sure? Won't your people be troubled with their ruler gone? The war between the human and demon race is currently in turmoil. A ceasefire was issued." "Oh, really?" "Yes. Thanks to the dragon that came flying in the battlefield, both factions are still shaken. Until both sides have obtained information, no troops will be dispatched." I saw Vale from the corner of my eye whistling like some innocent bystander. My stationing at the front lines also gave me the chance to discover what was going on, so everything turned out all right in the end. Besides, it has been a while since I spent some time with Astas. Lord Zed, Mrs. Astas totally looks like a woman in love now. Of course, only if Lord Saint agrees. What shall it be? Will you permit us to stay here for a while? In short, they want to spend their honeymoon as newlyweds here? Sure. That fast? I bet they won't even have the time to do this when they return to the capital. Anyway, helping lovers like them is also the moral way of life. Well, if dear says so, then we have no objections. But are you really okay with that? If I heard things right, there are people in your faction who are ignoring their leader's orders. If you leave them be and stay here, won't they plot some nasty stuff again? Platy and Vale even think about the political side of things. After Vale pointed that out, I could have sworn I saw the Demon King make a difficult face. But worry not, for that has also been taken into account, says the Demon King as he smiles boldly. As I thought, Demon Kings really are scary. Thus, my reclaimed land welcomed this married demon couple. I made a new room separate from the main house for the Demon King and Mrs. Astas to stay in. They're newlyweds after all, so they might be heard and stuff. You know, I entrusted the construction of that same room mainly to the orc team, but the Demon King himself offered to help. I thought it was discourteous of me to let him, but he's surprisingly skillful with raising pillars and nailing. Thanks to everyone's help, the building was finished in a matter of days. But isn't it a little too fast? Then again, the couple has been emitting this lovey-dovey aura during these past few days. The reason why the construction proceeded at a fairly rapid pace has probably got something to do with that. Nothing beats eroticism in terms of motivation. There are also all sorts of inconveniences that might occur when a couple attempts to conceive after all. So now that they have a proper bedroom, I want them to take their time. On the other hand, Mrs. Astor's took a break from field work and hunting and started learning how to cook, with my help. Of course, in order to become a good wife, one must be good at cooking, but since she's the Demon King's wife, aka the Demon Queen, wouldn't it be better to leave meal serving to dedicated personnel? When I pointed this out to her, she wasn't up for it. Her husband, the Demon King, and even her aides Beitami and Belina, all understand that she's the type of person who aims perfection in anything she does, and it seems learning to cook from me was the biggest factor why she decided to stay here. I haven't had the chance until now to know about how cooking works in this world. It seems they don't have the concept of adding condiments to enhance a food's flavor. At most, all they know is salt, not as a condiment, but as a natural food preservative. Spices don't exist. That must be the same reason why Platy and Vale crave my cooking so much that they decided to live here. Unlike Mrs. Astor's, neither of you are showing any gusto towards learning how to cook. We're fine the way things are, thank you very much. Yeah, you already make them for us, so why do we have to go through the trouble of preparing it ourselves? These two, I learned something new about this world today. I guess it'd be best to put more effort into making condiments. Maybe even start a mass production system of it. Chapter 51, A Holy Sword's Murmur, Sequel. I'm Wicked Holy Sword, Dreswarts, the strongest holy sword there is. My 1,000-year plan has finally bore fruit, for I have now acquired the Hand of Supremacy. With this, any battle against the other holy swords will result in an absolute win. Let us go, my lord. Let us find the other holy swords who quiver from my menace and take their last breath away. To arms. This isn't the time to seclude yourself in this isolated area. Huh? The firewood has decreased? All right. I just have to halve them, right? Be it 1 or 2,000 blocks of wood. I'll smash them all. Fire. And while I was doing that, a new contender arrived. It was Furious Holy Sword Inrot, a brother sword made at the same time as me. Brothers destined to fight and kill each other to determine who can claim the title of the strongest sword. Kyukakaku. Just when I was worrying about how to get my lord to go to the battlefield, you came. What perfect timing. It seems my very first prey will be you, Inrot. I'll give you the honor of placing your corpse on the cornerstone of my supremacy. Or so I thought. The sword aura my brother emits is at an unusually strong level. Strong. What is this? This intense aura is intimidating me. It's been a while. Wicked Holy Sword Dreswarts. That voice. It's Furious Holy Sword Inrot. He's using a voice only fellow holy swords can comprehend. After 1,000 years since we were destined to kill each other, I have finally found you. Now, be still and become food for my nourishment. Yeah. For the 1,000 years we didn't see each other, didn't you change quite a lot? A massive change, if I dare say. Even the sword aura you give off is several times stronger than mine. What? You don't know, huh? While you were busy running away and hiding, the battle of the holy swords continued. Coveted holy swords were Blau, corrupted holy sword Viergelb, malicious holy sword Funf Violet, and wild holy sword Sexes all lost before me. Huh, really? I didn't know, but now that I think about it, it makes sense. It's been 1,000 years since that time. After all, there's no way the battle wouldn't have progressed one bit. Every time I won against our brothers and sisters, I absorbed the sword aura they released upon breaking. I repeated that 4 times, accumulating this much power I have with me now. For real? Is that how you changed drastically? Otherwise, a coward like you who ran away amidst the battle would have triumphed. If he who fought and triumphed more does not win in the end, then what is the point of having such a battle in the first place? Yeah, true, but it's not like I ran away. I was busy looking for the strongest wielder who can guarantee my victory. The brave perished, leaving the cowards to survive. I am fortuitous for having you brazenly show yourself to me. After I crush you, all that's left is annihilating holy sword Sibingrun whose whereabouts are also unknown. Sooner or later, I will find him and crush him. Then I shall declare myself as the king of the holy swords. This bastard has completely regarded my entire being as his prey, but I don't blame him. He has already smashed 4 other holy swords and absorbed their power. In simple math, He's 5 times stronger than me. Like hell I'll win. Damn it. What kind of messed up leveling system is this? If I knew such a thing existed, I never would have gone on my search and instead threw myself directly into battle. If we have this big of a gap in our power, not even my lord will be able to. My lord? What are you doing picking up that broken sword? That's wild holy sword Sexis, isn't it? She's broken all right, just as Inrot said. What are you planning to do with her remains? Restore it? There you go again with your jests. My lord. If that was actually possible, the fight between us siblings wouldn't have omitted. She was restored. Seriously? Just how heroic of a swordsmith are you for you to resurrect a holy sword, my lord? I am wild holy sword Sexis. Yeah, I know. Long time no see, man. Glad to see you haven't changed. Fighting is futile. Cohabitation has always been our true path. Let us join forces to bring richness and beatitude to this earth. I take back what I said. She changed a lot. The hell are you saying? As much as I hate to point out the obvious, we're swords, tools meant for battle, you know? You're only being in self-denial saying that. Weird. She didn't speak like this back when she was first created by God, but as I thought, the reason why she preaches like a saint now is because my lord remodeled her. HMPH, revive as many times as you want. I'll crush you all the same together with this coward Dreas Warts. Now that's more like it, Ingrot. That bloodlust that damages anything and everything in its path is a holy sword's true self. Are you not the same furious holy sword Inrot who defeated me? Wah! Inrot's knees gave way soon after he saw the revived Sexis. Well, we are swords, so we don't have knees to speak of. Knees giving way is a figure of speech. Please understand that much. Anyway, that aside, the reason behind our assertive Inrot freaking out in front of Sexis is because she emits an unusually strong sword aura. At least, stronger than Inrot's. Her power is about twice as strong as Inrot, who absorbed the power of the 4 holy swords he fought and defeated. There must have been something that happened during the time my lord was remodeling her, kind of like a power-up. Actually, having said all of that, aren't I pretty damn weak compared to these two? There is no reason for us to fight because you have already defeated me. As such, I have no right to participate in the battle for the supreme holy sword. Is that so? Inrot's cowering in fear like crazy. I don't blame him. If they did fight, I'm pretty sure Sexis would win against Inrot 9 out of 10 times. Haha, Mr. Shaky Sword. I, who have lost my reason to fight, will use my power for the sake of the people and the world. Such is the duty of a sword wielded by human hands. Okay, but why the preachy attitude? Sir Inrot, our lords seem to wish they remain married for life in love with each other. Now, why don't we become one as well and protect them together? Why yes, of course. He has no choice but to agree to it. If he refuses, he's dead. Even a bystander like me can understand. I look forward to being with you from here onwards, dear. Since I already lost to you once, I will do my best to serve you as a good sword wife. Please be kind to me. Inrot had no right to refuse. It just goes to show that Sex's power, revived by my lord, is that strong. My lord really is amazing. Who would have thought he's also a blacksmith that can power up holy swords? Hey, my lord. Any plans on remodeling Lil Old Dreas Warts here? No? Okay. Chapter 52, Demon Court Strife. You better tremble in fear the moment you hear my name, for I am the head of the 4 heavenly kings, Ravili the Coveted. I take pride in being the wisest demon in the entire nation. It is through my ingenuity that the Demon King's army can counter the human race's repeated invasions. Of course, that's not all. I am an actual sage. Only a fake sage indulges in their own wisdom. Since I am the real deal, I constantly restrain myself from acting arrogantly. However, my prudence alone is not the only reason why our race can fend off the human army excessively investing on heroes. What's even more influential is the power of our current Demon King, Lord Zed. He is a great and wise man. Having seen many Demon Kings at close distance and serving them as the eldest Heavenly King for the past 2 generations, I can understand the prodigies of this generation even better. And while this generation is competent, it comes with its own set of problems. I'm talking about marriage. There are many people who attempt to butter up to the Demon King for his wisdom and talent. In fact, I'm also one of them. Fortunately, my wife gave birth to a good-looking daughter, a beautiful girl, just like her mother. I aspire to make this beloved daughter of mine the next Demon Queen and become the current Demon King's father-in-law, all the while taking control of the army. Added to my daughter's lineage is her beauty just like her mother's, and brains just like her father's makes her the most suitable candidate there is for getting the best bridegroom in the entire demon race. No, I'm not being a doting parent. I'm the wisest demon in this nation. My strategies are top-notch. That's why I want to make my daughter His Majesty's legal wife. However, there's a strong opponent in the way. It's Astas the Wild, another member of the Four Heavenly Kings. She's an inexperienced lass, and the fact that she and I share the same rank aggravates me. What's even more aggravating is that she's the Demon King's apple of the eye. They're childhood friends in love with each other and vowed for a future together. Well, being childhood friends is a plus. Even I can't deny that. But I will not back down now after how far I have come. I'll surpass the handicap this poses and make my daughter His Majesty's legal wife no matter what. Nevertheless, our ruler, Lord Zedden said himself that he loves Astas alone, and does not plan on marrying anyone other than her. He doesn't want to have any concubines, either. Not that this is anything new, it's just unpleasant to my ears because it crushes all hope of making His Majesty like my daughter. And so, I thought up of a plan. I am the wisest demon in my nation. After all, they say that there is a princess possessing both beauty and brains from the mermaid race, one of the standard races along with the demon and human races. Upon receiving that information, I had a eureka moment. The sovereigns of the mermaid and demon race are of equal ranking. If His Majesty were to marry the Mermaid Kingdom's princess, he won't be able to refuse. That being said, His Majesty probably won't give up on marrying Astas, so one of them would end up being his concubine. Fools would wonder about the significance of doing such a thing. Remember how His Majesty declared that he won't take any concubines? Now, if he ends up marrying the mermaid princess, and still insist on wanting to be with Astas, then he'd have no other choice but to take back what he said. And if His Majesty is alright with having one concubine, another one wouldn't hurt. All that's left is to get my daughter to join in. Be it as a concubine or whatever it may be, as long as my daughter gets espoused to His Majesty, success is mine. That's my goal. My charming and good-looking daughter. Therefore, if the Demon King becomes captivated by my daughter and marries her, Astas and the Mermaid Princess will no longer matter and she will be promoted to legal wife. No, I'm not being a doting parent. It's a solid strategy. Seeing a straight road to victory, I immediately began negotiating with the Mermaid Kingdom. Somehow, the humans sniffed this out and also participated in the negotiations, though it matters not, for their arrogant thinking of being the best in the world means they're clueless as a baby when it comes to diplomatic finesse. They aren't worthy rivals, and just when I thought everything is going smoothly, something troublesome happened. The Mermaid Princess has already married someone else. They say he's a saint of some sort. I felt dejected after my plan, which was going smoothly up till now, faced a setback. The stepping stone of pushing Astas aside and making my daughter the next Demon Queen has vanished like dust. Wait, it's too early to give up. The wisest demon in the entire nation can still make adjustments to a failed plan. Since I've already come this far, how about I turn our negotiations with the Mermaid Kingdom into a diplomatic problem and put all the blame on Astas so she loses her position? It worked so well even I surprised myself. The lass went to abduct the Mermaid Princess according to my orders, without even sensing that she was being lured into a trap. She also failed to accomplish her task. If she succeeds, she will be blamed for causing diplomatic problems with the Mermaid Kingdom and will be dismissed from her position. If she fails, she'll bear the responsibility of failing to accomplish her task and still be dismissed from her position. I put together a plan as such that no matter the outcome, it will still cause problems for her. Thankfully, everything turned out to be ideal within my expectations. Since everything started with my plan of negotiating with the Mermaid Kingdom about marriage, I anticipated part of the blame would be put on me. But lo and behold, I was able to avoid it. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who found Astas to be an eyesore. The other two heavenly kings planned to eliminate her as well. Thus, began Astas' descent from being a heavenly king. We even succeeded as far as expelling her from the Demon King's army. Now that Astas is gone, all that's left to do is marry my daughter to the Demon King. Or so I thought, but His Majesty is stuck in the front lines of war and hasn't returned to the capital in a long while. They say that the battlefront is at a stalemate after the dragon appeared. Then, after hearing about Astas' expulsion, he got furious. I'll deal with your punishment after I bring her back. His Majesty vanished after declaring those words. Huh? Isn't this a bad sign? On top of incurring the anger of His Majesty, his whereabouts are also unknown. We don't even know when will the ceasefire with a human army collapse. If the war resumes without His Majesty and one of the four heavenly kings, our army will not hold even for a month. I, the wisest demon in this nation, predict so. We're already in the middle of a dire situation. And yet one heavenly king still dares rebel. With the Demon King absent, now's the chance for me to dominate the world. Don't give me that crap. Read the damn atmosphere here. If a civil war breaks out at a time like this, the human race will take advantage of it and invade us. I beg you, Your Majesty, please come back soon. I admit all my wrongdoings. Your Majesty, come back. Whether you like it or not, there's a continuation. Whilst I was being strangled by my own stupidity, my right-hand man came to discuss something with me. He's the son of my old playmate whom he entrusted in my care before he left for the war against the human race. I raised him on behalf of my late friend, and through my guidance he has become enough of an exceptional fellow to be called my right-hand man. Surely even his late father is pleased with this. So, that concludes the short introduction about my right-hand man. Now, on to the main question. Why is he here? Huh? He wants to marry my daughter? They've been acquainted with each other for several years now? No way. Even my own daughter barged in and said that she'll die if she can't marry him. All right. I thought marrying my daughter to the most influential man in the demon race will make her happy, but it seems I was terribly mistaken. I didn't realize the one who can make her happy was with us this entire time. I am the head of the four heavenly kings, Ravili the Coveted. I proclaimed myself to be the wisest demon in this nation, but as it turns out, I'm the dumbest man there is. Please find it in your heart to forgive me, my right-hand man. Or should I say, my son. I leave my daughter in your care. Chapter 53, Magic. Thus, we welcome the demon Newly-Weds. But is it really all right for the Demon King to stay here? Won't his subordinates be worried? I asked him about this multiple times, but he always replied calmly. It's fine. They deserve some fun every now and then. I'd like to think the sinister vibe I get from his smile is only my imagination. Anyway, the couple didn't think of their stay here as a honeymoon vacation and took the initiative doing labor. The Demon King volunteered to hoe the fields while the orcs and I devoted ourselves into creating a kiln. I felt bad making the demon race's ruler do this kind of physical labor, but he said it gives him a good workout. Mrs. Astas on the other hand is back to doing both farm work and hunting while also learning how to cook from me. If she's one of the four heavenly kings at such a young age, it's no surprise that she immediately mastered how to use condiments in cooking. But since they're only found here and nowhere else, I don't see the point in learning about them if you're eventually going to leave this place. Oh, you're going to purchase them from me? Thank you for your patronage. Someday, they will return to the capital and walk the path of a politician together. In the meantime, they can forget about this and enjoy the life they are living right now. But as the royal demon couple, they mustn't forget their duties completely. In between their work periods, I see the two of them taking lectures from Sensei from time to time. It isn't even a metaphor to say that Sensei is a walking encyclopedia. What after living for over 1,000 years like him, he knows most of this world's mysteries, so you can learn a lot. Unsurprisingly, the magic he uses is also extremely potent, hence the two asked Sensei to teach them. Isn't the mere thought of a demon king being coached by an undead king utterly ominous? Inspired by them, I also began listening to Sensei's lectures. It was helpful in enlightening me about this world's history and general knowledge. But when it came to magic, not as much. It seems the skill gifted to me by the gods, the Hand of Supremacy, doesn't count as magic, and apparently magic in this world is something you do on your own, without the use of extra tools such as magic wands or grimoires. Magic has three main groups. Sensei gave his lecture in such a way that someone my level can understand it. Although, it's a little embarrassing because it's common knowledge for everyone else here. The demon race uses alchemy, the human race uses thaumaturgy, and the mermaid race uses pharmaceutical magic. There are also other kinds of magic, but they're all subtypes that branch off from one of these main three. So, the only major difference is which race uses them? Correct. It's extremely difficult to learn and use the magic of another race because of their innate affinity. It is said that it is probably the difference in the gods that give divine protection. Magic is also manifested through our connection with the gods and spirits that protect us, Hades, Zeus, and Poseidon, and just recently we met one of them face to face. It was quite the staggering experience. Of course, each and every magic has their own sets of characteristics. There are many things you can do with it. The magic group with the most diverse effects is alchemy from the demon race. Not only is there a multitude of demigods residing in the underworld that protect the demons, they can also communicate with spirits. From Hades' perspective, who is also considered the god of the earth, the spirits here on the surface are considered his underlings. The Demon King offered a supplementary explanation. Thaumaturgy, on the other hand, is very restrictive. Given the right amount of training, any demon can become an alchemist. However, only clergymen such as monks and priests can use magic in the human race. It seems the effects it produces are also limited in various ways. Alchemy can be used in a wide range of situations, be it to attack, offer support, or even help in daily life. Thaumaturgy, on the other hand, have very few spells and limited situations where you can use it. In short, there's not much you can do with it, right? Correct. The Demon King further elaborated on the topic by giving examples. Us demons were able to find the saints' residence thanks to clairvoyant magic. It's a kind of magic that borrows strength from Ikus, a demigod that also resides in the underworld and judges people in the afterlife. If we use it, we can see any place in the world as if it were right in front of our eyes whilst staying in one place. Of course, it has its own limits, and the user's capacity largely affects it. I see. So that's how they found Platy here and sent Mrs. Zusters after her. And you can't do that with human magic? Precisely. Which is why it's unlikely for them to come here, let alone find this place. Hearing that puts me at ease because things would be a disaster if the humans come now. In summary, there are many things alchemy can do that thaumaturgy can't, but in exchange, they have a grand spell that surpasses even common folk's intellect. Like summoning heroes, for example, the same magic that brought me to this world, distorting the flow of time and space to connect to another world sounds amazing as it is, but knowing how to make use of it greatly depends on the user's wit. Thaumaturgy tends to be as such. Rather than aiding the human user, more importance is put on those who demonstrates the authority of Zeus, the source of their power. What's that supposed to mean? By the way, if you abandon your ordinary life like I did, you get to acquire versatile magic that can rival even that of alchemies. The type of magic a lifeless king uses is the same type during the time they were alive, but as they develop, they become more or less identical with the other. That's a line only those who have reached the top can say. Sensei and the Demon King burst out in laughter. They're having such a sophisticated conversation. With regards to pharmaceutical magic, I believe it's best if we have an actual user explain it to us. Huh, me? Sensei was talking about Platy. The pharmaceutical magic we mermaids use is for making magic potions. This is what differentiates our magic from the other two races. Without exception, all the effects of pharmaceutical magic are manifested in the potions, but that is not magic in itself. Making magic potions is what characterizes mermaid magic. Everything's going over my head. Mermaids mix magic into medicine when making potions. That's how it becomes pharmaceutical magic. Even if humans and demons have the right herbs and knowledge, they can never make a magic potion out of it. Because mermaids are the only race that can use pharmaceutical magic, none of us know why our god, Poseidon, gave us such complicated magic. People theorized that maybe it's convenient to use considering our underwater environment, or that it prevents us from being haughty with its usage were it easy to handle. But we'll never really know the truth unless we ask he himself. Should I summon him? Please don't. Sensei, are you starting to get hooked on summoning gods after what happened last time? I don't want things to turn for the worse, so I better stop him now. Anyhow, that sums up our lecture on the basics of magic. I hope it helped you learn a thing or two, Lord Saint. I got it. It's probably going out my other ear sooner or later, though. Now, how about we stop studying here and get back to work? Hold it. Vale came barging in. You forgot to explain to Master one more important thing, our dragon magic. Your magic is too grand for me to explain to them. Even the dragon race itself is full of mysteries for the rest of us. Both Sensei and the Demon King made troubled faces. You're also useless. Fine. I'll explain it myself. Listen to this, Master. I'll show everyone how amazing dragon magic is. The strongest magic there is. Then maybe you'll have a better opinion of us dragons. Sorry, farm work calls for me. Study hard, work hard. That's what matters. Chapter 54, The Aide's Time to Shine. The royal demon couple are getting all the attention lately. But they're not the only new residents here. I'm talking about the two aides that accompany Mrs. Zusters, Beitami and Belina. These girls also have their own story to tell. Lord Saint, there is something I would like to discuss with you. There came Beitami, alone, which is a rare sight since she's usually always with Belina in whatever they do. I heard the saint desires clothing. I'm surprised you knew. Who told you that? But to be more precise, I need stylish clothes that it will suit Platy. I can make clothes, but with my zero fashion sense, not even the hand of Supremacy can save me when it comes to making stylish ones. Since there's nothing else I can do, the ultra-basic clothes I made have been kept for exclusive use between me and the orcs. We've been getting more and more female residents lately, with Mrs. Zusters, Belina, and even Beitami who's right in front of me. So the matter of purchasing stylish clothes which I put on hold till now is becoming more urgent. My family used to run a needlework shop. Oh? That being said, it was more of a small mending shop that operated in the countryside. Now, that shop has been demolished, and for the sake of putting food on the table, I joined the demon army, eventually catching Miss Astor's attention, leading me to become an aide to a heavenly king. I see. I'm having a good feeling about this. Despite all, I still haven't forgotten the sewing techniques I learned from my parents, and while I'm working as Miss Astor's aide, I'd still like to realize my dream of popularizing the clothes I design one day. I was thinking of opening my own clothing store with the severance payment I get after serving in the army. Nice. I like where this is going. So, would you please let me make clothes that will please Miss Astor's and Miss Platy? Wonderful. Now this is what you call a lifesaver. The answer to my problem that I've been putting away for so long has arrived. You're free to make as much as you want. You can even stop doing field work if you'd like to focus on making clothes, since that's what we've been looking for all this time. Thank you. A negotiation has been established. Let me know if there's anything you need, anything at all. I have all the basic tools with me. Needles, scissors, even thread and cloth. The cotton fabric I weaved from the cotton plants I cultivated. About that, Lord Saint. What's with the change of tone? The cloth weaved from the mysterious plants Lord Saint also cultivated aside. There are others, right? Question mark. And what keen eyesight. She noticed that too? It all started when Sensei let me adopt egg-laying bird monsters, Yoshikamo, from his dungeon. I was struck with an idea when I found the Yoshikamos that maybe there are other helpful monsters residing in the dungeons. And so, I went through each and every monster that's indigenous to Sensei's cave dungeon and Vale's mountain dungeon. Then, that's when I found it. Platy and Vale regarded it as a useless monster and left it as it is, but that's where it piqued my interest. At first glance, it looks like a normal caterpillar, a slow, ugly, and inedible caterpillar monster with no use whatsoever. Its size is slightly bigger than that of a normal one, but since it is a monster, it will never metamorphosize into a butterfly, so it comes off as a nonsensical creature that spends their entire life just crawling around the dungeon. A caterpillar monster whose existence is so meaningless it wasn't even given a name. But then, that very same monster spewed out thread. Back in my world, silk is considered the top quality for making clothes. It's made from the cocoons of silkworms, a species of moth, created during their larval stage. Seeing that caterpillar spew thread similar to a silkworm's gave me the most fascinating idea. So, I decided to bring some with me and raise them back home. Naturally, I can't keep them in the nearby garden where the Eskimos dig out the soil to feast on earthworms, so I raised them in one room of the mansion, and surely enough, it was filled with the thread they spewed. Then, I weaved the thread into silk goods. In fact, I already have the finished product with me. Good job noticing that, Beta-me. It's not that I intended to hide it, but Platy and Vale told me that they find bugs disgusting and that I shouldn't be using one of our rooms for such a reason, so I'm really happy that there's finally someone who understands what I want to do. As expected of the saint, you can even turn the thread spewed by bugs into fabric. Your ideas are truly out of this world. After having looked at the fabric, it seems to be more beautiful and durable than any high-quality fabric back in the demon capital. Please let me make clothes with it. No problem. I had no reason to refuse. There's no point in having the finest quality of silk if there's no skillful tailor to make use of it, anyway. And without me looking for that tailor, they showed up right at my doorstep. So, I decided to leave everything to her. Beta-me. I entrust my silk fabric to you. Chapter 55, 3 Sizes. Thus, I entrusted clothes making to Beta-me. But of course, it will take some time for her to bring out the finished products. In the meantime, I immersed myself in my own work. I wanted to expand the house now that we've got more residents with us, but I also want to finish making the kiln for making ceramics. The bathhouse isn't even complete yet. While I was busying myself attempting to finish them one by one, I heard something. Do you really need it that bad, Beta-me? Yes, no matter what. It sounds like the voices of every female resident of this land. Platy, Vale, Mrs. Zusters, Belina, and Beta-me. The reason behind my assuming tone is that their voices are coming from one of the rooms inside the house. While I was walking down the corridor, I heard the girls' voices from inside the room, grouped together as if there's some meeting going on. So I pressed my ear against the door and listened attentively. Without it, it will never be a success. This voice must be Beta-me's. I can picture her speaking with such a zealous voice that her saliva is all over the place. But what in the world are they doing? Please let me measure everyone's sizes. Sizes? I was appointed by the saint to make your attires. It's a sacred duty assigned to me, so to speak. Please, I request everyone's cooperation. Did I really give Beta-me that grave of a responsibility? I think she's getting a little too worked up, but I guess it's good to be highly motivated. What makes a good article of clothing is its perfect fit on the wearer. Beta-me is on fire today, says her colleague, Belina, in a composed voice. So, please let me measure your height. Okay. As well as your bust, waist and hip sizes. Huh? Everyone other than Beta-me shouted in unison. Ah. They're 3 sizes. I heard that making women's clothing is particularly important. I only realized now the risk I'm putting myself in by eavesdropping on their conversation on the other side of this door. If I value my safety, I should get out of here right away without making a sound. And yet, my legs refuse to move. They definitely haven't noticed me eavesdropping. I can hear their coquettish voices from the other side of the door. Well then, in order to measure everyone's sizes as accurate as possible, I need everyone to strip from top to bottom. Now, from top to bottom? Of course, any miscalculations on the measurement will greatly affect the finished product. Even so, being nude in front of everyone else is just too embarrassing. What are you saying, Miss Platy? I know all about the time you first met Lord Saint utterly stark naked. Stop. Don't make me remember. I can recognize that feminine shriek from anywhere. I didn't know much about land dweller etiquette back then, okay? I'm already used to life here, so it's also embarrassing for me. I will never do that ever again. She won't. Somehow, that makes me sad. Beta-me. Doesn't the demon army frequently measure our sizes to make our custom clothes and armor? Is there really any need for you to measure them again? That's Mrs. Zuster's voice. Does Her Majesty really believe that the size you measured yesterday will be the same as today's? What? Lord Saint makes good food, doesn't he? Her Majesty even asked for seconds of ginger pork this morning. What point are you trying to make, Beta-me? I did not gain weight. I repeat, I did not. But don't they say that the power of love makes you fat once you're married? That only applies to the gents, not us women. Would Her Majesty prove that for us, then? Of course. Here we see a heavenly king's subordinate tricking her own superior. I just have to take my clothes off, right? Fine. Belina and Platy, you two strip as well. We're all going to the grave together. She's dragging us in. From the other side of the door, I heard the sound of clothes rustling over and over again. Chop, chop. Now, please take those clothes off faster. For what reason do you think I brought everyone to this cramped room? Judging from her voice alone, I can tell that Beta-me is getting excited. Yikes. Is it just me or your chest got bigger again? Miss Astor's? Was your femininity stimulated after getting married? Demons have dark skin tone, so I always wondered what color that specific part was. Now I know. Miss Platy's on the other hand are so slippery. Slippery indeed. Shut up. This is quite the spicy gossip. As a gentleman, I know I should stop prying on their conversation any more than this, and yet, my legs refuse to move. I'll start the measurements now, starting from Miss Astor's. Hi. Don't just touch my skin all of a sudden. The cold startles me. You did gain weight. Like I said, don't startle me. Mrs. Astor's, I'll decrease your portion a little tonight. But there's nothing to worry. Miss Astor's, your waistline is the same. Only your chest got bigger. Really? Her Majesty sure sounds relieved. Your hips got bigger, though. Female hormones are secreted in excess once they get married. As for Miss Platy, actually, before that, what's with your skin texture? It's so smooth. Not only does Miss Platy look smooth, she also feels smooth. Wow, you're right. It's like I'm touching a blueback sardine. Do all mermaids have skin like this? Beta-me, Mrs. Astor's, and Belina all spoke in order. Stop. Don't touch me. Only deer can touch that place. I wonder where they're touching her. I'll begin with the measurements. Miss Platy is also quite the busty lady. As expected of the Mermaid Kingdom's princess. You won't announce our actual sizes, right? Yes, I won't. Confidential. Oh well, not announcing the actual measurements has its own pros and cons. Besides, their unit of measurement is probably different from meters, so even if I ask them, I won't be able to understand it. But am I really alright with that? You're next, Belina. Flat-chested as usual. That's all. Have a little more sympathy for me, Beta-me. Does that mean Beta-me has a note or memory of Mrs. Astor's and Belina's sizes? As expected of a tailor's daughter, I wasn't mistaken in entrusting this to her. How ridiculous. There was another voice coming from inside the room. Is that Vale? You're also concerned with the littlest things about your body. What difference does it make having such a minor variation? I didn't even realize Vale was there. She wasn't speaking all this time. You transcendent being of a dragon. Come to think of it, Vale, on what basis does your human form depend on? If your dragon form is fat, does it also make your human form fat? I can hear Vale scornfully laughing from the question she was asked. The extent of a dragon's human form depends on the magic it possesses, so I can change how I look according to my will. It doesn't matter how much I eat. All the other girls are totally hating on her right now. However, Vale didn't mind this and continued to boast about herself. My clothes are also made from magic, so there's no need for me to be measured. But for the sake of letting you peasants know the overwhelming difference we have, I'll let you measure my body. Flap goes the sound of clothes being removed. She must have proudly removed her clothes in one go. While you're at it, you should burn this image in your memories. The Grinsel Dragon Vale possesses the ideal body you girls so desire. I can hear Vale's triumphant voice through the Fuzuma, but they're small, right? A lily body? Don't tell me a dragon's sense of beauty comprises of this. I guess she didn't receive the appraisal she expected, huh? Well then, let's stop eavesdropping here and leave before I get found out. Chapter 56, Sumo. When the ladies have their own fun, us gents start to worry. It's unfair if they're the only ones enjoying themselves, so we decided to suspend today's work and have a bit of fun as well. Let's sumo wrestle. There's no particular reason as to why I want to sumo wrestle. It's a game that can be easily played without the use of tools or going through some troublesome explanation, and sumo is what I immediately thought of, that's all. Sumo. What's that? As expected, neither the Demon King nor the orcs know about it. Let me just draw a circle someplace wide and flat. This will be the wrestling ring. While I don't know the precise measurements of it, I think it should be wide enough to encircle the wrestlers during their heated bout. It's a one-on-one game where the person who gets pushed out of the ring loses. Currently, there are 12 people here with us. Me, the Demon King, and the monster team. Oh, that sounds interesting. Seems like a good change of pace. Let's do it. Their enthusiasm towards this is making things more interesting. But please, put down your axes and sickles. Sumo doesn't allow the use of weapons. Despite the monster's unwillingness, they obediently followed my orders. I made sure I also didn't turn a blind eye to the Demon King gently sheathing in rot back after excitedly taking it out. What's going on, everyone? Of course, some bloodshed is about to happen if you take out such sharp tools. I guess I'm going to have to explain the rules from the very basics. First of all, weapons aren't allowed in sumo. It's an unarmed bout, and purely a game to be enjoyed and never to be taken seriously. It's also highly crucial to never injure your opponent. The establishment of this rule guarantees so. No kicking and punching, either. That won't be sumo anymore. The main point is to either bring your opponents back against the ground or push them outside the wrestling ring. Got it? Once again, no injuries or fatal deaths. Okay? Understood, my lord. So, we only have to knock down our opponent till they can't move anymore, correct? You didn't get it at all. These orcs really are monsters to the bone. They're too hot-headed. It seems we need to instill a sense of rivalry in them before they can actually compete against each other. All the reason to make them do sumo. And Demon King, please don't give me that puzzled look after throwing shadowboxing punches loaded with magic. Let's add one more rule. No magic. It is nothing but a simple and weapon-free game. Any act that's beyond the game's category is outside the rules. That being said, they won't know the specifics until they actually try it. So I asked someone to be my opponent for demonstrating. Me versus Orcubo. There shouldn't be any problem if it's him, the leader of the orc team. We decided to show them the ideal way to play sumo. Ready? Go. At the sound of my signal, he charged at me with her right. I managed to dodge it before I got hit. Since the monsters here got stronger after undergoing mutation, even a direct hit to the face with their open hand could result to my cranium caving in. No attacks directed to the face either. That's too dangerous. Just as my lord ordered, I was attacking with my palm. He's right. A sumo only has her right. When asked why sumo uses this move, it's probably in order to prevent any injuries. I totally get it now. I was merely jesting. No matter how serious I get, there's no way I can inflict any injuries on you, my lord. So, you're telling me it's okay if you charge at me with the intent to kill? Let's stop. Your right is more than enough to kill someone. Even if I only become a temporary master with the hand of supremacy, these guys still praise me despite not being able to compete against them. I guess this leaves me no choice but to do it. The moment I realized I can only fight back in order to survive, I dashed towards Orcubo to close in on him and firmly grabbed his loincloth. Now this is starting to feel more like sumo. NGH? Orcubo tried grabbing on my waist in order to stop me, but he's too naive with his approach. Being an amateur, Orcubo is at a bigger advantage with the power he possesses, so after taking the time to wear him down a little, I attacked him with an underarm throw in a single swoop. Whoa! As Orcubo tumbles, the spectators around us let out astonished voices. Amazing. Our leader was flung away as expected of Lord Saint. You really are the strongest. The orcs and goblins continued with their praises. But is this also the effect of the Hand of Supremacy? Multiple moves came into my mind despite not learning any one of them, and then I ultimately chose the most ideal move all within the moment I grabbed hold of Orcubo's loincloth. After that, my body did the rest. Just how versatile is this skill of mine? Anyway, as you all just saw, grabbing and throwing your opponent by the waist or pushing them out of the ring are the basic tactics of sumo. I'd like everyone to play as such. Yes sir. Thus, the game began. The head count remains the same with 12 people including me, the Demon King, and the monster team. 1 bout for every group of 2, a total of 6 bouts. The speedy goblins and powerful orcs from the monster team were neatly classified, and by using their innate abilities, the winners proceeded to the next round. In case of a goblin versus orc bout, the smaller goblin uses their agility to throw the orc off balance and use the chance to strike. So, before that happens, the stronger orc crushes its opponent to claim its victory. Several people have already learned the techniques, while others came to ask me more details about the rules and tricks to the moves. Among them, the Demon King's overwhelming presence stood out the most. Despite the fact that he only got to know about sumo today, he already knew the gist of it just from 1 or 2 matches. He even crushed the orcs and goblins one by one with winning moves he shouldn't have any idea about yet. The initial 12 people was reduced to 6, and was further reduced to 3 after having them fight against each other. One of those 3 finalists was me. I've been able to maintain my reputation as the owner of this land somehow. The second person is the Demon King. He's been kept as a kakinokari. Looks like someone's dignity as a Demon King is on the line. Last but not the least, Gobuzuman from the monster team. He immediately figured out the ropes of sumo and fully utilized his characteristic agility and small stature as a goblin to take down the orcs. Judging from the flow of events, the last bout should decide the champion. But, we're odd in number. There's only 3 of us. If 2 people have a bout, 1 will be left out. We can treat 1 as a seeded player, but it still feels like an awkward setup. If only we had 1 more player, we can proceed with the semi-finals smoothly. Lord Saint, I'm here to hang out again. Oh, Prince Rauana, perfect timing. A last-minute challenger has appeared. Everyone. The monster team started cheering. Huh? What? I won't give you time to collect yourself, perplexed Prince. Those who have advanced to the semi-finals will grapple with each other. 3 people plus Prince Rauana. A total of 4 semi-finalists. Today, we shall see who reigns as the Sumo Grand Champion. I have absolutely no idea as to what is going on. And isn't that the Demon King over there? Why is he here? Why are all the VIPs gathering to this land? Are we going to fight? Please, no. And nobody like me won't be any match for you. Please, stop. Don't make me participate in such a reckless contest. No. Thus, the semi-finals and finals proceeded like so, but surprisingly enough Prince Rauana emerged as the champion. Cause of victory? His powerful mermaid legs. Chapter 57, Adamantine Thread. It's done, shouted Beitami. She's been immersed in making clothes lately, and at last, her efforts finally bore fruit. Miss Platy, please try this spring-themed frilly fishtail skirt I made just for you. Huh? For me? Platy was baffled by Beitami's sudden approach. Even the skirt has quite the flashy name. I purposely made the hem length asymmetrical to imitate the sea waves, befitting of a mermaid princess such as Miss Platy. I created a flowy line after measuring her hip size, also making it look very trendy, and to match the color of her top, I went with blue, just like the color at the sea, Miss Platy's hometown. Yep. I don't get most of what she's talking about, but I can at least tell that she's extremely enthusiastic about all of this. It feels refreshing and comfortable when worn. Even its design is very stylish. This is the first time I feel smartly dressed even since I lived here. Alright. I got Miss Platy's seal of approval. Beitami raised her hands in great delight. It does feel great to have your efforts rewarded, but if possible, I'd like you to make the next one easier to move in when working. Oops. True. It's hard to move around in a skirt. However, with this, We are now able to produce stylish clothes that are well received by the young generation. Hooray for progress. For some reason or another, Vale, a bystander just like me, is making a difficult face. What's wrong, Vale? Are you jealous because Platy is the only one who gets to wear stylish clothes? No way. Hey master, the fabric used to make her clothes is from the thread those disgusting bugs spewed, isn't it? Hey, don't call them disgusting. That's mean. Sure, the materials used to make the skirt are made from the thread spewed by those monster bugs I got from the dungeon weaved into silk, but what of it? Its silky finish is so beautiful, even I'm impressed by the finished product. Dragon Fireball. Vale ignited a ball of fire as large as a baseball from her fingertip. Is that magic? Hi-ah. She flung the fireball from her fingertip to Platy's skirt. It was a direct hit. Phew! What are you doing, you stupid dragon? Do you hate the fact that Platy is the only stylish one here that much? Don't panic, master. I adjusted my power. Look, huh? The skirt was inflicted with crimson-red flames, but it repelled the flames before it even had the chance to spread. What? The flames have completely dispersed now, but not a single burn mark was left on the skirt. As I thought, its cloth has an exceptional anti-magic affinity to it. Huh? I bet it has high defense too. Far superior than its armor counterparts. If this really is the effect of the thread spewed by that bug, then Master has amazing taste. Don't look at me, I know nothing about that. I simply hope to make silk out of the thread spewed by the caterpillar. As expected of monster bugs in a fantasy world, they even went as far as adding a practical attribute as a special bonus. That can't be. Oh, a retort from Platy. If they were able to spew such durable thread in the first place, we wouldn't be thinking so lowly of them. Then how else are you going to explain the high defensive power your skirt has? This is just my guess, but didn't Tokubo and the others mutated into warrior orcs and Spartan goblins the moment Tyr interacted with them? Ah, so, those bugs must have mutated as well after Master raised them with great care, changing the quality of thread they spew. But that drastic? Did I just create yet another new species? After that, I experimented on the remaining fabric myself. It seems this mutated silkworm monster fabric is so durable. Neither normal attacks nor magic work on it. This marks the birth of a legendary class armor. It's fashion, not armor, the seamstress, Betami, protested. But it doesn't change the fact that this is quite a big deal. Originally, this silkworm monster had an existence so insignificant that humans didn't bother naming it, but I decided to give its mutated variant a name this time. It's a species that never had a name to begin with, so just naming its variant is unfair. And plus, I have all the naming rights since I'm the one who mutated them. The thread they spew is white and sparkly and has the durability of steel. They look just like diamond, so I'm naming them adamantine silkworms and the fabric will be called adamantine silk. Anyway, I'm just happy that Platy can wear stylish clothes now, but I also saw Vale with an annoyed look on her face. I guess she really is jealous. Master, it's unfair how Platy gets all the attention. Do something for me too. Even if you tell me that you're a dragon, the strongest species there is, there's nothing in particular that I can do for you. Are you saying my flawlessness is a flaw in itself? Damn it, there's nothing else I could do. So I ruffled Vale's hair for some time. Surprisingly enough, she doesn't seem displeased by it. While she was being petted, she smiled with her whole face and made purring noises. Chapter 58, Repatriation. By the way, I asked the Demon King something I've been meaning to ask for a long time. How did you reach this place? Unlike Mrs. Zastas, he didn't come by ship, it was just him alone. It's strange enough that I never bothered wondering about it till now. But since there's no other topic to talk about as we relax, I tried asking him. Naturally, I used teleportation magic, the Demon King replied. I suspected as much. It has its own limitations, but it's still convenient for it lets you go anywhere you desire in an instant. Acquiring it is so difficult, only a few demons know how to use it. What kind of limitations does it have? You can only teleport to a previously marked place, which means you need to have visited the place at least once in order to teleport to it. However, if you know its coordinates, you can still teleport to a place you've never been to before, making it convenient. So, the Demon King relied on waypoints to get here. Wait, when did such a thing happen? It should be around here somewhere, right? If I remember correctly, one of Asta's subordinates specialized in teleportation magic, and after getting her assessed, she was promoted to become her aide. Belina, was it? Huh. It's not Baitami. Maybe she secretly marked this place when they first came here, just before Asta's was banished from the demon capital after being pressed with charges for failing her task. Belina left a memo of the coordinates to this place. And thanks to that, I was able to follow after them and duly marry Asta's, said the Demon King earnestly. In other words, the Cupid that bound their love together was Mrs. Asta's aide. Belina, she sure did a good job, but wouldn't it be dangerous if such a mark exists? Since there are still other demons who can use teleportation magic, there's a possibility that they'll follow Demon King all the way here. Worry not. The coordinates to access the waypoint are encrypted. Unless the person who made the encryption tells you it, then identifying it is practically impossible. Well, that's convenient. Furthermore, this place blocks demons' clairvoyant magic from recognizing it. So, they're far from being able to come here, let alone sense that I'm here. Blocked from recognition? You're not aware of it? You do know about the clairvoyance magic we talked about before, don't you? Yes. It's one of the many magic spells demons use that let you see faraway places in detail, right? A powerful restriction magic that voids it surrounds this entire area, making this place completely unrecognizable by magic. This is the first time I've heard of this. I wonder who put up such a convenient magic barrier. That's... The Demon King looked at Vale, who's currently in her human form. What? You finally realized it, Master? I set up a barrier around this entire area after throwing those morons back into the battlefield. It's absolutely impossible for the demon race to break the inhibition magic surrounding this area set up by that little miss. As a matter of fact, I never would have known about this place had I not set foot here myself. It was all or nothing for me, so I went through the waypoint all because I wanted to get Asta's back. Ha 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 ha. Vale was that considerate of me? Master looks like he wants to live here in peace, so I only made the smart move. And yet, you never realized it. Sorry. I never thanked you for it. There. Patting her head for expressing both my apology and gratitude towards her. Vale smiled with her wholeheartedly. It's making me want to stroke her chin too. I can sympathize with living in peace. The days I've spent here may have been the calmest I've ever had, not to mention, with my lifelong companion, Asta's. I can never thank you enough, Lord Saint. However, the Demon King stood up. These peaceful times must come to an end soon. Huh? It's high time we return to the capital and beat some sense into those who have been merry about my absence, put an end to their internal strife and mow them down along with those imprudent fellows to regain the sympathy of the entire nation once more. Oh, so, it's not just because he wanted to have some sexy time with Mrs. Asta's. He actually had a genuine reason to stay here. I enjoyed my time here, but I am still a Demon King. I must fulfill my duties as a ruler. I was looking forward to hearing you say those words again. Mrs. Asta's showed up. Before being your wife who swore eternal love in front of the underworld god, Hades, I serve to constantly be by Lord Zeden's side. Let us depart from here and head to the capital. Yes, said the Demon King as he hugged Mrs. Asta's. It's as if they immediately understood each other without uttering much words. Miss Asta's, please take us with you. The aides, Baitami and Belina, knelt side by side. Since they both originally came here under Mrs. Asta's command, they're leaving with them too. There's no need to force yourself, Baitami, said Mrs. Asta's in a gentle voice. Wasn't it your dream to follow your parents' footsteps and open your own shop? You can finally realize the dream of yours. That's why I want you to stay here and keep doing what you've always dreamed of. But Miss Asta's, you stay here with Baitami too. Belina, Mrs. Asta's is already exerting her solemnity as the Demon Queen. Teleportation magic is indispensable in order for us to return to this place once more. I want you to guard the waypoints set here. That's The waypoint renders itself unfunctional if the environment changes more than a fixed amount. It's a safety measure in case the destination becomes an uninhabitable environment for living beings. This land rapidly evolves as Lord Saint continues to cultivate it with each passing day. If no one maintains it, it will immediately vanish. After saying that, Mrs. Astas directed her gaze at me as if to ask for my approval. Naturally, I have no qualms with it, so I nodded sincerely. Miss Astas, I actually tailored a dress that I think would suit Her Majesty as the Demon Queen. Please, wear this on your way back to the capital. Please rest assured knowing that I, Belina, swear to fulfill my duty of connecting this land to His and Her Majesty's. Thus, the aides Belina and Betami stayed here while the royal demon couple went back to their capital, each with their own roles to fulfill. And since Belina was asked to stay here and maintain the waypoints, that means they still have plans of coming back here. Chapter 59, King's Return. I am one of the 4 heavenly Kiangs, Glacier the Malicious, and the next Demon King. Before the Demon King's disappearance, His Majesty angrily proclaimed that he doesn't need his title as king if that's what it takes to bring Astas back. If he wants to cast away his title of Demon King that much, I'll gladly take over it. My lineage used to be the chosen one to inherit the malicious holy sword Funf Violet. It may be broken for a long time now, but it still has the necessary qualifications. I'll be the next Demon King since Lord Zedden gave his throne away. Or so I thought, the moment I declared myself as post-Demon King. Surprisingly enough, several idiots thought of doing the same thing. It's still understandable were it Lord Zedden's sibling who lost to His Majesty during the succession struggle that happened long ago. But just who do these commoners think they are for them to dare of rising to the throne? The title of Demon King isn't something to be taken lightly. You're not even considered one bit worthy if you're not of royal blood. Besides, having the virtue, intelligence, and solemnity that can shut everyone up from one glance are also essential. Naturally, Lord Zedden has them all. And yet, these dimwits think they can become His Majesty's successor without having any one of these qualifications. There's a limit to one's absurdity. I'll annihilate all of you. Thus, a civil war broke out, and a considerate amount of time has passed. Because of the uproar caused by the dragon at the front lines, it has been predicted that even the human army won't attempt to do something stupid. Nonetheless, everyone's still rioting without a care. It's a messy civil war with fools drowning in their ambition as the next Demon King. But to my surprise, the other heavenly kings, Ravilion and Belphegamilia, remained calm and cooperated with the main army to maintain public order, devoting themselves to protecting the citizens. What? Am I the only one trying to seize this golden opportunity? As it turns out, the rest of the absurd fools are rather meek. The moment they get in a squabble with the private army, they immediately give up. Even I was far from attempting to annihilate everyone. I couldn't move the moment Ravilion and Belphegamilia confronted me. Damn it. This is quite the stalemate. And while we were forced to stand by and do nothing, the disappointment of a bastard, Lord Zedden, came back despite neglecting his heavy responsibilities and went missing in action before he disappeared. However, his determination and conduct are far different from those who proclaim themselves to be Demon Kings. He led the army that focused on protecting the citizens and contained the situation in a flash. Thinking this was the perfect opportunity, he purged the rest of the troublemakers, including me. But when I was taken away from Lord Zedden's sight after demoting me to regular soldier, I couldn't believe what I saw. That stupid woman, Astas, is right beside him. And what's with her outfit? A dress? What's a female general without an ounce of gracefulness like you getting a disgusting makeover like that, huh? Demon Queen? That means you're Lord Zedden's wife. Cut the bullshit. When did such a thing happen? You're an incompetent woman who was fired from being a heavenly king after failing to accomplish your duty and was banished to who knows where. Why is everyone coming back in such a surprising way? I can't be satisfied with this. This calls for a match. Like her and behave in front of Lord Zedden. Besides, the civil war breaking out after Lord Zedden's vanishment is all this stupid woman's fault to begin with. I'll judge this wretch that caused disorder to our nation right here and now. Please don't stop me, Lord Zedden. I'm betting my own life on this. HMPH. So you do accept my challenge, huh, Asters? You've got some nerve. We'll officially see if you really are worthy to be the Demon Queen. Take that. My ultimate secret technique, Hellfire magic. Huh? My magic dispersed before it reached her, as expected of the dress Batami tailored using Lord Saint's adamantine silk. It can even intercept high-class magic from a heavenly king. What the hell are you saying, Asters? If magic doesn't work, I'll just have to physically attack you. I'll split you in half with this magical silver sword crafted by a skilled dwarf. Jaya. The entire sword shattered in bits and pieces. Hey, Asters, what is with that sword you wield? The wild holy sword sexes, you say? Don't lie to me. The holy swords we four heavenly kings possess have been shattered by Inrot ages ago. It was restored with the help of the saint. What is the meaning of this? You received the demon race's ultimate blessing, blessings of Mother Goddess husband as a married couple directly from Hades, god of the underworld? And you're telling me that was also the work of the saint? What the hell is up with the both of you? I'm supposed to be a heavenly king, someone of equal family status with you, and yet Lord Zed only keeps favoring Asters alone. Does being childhood friends matter that much? Just because you met her at a way earlier time, I stand no chance against Asters. Even I did my best to serve the military so I don't lose to her, and yet, why does His Majesty never look at me? It's always Asters this, Asters that. I've had it. Execute me, I don't care. Even I aimed for the throne and caused a mutiny while His Majesty was gone. Anyway, like I care about His Majesty who never bothered to notice my feelings and only favors Asters all the time. If I can't become Lord Zed's wife, then there's no point in living. So, just execute me. If you can't do that, then let me be His Majesty's wife. I want to be Lord Zed's wife too. Chapter 60, A King's Murmur. I am Genesis the 18th, the great king of the human kingdom. My nation is made of the purest humans in the world. Hence it is called the human kingdom. That name is more than enough to embody what we are. There's no need to begin with a designated name such as town or village. We're just like the demons who rule over the demon kingdom and the mermaids who govern over the mermaid kingdom. However, the only kingdom that can truly be called a nation is the human kingdom that I govern myself. Why, you ask? Because humans are the superior race. We, the humans, created by the god of the heavens, Zeus, are the noblest, strongest, smartest, and most righteous race in the whole world. Even the demons and mermaids are nothing more than inferior races created by gods who are also inferior to Zeus. Legally speaking, they should be pledging absolute obedience to us like the slaves they were always meant to be, but since they still dare rebel, we have to subjugate them. Once we conquer the demon race, the mermaids are next. I'll teach these fools the righteous great king that should reign this world. Well, they're surprisingly holding out, so things have more or less turned into a drawn-out war extending for several hundreds of years. Nonetheless, this war is coming to an end. Why, you ask? Because I've been enthroned as king. The human race will claim victory over this war thanks to yours truly ascending the throne. The greatest kind of all time. Such is the fate the gods have set, after all. Huh? What? That's what the previous king also said? Quiet. My father was incompetent. I'm not. Huh? My grandfather said the same thing. I see. Whatever. Anyway, I'll show you that we can put an end to this long-standing war with me as your ruler. This is exactly why we summoned multiple heroes from a different world. I'm sure we'll manage. We may be at risk by using up all the mana circulating our territory, but fear not. If we defeat the demon race, we can use all their mana to replenish our supply so everything will still turn out all right. As long as we win. We will. But then I received reports about the front line collapsing. What is the meaning of this? They lost? My army lost? Terrified, I listened to the report in more detail, but it turns out that it was not the case. It seems the dragon that appeared in the front lines out of nowhere was the cause, so both factions were forced to retreat momentarily. Afterwards, though the dragon has already left, the war didn't progress one bit, so both sides continued to look daggers at each other. I felt relieved knowing my army didn't face an ignominious defeat, but that dragon sure is vexing. I don't give a damn if it's supposed to be the strongest creature in the world. How dare it bring disorder to my plans, thanks to your uncalled for meddling. The victory of my army will be delayed. It's despicable how even we can't do anything about you. Nevertheless, humans are the most superior race in the world. Dragons aren't loved by God, so their ranking is out of the question. That's just how things are. In any case, the generals stationed at the front lines said that no army will be ordered to move until solid information regarding the dragon's motive to intervene has been obtained. Cowards. The dragon said that it's under the command of some Saint Kidden, the dragon's master. I was really doubtful whether someone other than a god could do such a thing, but we cannot resume our war against the demon race until we know for sure that this person won't get in our way. The generals further explained that if we end up unknowingly provoking him again, he'll definitely send the dragon to the battlefield and annihilate all of us together with the demons. What a bunch of chickens. But wait, if we recruit this person as one of my retainers, he can send the dragon to attack the demons, and then victory will be ours. That's it. I have decided. We're finding this Saint Kidden. Call this fellow at once. Huh? You don't know where he is? You're also useless. What are we supposed to do now? Form a search party to look for him? Fine, I approve of it. Until we find this saint, suspend all war expenditures. If we make this saint our ally, winning this war will become child's play. What? A civil war broke out at the demon capital? Forget about that. Like I said, if we make this saint our ally, winning this war will become child's play. How many people should we allocate for the search team? 80,000 people? Isn't that a little too much? You tell me that it's the only shot we have at finding him since we don't have any clues at all, but mobilizing such a large number of people is going to cost a lot. And that's too troublesome. The war may be at a standstill right now, but we still need military force stationed at the border, you know? That's why we need to decrease that number. 8,000 people? Decrease it some more. 800 more. 8 people. Perfect. 8 chosen heroes. Find this Saint Kidden and bring him to me. This is my order as the king of the human kingdom. No matter who it may be, anyone will obey my orders. Go, now. Huh? Lady Momoko is also part of the search party. You're also going? I mean, since there's a ceasefire right now, a beauty like you should just stay at the royal palace and liven up this place. Our hero's mission is to bring peace to the world. That's why you're going to find the saint, you say? I see. If you're that determined, I won't stop you even as king. Go fulfill your duty and make a triumphal return to the royal capital. But come back every once in a while, won't you? Chapter 61. Baking bread. Baking bread is the current trend in our settlement. We've been trying to bake it ever since we harvested wheat. We already have a big oven in the kitchen, and as a matter of fact, we have everything else we need. As a Japanese otherworlder, it's a shame that I'm making bread first since rice is our staple food. I really want to grow rice as soon as possible. Nonetheless, bread is still delicious. That's why all the residents are trying their hands at baking bread. Knead. Knead the bread dough. Add a little water and knead. The ladies were all doing it rhythmically. It seems bread also exists in this world because even Beitami and Belina, who both come from ordinary families, needed the dough as if they were used to it. The mermaid princess, Platy, on the other hand, is struggling. Her entire face is white with wheat flour. NGHHHHH. I can't even bear to look at Vale's situation. Her entire body is completely white, and the amount of wheat flour she used is less than required, so the bread dough is all wobbly. Gah. A dragon like me can't be bothered to do this trivial thing. Give me the finished product instead. I'll just eat it. There's no way I can allow you to do that. If you know how much effort goes into every dish, it will taste even better. Everyone, the softness of the dough should be similar to an earlobe. Touch your earlobes and see how it compares. Squish, 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 squish. Squish, squish, squish. Why is everyone touching my earlobe? You've got your own pair. Touch those instead. Thanks to everyone's flour hands, my earlobes are white as snow now. Maybe we can use our chests to compare the softness. Oh wait, Vale can't do that. Busty Platy was teasing flat-chested Vale. After kneading, The dough underwent several more steps before we put it in the oven to bake. Soft and fluffy bread. Complete. Everyone gave the freshly baked bread a try. Good. So good. The outside is crusty but the inside is so soft and fluffy. Why is the bread made here taste so good? We can't even call this bread anymore. It's something beyond it. It's best eaten fresh out of the oven. After all, you can eat it as it is without adding jam or butter. It's a hit with the ladies as well. They say it's completely different from the bread in this world as they devour it, but is it really that different? Maybe it is. Even I had the experience of buying and eating the bread of this world as emergency food on my way to this settlement, so I can understand. The bread in this world can't be called bread. It's more like hard-baked wheat flour. I think it uses a different type of flour as one of its ingredients. Along with the progression of history, various ingredients were tested with each other back in my world. Ultimately, it was established that wheat flour is the most suitable ingredient. But people here never bothered going through trial and error, and thus have always used the very first method they discovered. Which explains why cooking here doesn't evolve at all. By the way, they also don't use yeast to raise the dough, so it seems they simply toss the flour they needed with water into the oven. Since we have Platy, a specialist in drug compounding, combined with my knowledge, the hand of Supremacy, and prior experience producing miso, soy sauce, and malt, we were able to produce yeast with much more ease. That's how the wheat bread fermented with yeast became an instant hit. We made a lot so we can have it for tomorrow's breakfast. Even if it gets cold over time, we can just turn it into toast. Since we still haven't made jam or butter, we garnished it with some leek miso. Surprisingly enough, it was also delicious. While bread is nice, as Japanese, I'd still love to have some rice. I haven't forgotten to offer rice balls to the god heifer Estes who blessed me with the hand of Supremacy. Food stocks have increased. A house has been built, and there are also a lot of people who will cooperate. Is it time we start acting towards long-awaited rice cultivation? Growing rice is not like any other plant because you need to irrigate water in the fields and watch over it as it grows, and for that, we'd need a large amount of water. At present, the water here is completely dependent on the hand of Supremacy by turning salt water into fresh water upon me touching it. Because of this, we can replenish our water supply as many times as need, while getting salt as a byproduct at the same time. However, now that the residents have increased and the lands that need sprinkling have expanded, relying on my ability alone is no longer practical. Whether we will make paddy fields does not matter. We still need other ways to obtain water in large amounts. So, we're creating a waterway that draws clean water into the settlement that can also be suitable for drinking. Then, we'll be making paddy fields from that water. I set my eyes on a new goal. I've already selected the finest river to draw water from, an affluent 2 hours away from the settlement and opposite to Sensei's dungeon. Let's dig a branched waterway from here and lead it back to the settlement. We'll make civil engineering pros out of the orc team who already excel in construction work as our land enters a new stage. Chapter 62, Personal Recruitment. We don't have enough people, said Platy shortly after the orcs and I started constructing the waterway. Our manpower isn't enough to handle the variety of work in this land. Currently, the people in this settlement include my wife, Platy, who offered her support in the pioneering of the settlement, and is in charge of fermented food and medicine. Okubo and the rest of the orc team are in charge of architecture and engineering works while Gobukachi and the rest of the goblin team are in charge of working in the fields. Of the 2 new additions to the team after the demon Strife, Betami is completely in charge of clothing, while Belina manages the teleportation waypoints. Our situation is such that we cover for each other if we're ever short-handed in any of these sections. Meanwhile, Vale is in charge of eating and sleeping. Sorry, just kidding. Right now, she's helping us dig a path for the waterway in her dragon form, but other times, she really doesn't do anything. Everyone does their very best in their own posts, but we're starting to become short-handed. Platy, who manages communication between each post in place of me, came to tell me about this. Our fields are growing bigger and bigger. There's no way Gobukachi and the others can cover all of it. Thanks to Belina's help, things have become a little more manageable. Seriously? I was planning to make good use of my spare time to watch over the fields in between making the waterway. Didn't we start sharing our assets with the Demon King and my stupid brother? Even I have it rough, you know. Orders for soy sauce and miso just keep coming. Yes, Mom. And yet you, dear, keep starting new projects. What was the other one you wanted to make utensils with? A huge kiln. Even the bathhouse isn't complete yet, but here you are, getting your hands dirty making this waterway. Don't you think you're being too haphazard? Yes, Mom. She hit every nail on the head that I was at a loss for words. There's just so many things I want to do that I didn't bother planning things ahead. As Platy said, we're completely short-handed. And as far as one fields is concerned, Gobukachi and the others can still handle it themselves just fine. But the moment we finish the waterway and make them look after the paddy fields as well, they're probably going to break down. The simplest solution to this is increase our staff. Platy brought a starfish-filled bucket in front of me. Does this woman still dare pull a joke here when she's the one who posed this problem? I silently placed the bucket full of starfish aside. Maybe we should recruit more orcs and goblins from Sensei's dungeon and leave the direct commanding to Orkibo and the others. I think it's about time they have their own underlings. They've already understood all my teachings. They look after the fields without me telling them every time and do whatever is asked of them. It even sounds cool to appoint these first-generation orcs as commanding officers and organize an agricultural group with members under them. But we need to ask for Sensei's permission before all else. Since Sensei is the guardian of the cave dungeon where the orcs and goblins reside. Platy, could you pack some pickled radishes for me to bring to Sensei as a souvenir? Around 5 to 6 packs more than usual. The fields aside, we still have a problem, said Platy as she pressed her temples. My department is the most draining one. Your department? The fermented food manufacturing department. We've got more people, more places to deliver to, and even though our production rate is increasing, I'm still the only one in charge. Care to explain to me how am I supposed to manage all of this? Yes. I'm sorry. I unconsciously apologized with all my might. Fermenting food is a project that was started with the help of Platy's pharmaceutical magic only the mermaids can use. They can create magic potions by mixing magic and herbs with it. By putting it to practical use, we can produce any fermented food such as pickles, miso, soy sauce. That's why I assigned everything related to food fermentation to Platy. Even the brewery where soy sauce is made has become something like a fortress. Now that the fields have gotten wider, the amount of hyper-fertilizer needed increases, and to make that same fertilizer, you need to dive into the sea to catch some herring used as its ingredient. So, what she's trying to get at is that we need more mermaid helpers. Please, dear. Could we hire some mermaids to be my assistants? Even 3 is enough. Seems plausible. Even Platy's brother, Prince Rauana, drops by every now and then. With his authority as crown prince, he can easily send mermaids to us, especially if it's a request from his cute little sister. I'll ask him the next time he comes here. Platy, reserve some pickled radishes as refreshments to your brother. About 3 packs. Phew. Why do these people all like pickled radishes and nothing else? Sure, it's tasty, but it gets consumed so fast that I can't keep up making it. Platy has lost her mind. Forgive me. Being short-handed in the fermented food department must be that serious. We'll get those helpers in no time. But till then, I will help you as much as I can. Or so I thought as I snack on the pickles in question without permission. Don't go consuming first what you meant to offer as gifts to our guests. Yes, Mom. I'm truly sorry. Anyway, until we can recruit new people, all construction work will be temporarily suspended. So, I redirected the orc team to provide backup to every section. This should settle things. And just as we established this temporary arrangement of things, Prince Rauana dropped by to hang out. He's been visiting us a little too often lately that I'm starting to worry about his work back in his kingdom. Or maybe mermaid princes are just this free. Sumo is so fun, were the very first words Prince Rauana uttered the moment he arrived. He seems to have gotten addicted to sumo after winning the tournament I held here in my settlement the other day. Lately, Every time he spots land dwellers near the coastlines, he would rise to the surface and ask each and every one of them for a sumo bout. As soon as I heard that, I blurted out, "Are you sure you're a mermaid and not a kappa?" Chapter 63, Land as Seen from the Seas. I consulted Prince Rauana right away about the matter at hand. "You want to hire mermaids?" Prince Rauana reiterated our wish as he munches on the pickled radish offered to him. "Yeah, we don't have enough staff to make the pickles you're snacking on right now. It's made with the help of pharmaceutical magic that we mermaids specialize in." Prince Rauana rummaged through his satchel and took out a starfish. "Does he literally carry that around with him?" "I'm not talking about that," said Platy as she knocked the starfish off her brother's hand. At this point did I first feel like they were actually siblings. Anyway, even I have my own limits of producing this pickled radish you so love. So please, use your authority as crown prince and do something about this. Otherwise, Sensei's portion will be the only one prioritized, and you'll have whatever is left of it. "That won't do, Platy. If you're going to favor someone, won't you favor me, your blood brother, instead?" Despite being her real brother, Platy rarely ever shows up to welcome Prince Rauana whenever he drops by. Most of the time, I'm the one who's in charge of welcoming him, whereas Platy would either be holed up in the brewery or out in the dungeons to hunt. I suspected that she hates her brother, but the fact that Platy broke the norm just to welcome her brother in person was more than enough to convey the urgency of the matter at hand. "Platy, I understand your predicament, but recruiting personnel, huh?" said Prince Rauana as he made a difficult expression while filling his mouth with pickles. "Lord Saint, are you aware of what the shore means to us merfolk, huh? As in, what mermaids think of the surface?" "No clue. I know nothing definite, nor have I ever thought about it before, but seeing Platy live here just fine, shouldn't it be a trivial thing for the rest of them?" As her relative, this is hard for me to say, but Platy is among the weirder mermaids. "Gah, don't kick me, Platy. You dare kick your brother?" "Yep, I can somehow imagine that." In other words, the case of Platy, an eccentric mermaid who prefers settling offshore, is extremely rare. Any normal mermaid would perceive the shore as a hellish place where mermaids can never survive on land in the first place. They must turn human by using magic potions. Such is the basic premise for them to be able to lead a life on land. I guess so. Platy and Prince Rauana can transform into a human as they please and go back and forth between the land and water, that it's easy to interpret it as being the norm. Pardon me for asking this, but is the medicine used by mermaids to transform into human valuable? Yes, it very much is. Looks like it. Platy and Prince Rauana are royalty, so even if they consume the medicine frequently, they probably wouldn't face any problems with it. But it can be said that the human transforming drug isn't that valuable to our family. More precisely speaking, to Platy, ? Until she developed a newer drug, the human transforming drug was but a crude concoction. There used to be a time limit to your human form and even had side effects of losing your voice. It was even such a strong poison that if you fail to turn back into a mermaid, you end up turning into bubbles and vanishing. Huh? Wait a minute. By Platy making a newer drug, that means, exactly, the results of Platy's research developed a perfect human transforming drug that has zero side effects and no time limit. If you want to return to your mermaid form, you just have to drink a separate drug to cancel the effects. So that means, the surface is completely uncharted territory to mermaids? That's right, said Prince Rauana calmly. I would use the imperfect, time-limited drug if I needed to do something offshore, and whenever I ran out of time before I returned to the sea, it was always the worst. Platy's new drug still hasn't been released to the public, so the surface is still considered the realm of death for the vast majority of mermaids. I guess it makes sense if you think about it that way. On the contrary, if we told the other humans to try living underwater, they'll definitely retort our suggestion, saying it's outrageous. The moment I thought about this, I understood the mermaid's mindset. And Platy's drug easily made the irrational, rational. Are you some kind of genius, Platy? I am. You can praise me more if you want, dear. Never mind. Prince Rauana continued his story. Therefore, Even with Platy's drug, no mermaid still prefers to live on land. Do you know what drugs like what Platy developed are most commonly used on? What is it? Banishment. Quite the extraordinary answer I got. It seems banishment to land is the severe punishment ranking next to the death penalty given to mermaids who have committed heinous crimes. Of course, it wasn't that long ago when Platy perfected the human transforming drug, so this system was recently established only. They are forced to drink the perfected human transforming drug without being given the drug to cancel its effects and are left as is offshore. Even if they wanted to return to the sea, they can't. And since the surface is considered the realm of death for any typical mermaid, they have no relatives to rely on. As a result, they can only spend the rest of their two-legged lives all alone in a vast and unknown land where knowledge and skills fostered under the sea do not apply. Upon hearing these words, I felt how dreadful the punishment was. The surface is scary, very scary to mermaids. Now comes to the question of whether there are any willing mermaids who would like to be recruited to work at such a place. I wonder if there are any? Probably none. It's already a rhetorical question in itself. Not to mention, what Lord Saint and Platy requires are pharmaceutical magic users of a certain level who can make pickled radishes or help in compounding. Right? But if we send personnel to a place where they're not sure whether or not they'll be able to leave, there's no way they'd be personally willing to. I thought so. Is this place really something you'd need to prepare yourself in case you never go back? Well, there is one other way, but this is a little. What is it? Do you have a good idea? If there's an effective way, there's no room to be picky about it anymore. As I said earlier, banishing mermaids to the surface is a form of severe criminal punishment. Many mermaids become corrupt owing to their extremely potent pharmaceutical magic and use it to manufacture illegal drugs or use offensive magic to commit acts of violence. Oh, in other words, if he sends them here under the pretext of banishment, the concerned persons wouldn't have any problems with it? No. Treating Lord Saint's residence of all places as some kind of penal colony is too disrespectful, said Prince Arowana as he devours the pickled radishes. Please pretend you didn't hear any of that, Lord Saint. I'll say this as many times as needed. We are greatly indebted to you. We'll be sure to fulfill your requirement with the mermaid race's pride on the line. It's fine, interrupted Platy. What is? Platy spoke without any context, so we can't quite understand what she meant. Like I said, it's fine if they're banished criminals. People like them are bound to possess extraordinary ability, which makes them more useful than the good-mannered doctors at the royal court. Platy, don't tell me you're, for now, send 3 of them here, brother. Only the most atrocious ones. That way, I can work them to death without showing any mercy. Chapter 64, Mermaid Prisoner Number 1. My name is Puffer, a mermaid criminal sentenced to 500 years in court, but honestly, the Mermaid Kingdom really has neither guts nor brains. They interrupted my grand research and threw me in jail just because they don't understand it. Had my research succeeded, our kingdom would have become a superpower nation by now and would have exterminated every single land dweller, but alas, that glorious future has fizzled out like a princess in a fairy tale, all thanks to some ignorant fools. Whatever, I was doing everyone a favor by using my precious brain power and magic, but since they told me I'm being a hindrance, I might as well not do anything. Get overthrown by the demon and human races while you continue to indulge yourselves in peace and indolence for all I care. With that in mind, I spent my mundane life in solitary confinement. I think it must have been 10 years since the last time they let me out, but then they told me that it had only been less than 2 years since they handed down the sentence. Damn, seriously? Life in solitary confinement is so tedious and agonizing. Those 2 years felt more like a decade. It's too cruel of a punishment for a genius like me who can think several times faster than the average person. Will I be sent back to my cell once they're done with me? Damn it, if I'm not getting out of here till I die, they should just hand down the death penalty. While I was lost in thought, I met someone unexpected across the visiting room I was brought to. Oh dear, he's such a hottie, a handsome man with a refined face. I am Arowana, the eldest son of King Nagus, ruler of the Mermaid Kingdom. You must have heard of his name before. So, he's a prince? No wonder he's so handsome. Wait, no, he's a future king, belonging to the topmost echelon I detest so much. Damn it, my heart throbbed for nothing. Surely you must be one of the 6 great mad witches. Puffer, witch of the bitter cold? Please don't use that nickname. It's like some cocky kid racked their brain to come up with something so embarrassing. Pioneered the research of artificial mana manipulation of the seas, which is prohibited as per the laws of the Mermaid Kingdom. Suspected of attempting to overthrow the nation by manipulating mana as she sees fit. That definitely sounds like a crime deserving of a life imprisonment sentence. No, my proposed theory is tremendously useful in that it could even be used to destroy the whole world. It's all about not misusing it. We already went through all the proceedings in legal court. Let's put all of that aside now. Put it aside? Then for what purpose did you come to see me? I came to make a deal with you. A deal? The sentence handed down to you was 500 years in trench prison. Normally, it would be impossible for you to serve your sentence whilst being alive. However, by changing your type of punishment, shortening your sentence has been made possible. For real? And by shortening my sentence, how many years are we talking about here? 10 years, huh? 10 years. So, a prison term of 500 years to 490 years. No, a prison term of 500 years to 10 years. Seriously? I'll do it. Sign me up. If I can be free in just 10 years with this other sentence, then I could ask for nothing better. Calm down. But are you really sure about this? You didn't even ask what your new sentence is. Anything's better than rotting to death in this boring place. Let's get on with the procedure already before the idiot who thought of this changes their mind. All right. Well then, Puffer, witch of the bitter cold, pass. That makes 1 slot filled. There are only limited slots. Woohoo. I'm so glad I didn't think twice and agreed to it right away. You're going to have to wait until I finish interviewing the rest of the candidates. We'll call you again once we've fixed the lineup. You will then be sent to a new prison. Oh, and your sentence will change from imprisonment to penal servitude. Please keep that in mind. Yes sir. That means I'm serving a prison sentence instead. Staying in this boring place is far more agonizing for me, so if anything, it's a huge help. Today is such a great day. I feel like I'm being liberated. Hurry and wrap up your interviews. I'll be waiting for you to return. Oh, right, Prince. I almost forgot to ask you something important. Do you have a girlfriend right now? Thus, I was given a new sentence in a new place. 2 other prisoners made the same choice as me. Both of their names familiar to me. Witch of Hellfire, Lampai, and Witch of the Plague, Garurufa. They are also members of the Great Mad Six. Damn. The name Great Mad Six sounds embarrassing enough, but there's no doubt about the excellent ability each member possesses. I say that. Yet I'm also one of the members. I wonder what kind of place we will be serving our sentence. They won't throw us in the middle of the land dwellers' battlefield as some suicide attack force, right? Either way, that's still better than spending my life in solitary confinement till I turn into a hag from boredom. The mermaid guards were strictly keeping watch on us as we kept on swimming. How far are we going? I swam blindfolded, so I had no idea where we were swimming to. And at last, we arrived. On land. What? The land is our new prison all along? We have arrived, said Prince Arawane, who was accompanying us throughout the journey. This is the settlement Lord Saint resides in. From this day forward, you will be working under Lord Saint's orders. This is your new sentence. Chapter 65, Mermaid Prisoner Number 2. My name is Lanpai. I myself am one of the members of an embarrassing group called the Great Mad Witches, with an equally embarrassing nickname, Witch of Hellfire. Before I was arrested, I used to serve the Mermaid Kingdom as an imperial guard. I'm skilled in the use of pharmaceutical magic, particularly with fire and explosive types of offensive magic potions, which got me my nickname. One time, I struck down an imprudent fellow with righteous indignation. To make matters worse, he was the son of a mermaid aristocrat. Thus, I was incarcerated for my crime. Under normal circumstances, I would have received an instant death penalty. The fact that I was only imprisoned was most probably due to the efforts done by the royal family behind the scenes. However, I am also a person who serves the public. I can't afford to cause any more trouble to the royal family. I thought of ending my life in prison and settling matters on my own. That's when Prince Rauana gave me an unexpected proposal. "What do you say you go to a faraway prison to cool your head?" he said. With the royal family concerning themselves with me, there was no way I could refuse. I accepted my own fate. My journey towards new land began whilst being accompanied by two other people, Witch of the Bitter Cold, Puffer, and Witch of the Plague, Gararifa. Just like me, they are also considered mad witches belonging to the Mad Six. Frankly speaking, it's a terrible insult to someone like me, a splendid Imperial Guard, to be thought of being in the same league as these two. Well, after all was said and done, we arrived at our destination, the land. "Does this mean we're going to live here?" "Drink this, all three of you," said Prince Rauana as he offered us something. Is this the newest human transforming drug developed by Princess Platy? There are no side effects or time limits to it, either. It's said to be the perfected human transforming drug, one of the greatest achievements in the history of the mermaid race, achieved by none other than Her Highness. "I'll drink it." "Please let me. As an Imperial Guard serving the royal court, it is with great honor that I get to be one of the test subjects of Princess Platy's new drug. I will drink it in one go." Glug, glug, glug. It reeks of medicine. The lower half of my body is turning into a foamy mess which eventually transformed into a pair of land dweller legs, making it super convenient to walk. The drug Platy made has a permanent effect, meaning you won't be able to return to your mermaid form under natural circumstances. But knowing you clever ladies, I'm sure there's no need for me to inform you of this. "Oh, huh?" My fellow convict, Puffer, rushed straight into the sea after she drank the medicine. "Bwah, bwah, it hurts. I can't breathe. I'm dying." Of course it would hurt. Now that we've transformed into terrestrial beings, it's only obvious that we lost the ability to breathe underwater. Scientists must always get their facts from experiments, so I wanted to test it out. That may be so, but please bear in mind the position you're in right now. Don't blame us if you got killed after what looked like you attempting to flee. But there is some truth to her words. This is also my first time in taking a human transforming drug. After taking permission from Prince Rauana, I also dove underwater to test things for myself. Bwah, it's suffocating. I can't breathe through my gills. I can't breathe through my gills. That was an eye-opening experience. I heard that the new drug developed by the princess doesn't let you revert into your mermaid form unless you intake the other drug that cancels it. In other words, we cannot return to the sea without due permission. I see. This makes this place a penal colony then. In a way, there is no other place more severe and despairing to exile mermaids. While I was deep in thought, someone came from the opposite side. "Is that a demon? We are so glad that you have come." "I, Betami, have been ordered by the saint to show you around. Is this area within the demon's sphere of influence?" Things are getting weirder and weirder. It's making me worry. We will be heading to Lord Saint's house from here. However, there is something I must inform you all about. "Something to inform us about?" "Yes, the saint has established a few rules for you to live by here. Among them, there is one particular rule you must obey." That sounds serious. I personally have no objections to it, but the other two people with me are quite the rebellious type. If they feel like they're being repressed, they will rebel all the more. "The rule is that you mustn't walk on land whilst exposing your lower half." "Huh?" "It means you can't go out in public with your nether region exposed for the world to see. That's why I prepared underwear, skirts, and pants for you to use. Please put them on right away. The land sure has some peculiar customs. This so-called underwear is clinging on my buttocks tightly that it's making me uncomfortable." When I pointed this out, the female demon got red in the face and told us in a loud voice that we'll get used to it. There isn't really anything to shout about, is there? The three of us, me, Puffer, and Gararifa, were led by the demon further within the land. Since we are convicts, we must behave ourselves and obediently follow her. The guards who were escorting us earlier have left, leaving only Prince Rauana accompanying us. I wonder what kind of place this is? It looks neither like a town nor a village. I was even more surprised when we went further in. There were anthropomorphic monsters such as orcs and goblins. I'm not that familiar with land monsters, so this is my first time seeing them. Greetings. You are the rumored recruits who have come from the Mermaid Kingdom. Yes? Hello. My name is Orcubo, and I lead the orc team. I look forward to working with you. Likewise. We exchanged greetings with the monsters. I didn't know land monsters were highly intelligent beings equipped with the ability to talk. After our exchanges, the monsters immediately returned to the work they were originally engaged in, farming. I felt more anxious the more I observed them. It is said that it is in the anthropomorphic monster's nature to follow the demon race. The demon that welcomed us and monsters that follow them. Maybe this place really is within the demon's sphere of influence? That means the saint is also a demon? Was there some secret pact formed between the mermaid and demon kingdoms? Whilst I was in a state of confusion, it seems we arrived at our final destination. What a grand-looking building. Even with my explosive magic potions, it would certainly be difficult to blow them up. Don't do what I think you're going to do, interrupted Puffer, who was standing beside me. Could you not read others' minds and treat them like they're some kind of terrorist? As we were arguing like so, Prince Rauana startled me by shouting out of nowhere, "Hey, Platty!" Huh? I was surprised by the loudness of his voice, but I was even more surprised by what he said. Did the prince really just, "I brought the backup you asked for. Where are you?" In response to the voice, the doorway of the huge storehouse opened with a creak. And out came a person. Geez, you don't have to be that loud for me to hear you. You're embarrassing me, Princess Platty. The Princess Platty whom I should devote my entire life serving her as an imperial guard. Why is the princess here? This is just my guess, but does this mean I'm going to serve Princess Platty here? If that's the case, there's no way this place is hell for me. It's heaven, I say, heaven. Chapter 66, Mermaid Prisoner Number 3. I am Gararifa, a member of the so-called Great Mad Witches, but I don't approve of it. Not even one bit. I'm just a typical, quiet, and harmless scientist proposing a few peculiar theories. But since I'm grouped with wild people who recklessly cause problems, even I'm also seen in a bad light. Though it also varies from case to case. I believe illnesses are caused by really tiny creatures. When I stated this claim, everyone at the Mermaid Medical Association ridiculed me with laughter. I may not be a significant person in my nation, but I believe what I propose is correct. However, upon stating this claim once more, for some reason, I was arrested and imprisoned. After I was offered a plea bargain and was escorted away with other people in the same situation as me. Here we are. I wonder where this place is? It's on land, sure, but other than that, I know nothing. However, someone unexpected was here. The princess of the Mermaid Kingdom, Lady Platty. Princess Platty, cried Lampai as she kneels down in front of Lady Platty. She's rambunctious as ever. It has been a while. Princess Platty, never would I have expected your highness to be here. Will I be able to serve her highness once more? If so, I, Lampai, feel supreme bliss. Such a suckerfish to the royal family as usual, said Puffer, utterly discontented with Lampai's decorum. It's the kind of flattery with royalty you would expect from Lampai, a former imperial guard. Puffer's remarks on the other hand are proof of her hate towards the regime. What about me? You ask. I simply want to blend in with my surroundings. Good of you to have come. Puffer, Lampai, and Gararifa. The princess mentioned our names? What are you surprised about? You're all infamous. Witch of the bitter cold, witch of hellfire, and witch of the plague. That's half the members of the Mad Six gathered here, and I'd say that's pretty impressive. But doesn't Her Highness reign over the said group as the crowned witch? Compared to the other witches in the group, Her Highness has been behind far more dangerous drug inventions and scandals by a long shot, but since she's of royal blood, her actions are pardoned, making her existence one of the most atrocious ones. If such a person like her is left roaming the earth freely, I have a terrible feeling an event catastrophic enough to shock the entire universe is going to fall upon us. What I really wanted to say is that I asked my stupid brother to summon you under penal servitude. I'd like you to help me out in my work. What's this job Her Highness speaks of? Some plot to eliminate all of humanity from the face of this earth? The Crowned Witch is working in a remote area like this? Are you planning to wipe out mankind or something? Puffer, at least think before you speak. I, Lampai, will be by Her Highness's side until my very last breath. I'll gladly assist the princess in her plan to eliminate mankind. Don't just readily join the bandwagon like that, Lampai. It's useless. The Mad Six really is a group for reckless people. I'm not doing any of that. It's too much trouble. So, if it wasn't troublesome, you'll do it? It's useless. The Mad Six really a group for reckless people. I'll show you my workplace. It's better to see for yourselves what you're going to help me with. As Lady Platy said that, she went back inside the large building she had come out of. I suppose this is where her workplace is. Guess it can't be helped. I'll take a look. Be it amidst a sea of flames or on land, I'll be wherever the princess is. Puffer and Lampai are both too simple-minded. Wait for me. If I'm going to be left behind here, I might as well take the plunge and enter the tiger's den. The interior was filled with a mysterious odor. It was quite intense, but oddly enough, it wasn't unpleasant. It's actually making me nostalgic somehow. This is where I process food and condiments. Condiments? You can say it's like a drug that enhances food's flavor. In that sense, I guess you could call salt a kind of condiment, too. Oh, artificially seasoning food? What a novel concept. As expected of the Crowned Witch. This is what I need you to help me with. We've been getting more and more orders lately, and my power alone isn't enough to handle all of it. 4 of the 6 Mad Witches making food together? Sounds a little pathetic to me. Puffer seemed dissatisfied. Give this a taste first and see if you could say that again. It's one of the goods I make here, and it's called soy sauce. What is this pitch black liquid? It doesn't look like it's good for the body. This isn't poison, is it? Anyway, the 3 of us took the small dish from Lady Platy and lightly licked the fingers we dipped it in. What's this? It's crazy good. Simply put, it's salty, but I sense some depth coming from a complex variety of flavors. You're amazing as always, Princess Platy. You created yet another incredible medicine. Puffer and Lampai, people who rarely compliment others, were quite generous in their replies this time around. But I must say, hats off to this black liquid's flavor. It's so good I might just wet myself. The idea wasn't mine, to be more precise. Someone else came up with it, and I simply recreated it using my magic. There's someone who can give the Lady Platy ideas. Just who is this person? I'm going to need your help to make this with me. And I'm especially expecting things from you, Gararifa. Huh? Why me? I've read the thesis you presented at the Mermaid Medical Association before. In this world, there exist invisible creatures that are different from that of a deceased spirit. Creatures so small, you can't see them with the naked eye, and they are the cause behind most diseases. The princess read my thesis? I'm not sure how to react to that. When Dear told me all about fermented food and how to make them, I immediately remembered your thesis. You may be the only one who can comprehend the concepts of microbes and fermentation that Dear talks about. I look forward to working with you, alright? Wait. Please wait a minute. Does that mean this land has everything that will more than prove my theory correct? Ferment? Microbes? I may not grasp it fully yet, but the mere idea of it appeals to me. Does that mean the tiny organisms I've been theorizing about are also mixed in this so-called soy sauce? Oh, soy sauce. How magnificent you are. Let me drink you in one gulp. Don't. Soy sauce has a dense concentration of salt that can kill you if ingested in large quantities. Chapter 67. The Three Witches' Histories. While Platy was busy entertaining the new faces, I was entertaining Prince Rauana. The 6 Mad Witches? What's with the lame, Chunabu-like name? It's the name designated to the 6 notorious mermaids in our kingdom. They are all women, hence we call them witches. Each witch was also given an alias, namely, Witch of the Bitter Cold, Witch of Hellfire, Witch of the Plague, Witch of the Abyss, Witch of Darkness, and crowned witch. It's like some middle schooler racked their brain to come up with such lame names. So, half of those people are with us today? Yes, and they were all imprisoned for various misdeeds. When it comes to the witches, perhaps owing to their extremely potent potion-making skills, their actions are more atrocious. There's a huge possibility they could bring serious harm, so we had no choice but to restrain them. That does sound dangerous. I continued to listen to the personal backgrounds of each witch who just arrived at our settlement. Or should I say, criminal records. First, we have Puffer, the witch of the bitter cold. She focused on the global circulation of mana undersea and aimed to artificially manipulate this with magic. They ridiculed her goals to be over-ambitious and that actually achieving such large-scale magic is impossible, but she was still imprisoned because of her radical idea. Where did she get her alias then? I won't go into too much detail, but it is said that by controlling the mana of the seas, the entire world can undergo a period of an ice age. If such a feat is achieved, it can also wipe out both the demon and human races. This is the actual reason behind her imprisonment. Where I also heard that she particularly fancies the use of ice-based magic and that her skills are top-notch. Second is the Witch of Hellfire, Lampai. It seems she used to serve the Royal Mermaid Court as an imperial guard. She uses magic to assist her in battle and specializes in fire-based offensive potions. The explosives she makes ignite even underwater and spreads further than any other similar potion made by researchers. They're extremely difficult to handle that no one other than her can use them. As a result, she was given the title of the strongest imperial guard at the royal palace and became one of the Mad Six. Word on the street says that she's the only sensible person among the six witches. But then, a certain incident overturned that very same reputation. A certain incident? The riot during Platy's marriage, if you recall. Platy's popularity skyrocketed so much that the demon and human races came to ask her hand in marriage. If they accepted the proposal of either one, they will be at war with the other. But that dispute was resolved when Platy married me, belonging neither to the demon nor the human race. That time, the opinion of the entire nation was split in half. They debated whether Platy should marry into the demon or human race. And then, a mermaid noble came to talk to His Majesty in person. His purpose for visiting was of course, regarding the marriage debate, but surprisingly enough, he was neutral with it. He was against Platy's marriage. Both the demon and human race cannot overlook the risks of failing to get a bride. So if we stall for time, they will eventually back off, he said. Wow, that's actually quite the composed opinion, but here's the catch. He let his tongue slip and also said that since Platy is a drug freak, things will never work out regardless of who she marries. Unfortunately for that aristocrat, Lampai the Hellfire Witch was also present in the audience hall. She heard the insults directed at the royal family loud and clear. As an imperial guard, it's good for Lampai to be loyal to the royal family, but she assaulted him on the spot and beat him to a pulp. Yikes. That aristocrat was also one of the distinguished persons in our nation and kin to the royal family. Just because he uttered a few harsh words, that still doesn't give her an excuse to assault someone in front of the king. As a result, Lampai was arrested and imprisoned then and there. After that, Platy's marriage riot came to an amicable solution without binding themselves to either race. Just as the aristocrat said, this made Lampai's standpoint more and more insignificant. At worst, she would have received capital punishment, and even at best, she would still be dismissed from her duties as an imperial guard. But since she refused to admit that it was in the wrong, we had to resort to the first solution. So, they brought her here to cool her head. I genuinely don't want any casualties. The Mad Six are also valuable people whose lives should be spared. Half the reason for imprisoning them is to protect them from discord with the public. And the person most intended for that aim is none other than Gararifa, Witch of the Plague. Her name sounds the most ominous of them all. Gararifa used to be affiliated with the Mermaid Medical Association. Magic potions are also called drugs. That is why medicinal science plays an active role in this respect, hence the Mermaid Medical Association receives the highest authority on pharmaceutical magic. You see, Gararifa proposed a slightly outrageous theory. According to her, Most illnesses are caused by tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye. So, bacteria? Isn't that normal? No, wait. People of this world still haven't discovered the existence of bacteria and other microorganisms. Even someone with a good brain like Platy was quite surprised when I told her about malt and yeast. In a world where such a futuristic claim still isn't accepted by the general public, it's only natural that those who talk about it would be treated like a freak. Her absurdity doesn't stop there. She even said that the human body remembers the characteristics of these tiny creatures that entered its system and builds resistance against it. Can you believe that? Yeah, she's talking about the immune system. She was steadfast with her own theory that when a plague broke out once, she did the unthinkable. What did she do? She drained the blood from those who have recovered from the disease and directly injected it into the body of another infected person. That's blood serum. Even though one can die from being injected with someone else's blood into their veins, she still dared to treat weakened patients like that. And so, we arrested her. She's the only person who really went nuts. As another worlder, all her actions made sense to me though, but I have to admit, injecting antibodies into someone else's system without knowing its blood type is a bit of a rash act. That's why Gararifa is the most dangerous one among the bunch. But her knowledge about magic and compounding skills are both top-notch. You must be very careful around her, Lord Saint. Yes sir. Well, all of them are still weirdos one way or another. I wonder if Platy alone can handle those oddballs. Now it's starting to make me worry. She'll be fine. If anything, Platy is the only one who can handle the Mad Six. Pardon? The Crowned Witch, head of the Six Witches, is my sister. What? She's the most troublesome person to deal with, developing new drugs that have made their marks in our history, such as the perfected human transforming drug and many other drugs that are far too dangerous they had to be banned. But since she's a princess, she cannot be imprisoned like the other witches. So, they gave her the nickname Crowned Witch. My wife was a witch. This is the real My Wife is a Witch, guys. Just kidding. Chapter 68, Witches Roundtable. What do you think of this place? Asked Puffer, Witch of the Bitter Cold. She was a woman that gave a wild impression with her long, bluish, and tousled hair. That's difficult to answer. But I can at least tell that this is a strange place, responded Lanpai, Witch of Hellfire. As her nickname suggests, she has red hair as bright as flames and is tied into a ponytail. She used to be an imperial guard, which would explain her vigorous attitude. For me, it's heaven. I want to work here for the rest of my life, said Gararifa, Witch of the Plague. For a mermaid, she has plain black and shiny hair that's cut short to a bob, giving her a younger look. Both Platy and that demon that came to greet us said that this is a settlement. In other words, this place is neither a town nor a village. Maybe this land is where they are going to start developing it. At the end of the day, we're convicts in penal servitude. Isn't this an appropriate place to serve our sentence? You mean, our work here is to help in their cultivation? I caught sight of the three girls when I was passing by the back of Platy's brewery. They were joining forwards together, like female delinquents who hang out behind the school gymnasium. But I'm fine with it, as long as I can work for the princess. Then it's no different from the time when I was serving the Mermaid Palace as an imperial guard. I'm personally not happy with how things are. Giving in to the system is just too pathetic, despite falling head over heels for Prince Arawana. You sure are rebellious. Wow, it's so obvious from an outsider's point of view. You dig people like him. Huh, Puffer? No way. He's the future king. At least agree with me. You royal suckerfish. They're so lively with their girl talk. I thought they were having some confidential conversation, but it seems I was mistaken. If we're just going to talk about love stories, why don't we go back? Said Gararifa timidly, but decisively. Didn't Lady Platy permit us to be alone for a while under the pretext of gathering our thoughts? We're just wasting our time idly chatting here. Come on, let's go back. I want to hear more about bacteria from Lady Platy. Calm down, science nerd. She's right. Well then, frankly, I'd like to discuss the one thing that worries me most, said Lanpai, Witch of Hellfire, as she lowers her voice so as not to be heard by others. Is this place within the demon race's sphere of influence? she said. What makes you think so? The demon who welcomed us earlier, Miss Batamy, I believe? She looked like your typical demon. Furthermore, the orcs and goblins that work here are anthropomorphic monsters that the demon tribe fancy using. Ah, I see. So that's what she thinks. There's a high possibility that even the head of this settlement, who seems to be called Lord Saint, is a demon. Which brings us back to Princess Platy's marriage discussion. Huh? Such a thing existed? Don't you know about it? I've been in solitary confinement for more than a year, you know. I had no idea about the happenings of the world outside during my time there. Well, I also had no idea about what's been going on these past few months. But if Princess Platy agreed to marry a demon, then Lady Platy being here connects all the dots. Lampi reacted violently upon hearing Garufa's muttering. Oh, my poor princess. You were made wife to the demons after being toyed by the government. Now, you're living in this impoverished land. If you're going to talk about who's pitiable, then aren't we the same? We're here living with them now. We deserve this as our punishment. So it doesn't really matter. On the other hand, Princess Platy did nothing wrong, and yet she gets this harsh treatment. I wonder if that's really the case. Since Lady Platy is a princess, we can overlook several things, but we mustn't forget that she's also the crowned witch. Platy, you're being dissed. But the more I leave them to their assumptions, the more they push their assumptions in a grave direction. This is where I, who happened to be passing by and overheard their conversation, saw an opportunity to take the lead. Excuse me? Whoa. I spoke out of turn that I surprised all of them. The hell's wrong with you? Could you not creep on us like that? A human? But wait, the color of his hair is a little different. Since they've been under the assumption that this is within the demon race's sphere of influence, a human like me appearing out of nowhere threw them into confusion. Nice to meet you. I'm one of the residents here. If you'd like, I can show you around. Huh? The three weren't able to hide their confusion from the proposed suggestion. By showing us around, does that mean Princess Platy has been waiting for us? Yes. As much as I hate to state the obvious, workers would be in big trouble if they were found slacking off on day one. Please wait a minute, interrupted Garufa. I think it's a good idea if he shows us around. Garufa, are you even sane? Surprisingly enough, the most docile person among the group gave the most drastic opinion, shocking everyone. We mustn't be negligent in gathering information that will help us survive here. I believe we should know as much as we can about this place, especially before we come face to face with this saint who seems to be the master of this settlement. That actually sounds terrific. Just knowing who the master is will prove advantageous to us in the future. Know your enemy before you fight them? Perfect. I just love that kind of mindset. Okay, Mr. Human. We would love to take your offer of showing us around. Could you please tell us as much as you can about this place in detail? However, you must keep this a secret from the saint. I absolutely don't want him to know that we're snooping around like this. Please. All right. I won't tell the saint about this. Who is this saint? Anyway, people call me saint, but I refuse to be called that way, so I'm definitely not him. No worries. Time to show these girls around. Chapter 69. The Welcoming. Huh? What's wrong, everyone? Said Platy as she appeared out of nowhere. Ape, Princess Platy. The three newcomers were trembling with fear from her sudden appearance. You're mistaken, Princess. We weren't planning to escape this place. I was thinking of showing them around. They look like children who had been caught red-handed pulling a prank, so I backed them up without a moment's delay. They just arrived here, so they still don't know their way around. It's important for them to know what kind of place this is before they work. Don't you agree? Oh, I see. You're right. I prioritized work so much that I ended up skipping some important phases. Platy smiled dryly as she gives herself a little scolding. What a mischievous wife I have. Princess Platy surprisingly has a meek attitude. The newcomers were baffled by the exchange Platy and I had. Just who is this human? If my guess about this place being within the demon sphere of influence is correct, then it doesn't make sense for the human race to be here. Or something like that. What are you girls talking about? This is not within the demon sphere of influence. Huh? nor is it within the human or mermaid race's sphere of influence either. If I dare say, this is a completely independent zone. An independent zone. That sounds like quite a powerful name. This is St. Cadodan's reclaimed land. Be it the humans, demons, or our fellow merfolk, anyone who dares interferes won't get away with it easily. So, put yourselves at ease about living here. Huh? But princess, how can there be such a thing as an independent zone even from the human and demon races? What if a dispute happens and they try to invade us? What then? True, that is scary. Really scary. Are you going to command those orcs and goblins working in the field right now? Monsters can indeed become a valuable asset in war, but from what I've seen so far, there were only about 10 of them. There's no way that smaller number can compete with an entire army, said Lanpai, a former Imperial Guard, as she stated her opinion distinctive of the pro. It's okay. Orcubo and the others are mutants, so each of them has more than enough combat ability to take down an entire army. They're super strong. What? And even if the situation is beyond their capacity to control, we still have that someone. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings reverberated from the sky above us. Master, I'm back. A dragon came flying in whilst flapping its wings. Ah, a dragon? Question mark. All the girls' knees gave way upon seeing the dragon's huge body on their very first day. Garufa then fainted with bubbles foaming her mouth. Hey, Platy, which one is stronger, a witch or a dragon? Obviously, a dragon is stronger by a long shot. Thought so. I just wanted to ask. I've been flying all around the place that I'm starving. We'll have more food than usual tonight to celebrate those ants' arrival, right? Naturally. This babbling dragon is none other than my wife, Vale. It's nice to exercise a bit before eating, but if she's using up her energy, I'd like for her to use it on doing some more constructive labor instead. Oh well. A dragon is a dragon, Princess Platy. I'll defend you from this fiend in exchange for my life. Please run somewhere far and safe. A deranged Lampai stands unarmed in an attempt to block Vale's way, but, don't worry. She's like a pet to Deer. A pet? Deer also has this dragon serving him. With her around, she can instantly kill the human and demon races even if they charge all together. So, rest assured. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to treat your co-resident like a pet. Sure, Vale doesn't have any fixed work to do, lives idly, has fickle behavior, and completely ignores you if she's not in the mood to be loved. As if that wasn't already enough, when she feels like playing, she would keep entertaining us, just like now. And the more you pat her head or stroke under her chin at times like this, the more she purrs happily. Yeah, okay, I guess she is a pet. But, who is this dear of yours, princess? Of course, he's my husband. Who else? He's the saint and master of this place. Upon hearing this, Puffer and Lampai trembled violently. Garufa is still unconscious. Husband? Does that mean you're married to the saint, princess? Yeah, his wife is the crowned witch. And he even has a dragon with him? Just what kind of person is he? Why are you still wondering about that when he's literally right in front of you? The moment Platy said that, Miss Bittercold and Miss Hellfire were shocked. Garufa, well, she's still unconscious. Huh? What do you mean? Isn't this human some ordinary worker here? Just when I was about to accept the fact that my cover's blown and decide to finally introduce myself to them, I suddenly felt chills down my spine. Eek. What's this chill I'm feeling? Even I, witch of bitter cold, am affected by it. This sign means that he must have come too. Oh, you came at the right time. No, I invited him to. I told him he's free to come to tonight's welcome party for our newcomers. It's the Lifeless King. He visited us again with that ghastly air always surrounding him. The Lifeless King is Harry, not just the dragon, but also the Lifeless King. Maybe it was because of the aura or the ghastly air the King of Death has around him. But Puffer and Lampai have reached their limit and fainted as well. Garufa finally rose from her unconscious state at this time, but the moment she saw Sensei, she immediately fainted again. Thank you for inviting me here today, Lord Saint. Oh, no, we're neighbors. It's only natural. They're unconscious right now, but they are our new residents. The dragon and the Lifeless King are the world's greatest calamities. They are sinister beings you must prepare yourself for, and for the destruction of your nation if you ever encounter either one of them. I tried to delay their face-to-face meeting with them for the same reasons, but now that one came right after the other, it must have been mentally taxing for them. I should probably plan things better the next time I introduce them to someone. After Puffer, Lampai, and Garufa woke up, we held their welcome party. We served a feast with plenty of vegetables we grew on the farm as well as meat from the monsters we hunted in the mountain dungeon. Good. So good. Who knew the condiments Princess Platy made in her warehouse can produce such a grand feast? I can't wait to make condiments and learn more about bacteria. The three ladies voraciously ate their food as they praised Platy non-stop. I'm the one who cooked those dishes, though. But there's no doubt that Platy's condiments played an important role in it. At our welcome party, we had our residents Platy, Vale, Belina, Baitami, Orcubo's team, as well as our friends Prince Arauana and Sensei. The party was lively and was a great success. Let's hope our newcomers will be able to adjust to life here quickly. Chapter 70, The Witch's First Day of Work. Their work began the very next morning after the welcome party. I'm sure you already know what this place is and how it came to be. Puffer, Lampai, and Garufa sat right next to each other as Platy assumed a teacher-like stance in front of them. She was the one who originally asked for helpers, so I'm going to leave this to her. What I want you to do is assist me in making fermented food and medicine. We'll also be researching new food development in response to Dear's requests. I possibly can't take all of these by myself, but by splitting the load between us four, it should make things easier, said Platy as she was a little teary-eyed. Forgive me, but you won't be carrying this load all on your own anymore. I've already asked my stupid brother to bring in the compounding equipment for you, so you can start working right away. But, Platy suddenly stopped her lesson and turned towards me. Why are you all here, huh? Starting from me, Vale, Baitami, Belina, and the entire monster team all gathered behind Platy. Prince Rauana and Sensei were a little tipsy from last night's party, so they already went home. Don't you have your own work to do? Get back to work. Sure, we have the fields to take care of and stuff, but what? As the master of this land, I want to witness how the newcomers are being trained, was the excuse I came up with. As a matter of fact, I was curious about how newcomers were being guided here, so I wanted to watch. Madame, with all due respect, we, the monster team, are going to take in new staff soon. Hence, please allow us to observe your method of teaching the newcomers, said Orcubo on behalf of the monster team. Now, these guys are the ones who take things seriously. Baitami and Belina were next. We thought it would be interesting to watch. Straight up honest. I like it. Last but not the least, Vale. I have nothing else to do. Good lord. Work then. That's how things are, Mrs. Platy. So, please allow us to watch and observe. You say that, but these girls aren't amateurs. They have adequate experience already. They're immediately effective workers who can start right away without my guidance. So, I don't think this will be useful as a reference to you, Orcubo. I guess she's right. They are members of the Great Mad Witches, including my wife, a notorious group infamous in the mermaid world. No matter how many times I utter its name, it still sounds so lame. If it's just normal compounding, I can show it to you right away, 3 times faster than normal. While I was serving as an Imperial Guard, I neglected anything unrelated to the compounding of offensive magic potions. I would appreciate it if you would give me some time to get the hang of things once again. I'll be more than happy to cultivate malt and yeast. These newcomers sure are more than handy. In case anyone forgot, these 3 women used to be prisoners of the Mermaid Kingdom. Their reason for being here is also under some kind of plea bargain. I was worried about employing such people easily since some of them have complicated reasons, such as avoiding strife with a certain authority or fixing their anger issues. But Platy, the employer herself, seemed to be fine with it. Don't worry. All 3 of them have their own reasons to willingly work here, declared Platy to me last night. First, we have Lampai, the Witch of Hellfire. She used to serve the Mermaid Kingdom as an Imperial Guard. Hence her loyalty to Platy is absolute. Heck, The reason why she ended up being here was that she beat up a mermaid aristocrat who bad-mouthed her princess. And since she's that devoted to serving Platy, she wouldn't even think of doing anything rash such as running away or defying her. If anything, she would savor the joys of life just following Platy like a dog. Next is Garufa, the Witch of the Plague. She is a woman with undeniable talent who foresaw the existence of bacteria in this fantasy parallel world. But that also brought ruin upon her as she was driven out of her nation and was brought here. For her, my soy sauce, miso, and dried yeast ideas validate her theories. In other words, their gospel. She would be more than glad to engage herself in work here because of her disposition as a researcher who wants to prove the legitimacy of her theories and take them further. Or so what Platy told me last night about her. Lastly, we have Puffer, the Witch of the Bitter Cold. She sounds like the hardest nut to crack out there, isn't she? What with this rebellious aura surrounding her as if signaling others to make her submit to you by force. At first, even Platy seemed worried about how to handle her, but after last night's party, she was completely relieved. She said she's the tamest one among the three. I wondered at that time what she meant by those words, but I gradually came to understand. This young lady who seemed fairly temperamental was sitting right next to Prince Rauana and looked like she didn't want to leave his side at the party last night. She was even enthusiastically pouring alcohol into Prince Rauana's cup. Since we don't have the capacity to brew alcoholic beverages yet, all the liquor was brought by Prince Rauana. She kept on insisting and making him drink it as if trying to take advantage of his drunken stupor so he'll make the moves on her. From then on, I knew for sure that Puffer is going to do a great job here, doing her best so that the prince wouldn't hate her, and if things go well enough, she might even score plus points from him. The 6 witches may have problems behavior-wise, but they were chosen as such because of the excellent ability they possess as pharmaceutical magic specialists, muttered Platy. It means one is qualified enough to be chosen as the Mermaid Queen in terms of true strength. My brother, the next in line to the throne, is at greater risk of being politically used than I am. So it's better to take action sooner rather than later. She added, such things were going on at the party last night. Anyway, let's bring ourselves back to the present time. Platy started giving instructions to her first ever assistants right away. All right, Puffer. There's something I want you to do. I don't really like being bossed around, but there's no help in it. So? What is it? I'll show you what I can do with my title of the Witch of the Bitter Cold on the line. Practice on confessing. What? Puffer lost her composure like some innocent young maiden. What the hell are you talking about? Who's going to confess to who? To my stupid brother? Of course. Now, repeat after me. I like you. Will you please go out with me? Come on. Like hell I'll do that. They were called here to work and yet things have already taken a change of course. If that's the case, we might as well enjoy it. Chapter 71, The With's Pajama Party. I, Puffer, Witch of the Bitter Cold, have just finished my first day on the job. The job itself was done relatively early that it wasn't even worth calling a job for us. But the princess let us go, saying there's nothing else to do for the day. We had free time to ourselves until we were called to eat with the rest of the people who have come back from their field work. Then, we ate supper, which was once again delicious to the point of tears. After that, we cleaned ourselves and headed to bed. I share a room with Lanpai and Garufa in the main house where the saint lives. He said that he would renovate the house one of these days and provide each one of us with our own rooms. But hey, I talked to Lanpai and Garufa who are going to be my roommates for a while. Isn't all of this too good to be true? The moment I brought this up, the two of them responded with a sour look on their faces. I was just thinking of the same thing, said Lanpai as she pinched the hem of her pajamas. This sleepwear made by Miss Batamy is so high class. I can feel that it's completely different starting from the material it's made of. Really? None of the merfolk nobles I've witnessed during my time as an imperial guard wore such smooth and shiny fabric. Garufa said it's called silk. The fabric aside, even the design is amazing. It's so cute, frilly, and it doesn't suit Lampai when she wears it. I could say the same thing to you. Don't even say it. You're not the only one who feels weird in frilly pajamas. All right, but even this bedroom has an air of luxury to it. This so-called tatami is fine as well. It seems tatami is a special kind of flooring made of woven grass, and stroking it gave me a peculiar but addicting feeling. This bedding is also very clean and fluffy. We truly are blessed. I've never felt this blessed ever since I became an Imperial Guard. Maybe this settlement is even more amazing than we thought. I suppose it's all thanks to the power of the saint who first started his cultivation here. We all mistook him for a mere manservant and treated him roughly at first. Yeah, we first met him behind our workplace, the brewery. He had no aura at all, so we never expected him to be the saint. It's hard to visualize a mere human being the leader of a settlement full of demons and monsters. Nonetheless, all of us apologized as much we could after regaining consciousness. After gathering information from Lady Platy and the others, I have confirmed that Lord Saint's true identity is a summons. Summons? What's that? You really are the type that's ignorant about everything else not related to your field of interest. That's commendable as a researcher, though. According to Lampai's explanation, the word summons refers to a person summoned from a different world using Zeus's magic that lets you distort space and connect worlds. It seems they were summoned by the human race to win the war against the demons. That's cruel. Even those from another world have their own lives to deal with. This is not the first time the human race did something sleazy. In any case, Lord Saint possesses both abilities and knowledge that differ from ours. It's wholly due to his power that this land has developed this much. Lord Saint is amazing. Garufa surprised me with her sudden remark after she kept silent this entire time. I think she's been waiting for the right timing to join in on the conversation. Lord Saint knew about the truth behind the tiny creatures I've been advocating. He says they're called bacteria. Living organisms are made up of hundreds of thousands of tiny cells, and bacteria are one of those. Muhahaha. Calm down, calm down. It feels great to have your theories proven correct by someone. This place must feel like a utopian frontier for Garufa where she can prove her theory correct. Supposing she was asked to leave this place, she would certainly refuse with all her might. But what does everyone really think? What do you mean? Life here. To be frank, we were sent here as punishment for our crimes in the Mermaid Kingdom. It would have taken over 100 years in prison, but they shortened it by making us serve our sentence here instead. When I was told that, I was afraid of what kind of hell we would be transferred to, but when I got here, as it turns out, it's heaven. The food is good and so is the bed we sleep on. Even the job here is fun and worthwhile. Everything feels so cozy that it doesn't feel like I'm being punished at all. I'm sure Garufa would agree with me. But as for Lampai, I'm prepared to work here for the rest of my life. Thought so. Her beloved princess stays here. After all, if there's one person I'm worried about, it's you, Puffer. Me? I easily get bored. So if things come to that, I can just run away from here. Well, I've got some tempting news for you. I heard that Prince Rauana comes here at least once a week. What? That often? No way. Why are you even telling me that? It has nothing to do with me. You're still saying that? Everyone knows about it already. Save for the prince himself, though. That's just sad. There is no place in the Mermaid Kingdom where you can meet the prince weekly. I, as a former Imperial Guard, can attest to this. Like I said, even Princess Platy approves of it, so why don't you give it a try? Did you know that if a witch gets married to the Mermaid King, they get called Dark Queen? As in Puffer, Dark Queen of the Bitter Cold. Although people might confuse it with the actual queen from the Demon Kingdom. Stop it. Puffer, Dark Queen of the Bitter Cold. Puffer, Dark Queen of the Bitter Cold. Puffer, Dark Queen of the Bitter Cold. I can't help but ponder over it. I covered my beet red face as I rolled around the futon. Good thing the futon is directly on top of the tatami. Had it been a bed, you would have fallen off by now. No, just no. What do you mean? I've done nothing but reckless things throughout my life, and all sorts of people hate me. I'll only bring trouble to Prince Rauana if I become his wife. That's so unlike you. So, are you giving up on being his legal wife and become his concubine instead? Concubine? The queen is the official partner of the king. So it's only natural that she gets a lot of flack. If Lord Arowana is the one who will bear responsibility for the Mermaid Kingdom's future, then having 4 to 5 concubines by his side shouldn't be a problem. No, why not? I think it's a good idea. That doesn't sound romantic at all. Are you some maiden? It's all right. I'm more than satisfied to see Lord Arawana's face once a week here. Let's not bring up this topic ever again. I'll be working harder at the brewery starting tomorrow. Huh? What's wrong, Garufa? You've been staring at me silently for some time now. To think our chat ended with a love story. This makes it look like we're having an actual pajama party. Hell if I care. Chapter 72, Insatiability. Our newcomers are such a great help. But I bet Platy is the one who feels most grateful here. She's been assuming responsibility for the production of fermented food and the medicine all this time that she definitely must have been overworked. On top of that, as my wife, she also looks after all of us and manages our coordination with each other. So her schedule really is murderous. It must have been even harder to support me as I bustle about here and there wherever my interests take me. I should have taken things into account sooner and made the necessary improvements. Now that we have more people with us, Platy can entrust the brewery work to the newcomers and concentrate on supporting me, almost like a secretary. She knows exactly what my schedule is, when and where I'll be, and reports any of the residents' wishes to me. Everyone is grateful for this because it has saved each section from being short-handed. We also assigned Puffer to become the new head of the brewery. For example, when I went there to pick up the souvenirs to bring to Sensei, she looked at me discontentedly and grumbled. When I told her what I wanted, she reluctantly took out several packs of pickled radishes from the vat. And was actually way more than what I asked for. You're going to ask him for a favor, aren't you? Then don't be stingy about it. She scolded. As you probably heard from the princess, Garufa just finished her portion of samples, so give those a taste. Also, I'm going to do the pickling tomorrow, so could you tell Lanpai to come back here because I'm going to need extra hands. Oh, and tell the princess to drop by every once in a while. She's still the head of this place, more or less, said Puffer as she gave one order after the other. She looks a delinquent from the outside, but in reality, she's surprisingly the responsible type. One more thing, said Puffer again, but this time bashfully. When will Lord Arowana pay a visit? That was cute of her. Let me add something regarding our 3 new ladies. Lampai, Witch of Hellfire, and also ex-Imperial Guard, said the other day. Will you please let me do the hunting work too? It's not that I'm unsatisfied with my duties at the brewery, but my nature is such that if I'm not regularly active, I get out of shape. I don't mind working in the field, but if possible, I prefer hunting as it helps me regain my fighting instincts. I wanted to ask her what she plans on doing once she gets that feeling back, but I also wanted to respond to the residents' wishes as much as possible, so I let her join the orcs who were on their way to the dungeon. I heard she played a very active part there, though I expected as much from someone who was an Imperial Guard in their previous job. As her alias, Witch of Hellfire, suggests, she excelled in the use of fire magic potions that it even surpasses that of Platy. She would close in on her opponents and burn them in an instant with her potions, then scoring cheers from the orcs. However, because she thoroughly burnt each monster they came across, the spoils from their hunt were rendered utterly useless. She says that she can only deal with monsters that have no usable parts in any way. As for our plague witch, Garufa, well, she was the most intense of them all. She wrung out every bit of information from my brain regarding bacteria and fermentation for an entire day. What magnificent creatures bacteria are. I never would have guessed they are also involved in the making of butter and cheese. It seems dairy products are a thing in this world. I want some milk, too. Except, we don't have any cows that can give it to us. I searched every nook and cranny of Sensei and Vale's dungeons for any cow-type monster that can be used as a substitute, but there weren't any. Besides, looking after a cow isn't as easy as a Yoshikamo or a silkworm. As much as I'd like to have one, I guess I'm going to have to put this matter away for some other time. There are still many things that I want but haven't been able to finish yet, such as the waterway, rice, kiln, and bathhouse. Yet here is someone who's lavishing her greed more than I do. Lord Saint. Bacteria are involved not only in the making of butter and cheese but also in the brewing of alcohol, right? Why yeah, I want to try brewing some. I want to witness for myself the process by which the bacteria break down the sugars into alcohol. Garufa's passion for bacteria is amazing. Liquor, huh? Yeah, even I would love to have some. While the variety of food that we had at the welcome party the other day was ample, without the ever so important alcohol, it would have lacked excitement. Prince Rauana brought them from the Mermaid Kingdom and somehow managed to keep his composure. I'd like to entertain everyone with homemade liquor next time. But we have none of the main ingredients used to make all sorts of liquor, such as grapes for wine, rice for Japanese sake, and wheat for beer. Wait, no, we do. We do have wheat. In fact, we have it both floured and unfloured, which we used a while back to bake bread. But can beer really be made from it? There's more than one kind of wheat, after all. I've heard of barley and rye, too. I just don't know which exact one is used to make beer. Oh, well, I'll leave that to Garufa and let her research it thoroughly. These girls are so outstanding that they can come up with the correct interpretation from the rough hints I give them. Since they are witches from the Mad Six. Sorry, they don't like that name, so they get angry when they're called by it. But will we do it in the brewery that we have once? We're going to brew some alcohol. I somehow don't like that idea. We must prepare a special brewery for it, appoint Garufa as head, and let her do her research to her heart's content. My dreams are running wild. In that case, we're going to have to build another building as big as our food storage and brewery. We haven't even finished the waterway, bathhouse, or even the kilns yet. The things I want to build only keep on increasing. Somebody, stop me. Stop this unending desire of mine. Chapter 73. Army Corps. We recruited 45 orcs and 45 goblins to our settlement. A total of 90 new monsters. Add this to Orcubo's monster team of 10, and we already have 100. It was quite a drastic reinforcement. Had I not done this, I wouldn't be able to complete everything I wanted while I lived. Of course, we all got them from Sensei's cave dungeon. Perhaps the souvenirs Puffer gave to me in excess did its charm because he gladly let me recruit that many monsters. I knew the day would come when you'd say that, so I already prepared them in advance for you, Lord Saint, said Sensei. Please don't hesitate to ask me anything that you need, for I have already pledged allegiance to you. Besides, neighbors must always help each other. I guess the reason why everything goes well is not because of the souvenirs I bring him and the like, but because Sensei is genuinely a good undead king. Anyway, we instantly became one big family, an army of 100 monsters, both old and new. Naturally, they will be managing agriculture and public works, not for invasion. Just so you know, the newcomers will get their command and training from the monsters already with us. That is, the orcs and goblins led by Orcubo. Let me introduce them once again. Orcubo, leader of the orc team, and Gobukachi, leader of the goblin team, have already made their appearance several times. Here's a more complete list of the rest. Orcubo, leader, Orkra, Orkma, Orninashi, Orkdoba, all were named by yours truly. I hope you can overlook the fact that I ran out of ideas midway through. As for the goblins, I couldn't come up with good puns for them like the orcs, so they're as direct as they can be. Gobukachi, leader, Goburo, Gobuiko, Gobusimon, Gobunashin. Why do I feel like I'm running out of ideas from every fourth monster? By the way, Gobusimon's name was mentioned during the Sumo tournament as the second runner-up. His legendary bout with Prince Rauana is still talked about even today. Whenever the prince comes to visit, it seems they have a little bout during their spare time. The recruits would be then assigned to each of these orcs and goblins. I decided to have them form a team of 10, 1 senior and 9 recruits. Orcubo and the other older monsters will be the leaders of each team, so congratulations to them. I hope they take good care of their new subordinates. This time, I won't get myself directly involved with the new orcs and goblins because of the Hand of Supremacy. When I came into contact with the very first orcs, they developed their own consciousness. Not only that, the orcs mutated into warrior orcs and goblins into Spartan orcs, making them several times stronger. They were all a result of mere coincidence, and I'm grateful to have their good company, but it feels like pseudo-life dwells in them somehow. It's as if I have one foot in God's work. Its limitlessness scares me. In order to put a stop to this, I won't get in direct contact with the new monsters to keep them from having an ego of their own with the hand of supremacy. A month or so has passed since. Listen up, we're doing our best today. Yeah, we're working for the sake of our Lord. Work. What are an orc's strong points? Strength and toughness. What are a goblin's strong points? Speed and dexterity. And for who do we put these to good use? For our Lord, Saint Kidden. All right, let's get to work. We'll do our best. Huh? Are my ears fooling me, or are the new orcs and goblins having a fluent conversation with Orcubo and the others? It was a little intense, but you can sense a hint of intelligence in their exchange. Why, they've been doing that for days. You know, said Platy, they were doing that while I was busy hammering out mana metal axes and scythes for them to use. They said doing that at the start of their day really gets them going. In fact, their work performance has also increased. Orkra's team has already completed the house expansion. We can send them to offer backup to the other teams. Oh? Gobu Eco's team is also about to finish their work too, so you can rush the field expansion now. I'm leaving that area completely up to you, dear. Everything's going well. Everything's going well. But the new orcs and goblins are developing their own egos. They're mutating, said Sensei as he finished appraising them. As expected, they all mutated into stronger monsters. The orcs became warrior orcs while the goblins became Spartan goblins. But why? I didn't come in contact with them at all. We may not be aware of it, but we are still in contact with each other by being in the same place. Is that really how it is? So now, even our settlement's recruits will gradually become an actual army? But if they also mutate, then Orcubo and the older monsters will lose face. Since their privilege as team leader will now become a simple senior-junior relationship. About Orcubo's generation, said Sensei as he foreshadowed something ominous. They're also mutating in their own way. What? It's called Stage 2 mutation. I only know about it through hearsay, never through actually witnessing it myself. So, it seems the warrior orcs and Spartan goblins further mutated into Legatus orcs and brave goblins, respectively. They say the strength of a Stage 2 mutated monster is such that it can pulverize an average hero in one blow. And now that they're commanding an actual army of Stage 1 mutated orcs and goblins, both the human and demon races would be experiencing a living nightmare. Haha, no way. Orcubo and Co. are just harmless, gentle monsters who excel at cultivating. Now, how about we get on with another day of work? Note, the orc names are puns perhaps based on a famous Japanese statesman, Okubo Toshimaki, a vegetable, okra, a popular Japanese company, Okuma Corporation, the Japanese god of agriculture, Okunai-nashi, and the 10th month of the year, October, respectively. As for the goblins, their names are comprised of kanji that are commonly used for Japanese names for guys. Chapter 74, Completion Rush. I was able to complete all sorts of things as I immersed myself in my work. First, our expanded house. In addition to the private rooms I promised Puffer, Lampai, and Garufa to have, we also dedicated a large space for Betami's clothing room. It's a sort of reward on its own after she worked hard to produce clothes for our new monster army. Next, we have started building the foundation for the liquor-exclusive brewery right next to the general brewery. Our goal is to start with beer since it has the most convenient ingredients. Platy and Garufa will combine their ideas from the methods I suggest and give them a go through trial and error. We'll first try wheat and barley. We got our barley from the time I made the mistake of growing it with red beans instead of wheat and soybeans with the hand of supremacy. Will we finally be able to make use out of it? It all depends on Garufa's efforts. We officially appointed her as the head of the liquor brewery while the general brewery's ownership was transferred from Platy to Puffer. She is very eager to make a new variation of pickled radishes, as well as continuing to make miso and soy sauce. After knowing Prince Araoana's love for the pickled radishes, she's been giving her all to make ones that better suit his palate. I left the management of all of these plus the food storage to Platy. Of course, she's still my assistant as the owner of this land. As for Lampai, she was appointed the role of offering support as per the situation required. And then, we finally completed the kiln that we've been working on for some time. Up until now, we've only been using plates I brought from the capital or made from carved wood. With more people at our settlement, some had to put up with using leaves as a substitute. But now that we have the kiln, we can make chinaware. I'll try and imitate how the potters do it. But if I don't like how it turns out, I can just smash it to pieces. Just kidding. I can't do that. We must take good care of things. In fact, with the monster team suddenly inflating to 100 at once, it has put a huge load on all sorts of aspects. There isn't enough space for them to live, and we often have a shortage of daily necessities and food. At first, the new monsters lived off of absorbing mana as any typical monster does, but the development of their self-awareness also came with the necessity to intake food, making things tighter for us. To make up for the shortage, they get by hunting in the mountain dungeon or gathering shellfish and fish from the seashore. Batami worked hard to make clothes for all of them, and we also expanded their longhouse. Once the confusion caused by the rapid expansions and development subsided, we were finally able to complete the last project from the list, the waterway. Now, we have water flowing into our settlement straight from the tributary. As one would expect, not even the Hand of Supremacy can keep up with filtering seawater now that we have over 100 people with us. Phew, just in the nick of time. With our secure water source enough to sustain a large group, we can finally start farming for rice. We Japanese are known for our rice. Our efforts of holding a lavish feast and mass recruitment will now bear fruit. The soil plowed by the Hand of Supremacy works perfectly as a paddy field, even with water drawn from the canal. The soil keeps it in place without absorbing it. After spreading large amounts of hyperfertilizer across the entire field to stimulate growth and preparing the rice seedlings we planted in advance, we are ready. In order to plant the rice, all the settlement's residents gathered at once. The more the merrier, after all. Besides, with this many people, we can also finish planting faster. Thus, all the ladies gathered in one rice field. Platy, Vale, Batami, Belina, Puffer, Lampai, and Gararufa each took a lane of their own. I and the monster army stood by to watch. Once this field is finished, we will move on to the other fields. So, this first rice planting is more like an opening ceremony. Lord Saint, I would like to withdraw from this activity. We haven't even started yet, but Gararufa already declared her withdrawal. Naturally, I didn't permit her. I beg of you, Lord Saint. If I participate in a competition where both Lady Platy and Lady Vale are present, I'll be defeated in an instant. She further appealed, teary-eyed. Don't worry. This is just an event where we work together to plant the seedlings. We won't be competing for speed or anything like that. Vale. Looks like now's the time to find out who is Dear's real wife between us two. Funny how a mermaid dares to stand up to a dragon. Let me show you how different we really are. I can almost see a line of spark forming between Platy and Vale. This isn't a competition, alright? I've always wanted an opportunity that will clarify who's the most superior here. I'm hyped up for this. I will be your strength and life. Princess Platy. Let me offer you my support as you take on the world's strongest dragon. Let's show them what we demons are made of. Belina. Naturally, Batami. We'll never be able to face Miss Ustas if we back down here. I let Gararufa withdraw and made her a medic instead. Looks like this rice planting will not proceed peacefully. Chapter 75, Rice Planting. Thus began the very first rice planting race amongst the ladies at our settlement. It looks like the person who plants the most seedlings in the shortest time possible will be declared the winner. Prize? None. I never intended this activity to be a competition in the first place. It was supposed to have everyone get along and experience rice planting together, and yet, each of them took it upon themselves and put their dignity on the line. So, they better not be coming to me for a prize, because I didn't prepare any. The winner of this competition will receive even greater favor from Master. What absurd prize are they making up now? Sparks continued to form between Platy and Vale. I want nothing more than to be of service to Princess Platy. On the occasion that I win, I will offer the prize to the princess, said Lampai, unwavering in her resolve. As for Puffer HMPH, that doesn't fire me up. Why would I concern myself with a lanky land dweller? Maybe I should just withdraw like Gararifa. If you win, I'll set you up on a special date with my stupid brother. Stop getting the wrong idea. Although Puffer denied it through words, she patted her cheeks and braced herself. Aren't they being too excited about this? Just don't go too far and get yourselves hurt, okay? As mentioned earlier, the person who plants the most seedlings within the given time limit will be declared the winner. And before I realized it, Okubo and Co. have made and set up a scoreboard to count the seedlings planted by each contestant. Even the monster army had already chosen which contestant to root for. The venue was filled with a competitive feeling in the air. And then, the competition started. Higher, 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 higher. Woo. The first to head straight for a dash were the oldest residents, Platy and Vale, as they bend and thrust seedlings one after the other into the mud. Their speed was almost double that of the other contestants. If you think about it, there's no way Vale would fall behind the others in any kind of competition. She's a dragon, after all. Her transcendental magic allows her to shift back and forth between her human and dragon forms at will. Out of curiosity, I once asked how strong she is in her human form. She told me that she can use her dragon magic with ease regardless of her physical appearance. So, even if she were to fight against the human or demon race in her current form, she can still annihilate them all with one hand. In fact, thanks to her smaller stature compared to when she's a dragon, she can even perform minute tasks, making it more convenient. This time, she strengthened her human form with magic and planted the seedlings at a tremendous speed. But Platy won't be outdone with this, either. Merfolk have always had strong muscles. As a race that swims in the oceans, their strong hips allow them to twist and wade through the water. This point was ultimately proven during the time Prince Rauana emerged as the champion in the Sumo tournament. Platy submerges her hips into the slippery mud as she steadily plants the seedlings. Looks like things really turned into a one-on-one heated battle between the two of them as speculated. There's a speculation going on? The odds are 1-2 for Lady Platy and 1-1 for Lady Vale. You're betting on them? This is Okubo reporting live. I will be providing the commentary, but the situation seems to be in favor of the strongest race, the dragon. The number of seedlings Vale has planted is steadily outnumbering Platy. Oh no, at this rate, Princess Platy will suffer defeat, grumbled Lampai, who was planting the seedlings at her own pace. I, Lampai, will turn into a snake or a moray for the sake of the princess. I shall become a stepping stone to the princess' victory. The rest of the ladies continued to plant the seedlings, unaffected by the situation around them. However, Lampai increased her speed several folds and charged at Vale like a fighting bull. Vale was still immersed in rice planting, so she didn't notice Lampai coming at her from behind. As a result, they collided head-on. Or should I say, butt-on? But of course, because Vale's body, including her butt, is currently strengthened by dragon magic, Lampai, who collided one-sidedly with her, was sent flying. Lampai, retired for sabotage and going outside the field. Even though Vale has a human form that resembles that of a Lily's, Lampai's muscular butt lost over a small one. I guess Vale really is going to totally win this. But just when I was thinking that the wall of the strongest race was too formidable, an unanticipated development occurred. I'm fed up with this. What? Vale, who had the lead over every other contestant by a long shot, suddenly said that dragons, who seemed to be flawless beings at a glance, lacked one thing: concentration. They lacked the patience to keep doing the same thing for an extended period of time. It hasn't even been over 30 minutes since they started, but Vale was already showing signs of boredom. Planting rice requires an excruciating effort that lasts for several days. I can't be bothered with something so plain and boring. Just hurry up and declare me as the winner so I can go play. As the strongest race, dragons can kill most opponents in one turn. As a result, They never developed the tenacity to settle down and deal with something for a long time. Even one of those fish legs already retired. If there are any meddlers, I'll use my breath to wipe them out and claim my victory. No, that's a disqualification for you. Even Lampi was eliminated for going out of her lane. HMPH. Then this doesn't make it a competition anymore, said Platy as she immediately assessed the situation. Everyone, let's all work together against Veil. Okay. Understood, Miss Platy. The demon combo of Betamy and Belina followed Platy, threw themselves upon Veil from 3 different sides, and held her down firmly. What's with this weak power? Do you really think you can restrict me with just this? I can break free as soon as I revert to my dragon form. In fact, I can do that now. Wait, said Platy with a hint of desperation in her voice. This is the first time I ever experienced running on slushy and slippery mud. I can actually lose my footing here more than I anticipated. The more you run, the more you lose balance, and you immediately slip if you stop. So you're left with no choice but to keep running. It seems Betamy and Belina felt the same way. Just when I was about to fall, I decided to grab onto Veil. She's still our target after all. You also thought of the same thing too, Miss Platy. Hence, we can only keep our balance by leaning on you, Miss Veil. Even now, my feet keep sinking into the mud. I feel like I'm going to slip at any time. Just as they said, their slanting posture is slowly getting shallower and shallower as the 3 of them lean on Veil at an inclined angle. Turns out, it was the muddy field that was to be feared, not Veil. You blockheads. Damn it, get off me. Fall into the mud for all I care. Don't be like that, Miss Veil. She's right. I made these clothes specifically for today's activity. It would be too sad to have it covered in mud on the very first day we wear it, said Betamy, as she cries out in grief. You think I care about that? How about I just transform into a dragon now and use that momentum to send the 3 of you flying? Veil, I called out to her from outside the field. If you transform into a dragon or use offensive magic from where you stand, we'll disqualify you. Not only that, but I also won't give you food for 3 days. What? She leaves me no choice. Her transformation will only ruin the paddy field. What am I supposed to do then? Stop leaning on me and stop groping my chest. Who's the one shoving their face in my butt? Stop flailing around. Your movements will just make us sink further into the mud. Miss Veil, let's all just get covered in mud and become fertilizer for the rice paddies. Thus, Veil, Platy, Betamy, and Belina crashed into each other and retired from the competition. I thought this match was going to be voided because of everyone's self-sabotage, but there was one more person in the field. Puffer. She continued to plant the seedlings steadily and quietly, unperturbed neither by Veil's rampage nor by Platy's sedition. She topped everyone's records, making her win the race. She may have a delinquent-like attitude, but she can actually work hard and steadily. After the commotion that just happened, all of us, including the monster army, planted rice in the remaining rice paddies. Now, we wait for the ears to bear fruit. Thanks to Platy's hyper-fertilizer that we spread earlier, their growth is also enhanced. I can't wait for the harvesting season to come. Chapter 76. The Demon King's Revisitation. Just after we finished planting all the seedlings, Mr. Zed and the Demon King came to visit us again. He can come and go as he pleases, all thanks to the waypoints Belina has been managing up till now. Nonetheless, it has been a while since the last time he visited, so everyone was in a welcoming mood. Naturally, Mrs. Zusters, now Demon Queen, is also with him. She was happy to see her former subordinates Betamy and Belina again. We missed you, Miss Zusters. You became even more beautiful during the short time you were away. A complete bystander like me can tell that their words weren't mere flattery. Mrs. Zusters, former Heavenly King now promoted to the wife of the Demon King, has truly become beautiful as if to match her title as Demon Queen. Her beauty has a sense of dignity to it, and though her new dress made by Betamy may restrict her movements, it makes her look more like royalty. The couple looks the same as before. Except there was something a little different this time. Who is she? I asked, referring to the other woman accompanying them. However, It was difficult to tell if she is a woman or not from a glance because of her muscular and wild-looking appearance. Her dark skin, characteristic of the demon race, is also darker, probably from getting tanned. Even her height was almost similar to that of the demon lords. Let me introduce her to you. This is one of the 4 heavenly kings, Glacia the Malicious. Oh, I see. Before I go into a detailed explanation about this person, please let me apologize for my long absence. According to him, cleaning up the rebels causing havoc during his absence took a lot of time. He only finished everything the other day, apparently. As expected, it was the other heavenly kings who took the liberty of discussing my marriage with Lady Platy and plotted Asta's expulsion. Is it perhaps that person who caused it all? I asked as I glanced at the sulking Miss Heavenly King. No, she's different. I already made the rest of them take full responsibility and step down from their position as Heavenly King. So, I came to bring good news that things are finally settled. That's good to hear. But then, who is this person you brought with you? Everyone couldn't divert their interest away from the sulking Miss Heavenly King. Our demon queen on the other hand only kept smiling bitterly. She's the reason for our visit today. It pains me to say this, but I need your help once again, Lord Saint. What do you mean by that? Apparently, this Glacia turned against the Demon King to take over his position during his absence. Other mobs attempted the same, but they were also exterminated altogether in one fell swoop with the Demon King's clever tactics. Now, everything is ideal enough to establish a new order of things with Mrs. Zusters as the Demon Queen. Only Glacia remains the sole problem in this situation, said the Demon King with difficulty. She's the highest-ranking person among those who participated in the recent mutiny. Even the flamboyance of her actions surpassed the rest. After all, she boldly declared that she will overthrow me and become the next Demon King. There really is no turning back on that one. But are you going to execute her now that you've oppressed her? The Demon King shook his head in response to Platy's frightening question. I commend Glacia's splendor and bravery. She was unlike the others who were only beating around the bush and were trying to use cheap tricks to legally force me out of my title, said the Demon King, so on and so forth. Thus, in order to spare someone as remarkable as her, I decided to keep her position as Heavenly King. I figured if I could thoroughly oppress her and then make her surrender, this could convince the people around me and uphold discipline. By the way, the rest of the mobs who tried to snatch the throne from the Demon King through their schemes didn't get away scot-free. As punishment, they were revoked of their territory, were fired from their position, and the like. In any case, they were stripped of any power they can use to plot against their ruler. However, Glacia is steadfast in her decision. No matter how many times we knocked her down or pressed her to submit to me, she wouldn't budge. She won't even utter a single word of apology. So she leaves us no choice but to execute her. It's stumping, I must say, said Demon King with a sincere look of distress. I'm sure he wants to avoid any casualties. He truly is a kind man. I understand the troublesome situation you're in, but why us? Did he come to ask for advice from us? Hearing the specifics of his story, it sounds like an internal affair within the demon race, not something for us to stick our noses in. About that, mumbled the Demon King. That's rare. I wonder what is he hesitating to say? Lord Zed, please leave the rest of this discussion to me, said Mrs. Zusters with a tone of dignity. I can somehow feel the mellowness in her voice. The problem is that Glacia is in love with Lord Zed. Huh? She only keeps making difficulties for us by insisting that she be made the Demon Queen or execute her if the former is not plausible. The riot that shook the Demon Kingdom took a blander turn than expected. Chapter 77, An Unbreakable Contract. In fact, Glacia wasn't entirely serious about rebelling and aiming for the throne. As Queen Astas spoke in a dispassionate tone, the sour look on Glacia's face became more and more apparent. She certainly sees Mrs. Astas as a rival as she glares at her from her peripheral view. Perhaps the true cause of her misery isn't because she failed in her revolt. It seems she's been in love with Lord Zed ever since. Her lineage also allows her to become more than qualified as the Demon King's marriage candidate, for she possesses the malicious holy sword Funf Violet, though broken. Miss Glacia's parents already gave up on her from an early age. thinking that she would not be able to win the Demon King's favor because of her masculine and unrefined physique. Hence, they didn't let her go to court like the other noble girls. As a result, she grew up a total tomboy, excelled at martial arts, and succeeded in life through a different route, joining the 4 Heavenly Kings. It was here that she first met Demon King Zed. She said it was love at first sight. Shut it. Glacia raised her voice for the very first time since her arrival here. It sounded like a lone wolf's voice, befitting her wild yet beautiful figure. Besides, you're the one who cheated here. We're both Heavenly Kings. Yet why does Lord Zed only ever have eyes for you? Is being childhood friends that special of a thing, huh? If you have complaints, tell that to your aristocratic parents. We don't have any difference when it comes to our family statuses. Weren't your parents the ones who took the liberty of discerning and decided to keep you away from meeting with Lord Zed? Time doesn't matter when it comes to falling in love with Lord Zed. What matters is who loves him the most. If so, I'm definitely the one who loves him more than anyone else. Looks like they started arguing with each other. I can speculate this has happened dozens of times. This is just. The Demon King spoke once more, but this time in a disheartening manner. It seems that Glacia's motive for rebelling wasn't because she really aimed for the throne, but because she was enraged that I gave up everything in order to go after Rastas. She was jealous and thought that if Mrs. Rastas is more important than his title of Demon King, then she'll be the new ruler in his place. You're the rashest person among us 4 Heavenly Kings. If everything really did go as planned and you assumed the throne of Demon King during Lord Zed's absence, what were you planning to do? I urged him to choose between the throne or you, but that's not what really happened. We have already succeeded in eradicating every threat and problem within our nation, save for Glacia's. This was the very first time I heard the Demon King sound terribly exhausted. My passion and desire for Rastas are such that as long as I have her, I have no need for anyone else. It may have been easier for me to make a decision, but I'm just not that conceited. What are you saying, Lord Zed? It's exactly because of your wisdom that I am more than willing to devote my body and heart to you, protested the 2 Heavenly Kings. Their harmony is amazing. Glacia is the best of the 4 Heavenly Kings in terms of valor. It would be a shame to cast away an exceptional person like her. On top of this, I simply cannot ignore her because of her strong feelings for me. In other words, if she can't become queen, then she should just get killed. What do you plan to do? Most of my retainers are of the opinion that I should have her as my concubine, as expected of the Demon King. He's the demon race's ruler, after all, so he can have as many wives as he wants. It's the only way to calm her down and consider her request. Naturally, she's still pressed with charges of mutiny, so she would have to apologize for that first before she marries into my servitude. That's too generous of a favor. No matter how much Glacia persists, I'm sure even she would be convinced she can't get a deal any better than this. But Glacia didn't look one bit convinced. However, it's undeniable that she has no other choice but to accept this compromise. So, she silently complied with a sullen look. But here's the big problem. Huh? There doesn't seem to be any particular problem to me, though. Shouldn't the Demon King be all smiles now that he's going to have 2 wives? Oh, are you perhaps wondering if Mrs. Zastas is against it? No one wants their beloved spouse to cheat on them, after all. Please don't underestimate me, Lord Saint. As I am married to the ruler of the demon race, I understand the predicament my husband is in. I see. In order to unite a diverse faction each with their own thinking, it is inevitable to have several wives who hold special connections. Ha, you talk so big now that you're married. Sorry, did a war freak whose only talent is to go berserk on the front lines say something? Excuse me, but the same goes for you. Do you even have any idea what they call us on the battlefield? The Muscle Brain Kings. Well, you're also one of those people, so stop acting pompous. All I wanted to say is that it's not one bit admirable that another war freak like you suddenly became the queen. You big dummy. Their relationship has always been like this, and it's certainly not because of the riot that happened recently, said the Demon King with a glum look. I mean, being love rivals is probably the main reason why they don't get along. So what's the real problem here? Why can't you just marry Glacia and create your own harem? I have been greatly indebted to you for many things in the past. Among those, do you still remember our audience with Hades, god of the underworld? Oh, why of course, no one can easily forget an incident like that. Sensei went overboard and accidentally summoned Hades himself when he only wanted to pray for the couple's marriage. Hades, the god of the underworld, is also the god who created the demon race. By receiving his direct blessing, the Demon King and his wife were able to obtain a bond that no one can sever. That's just how powerful the blessing is. The blessing of Mother Earth's husband bestowed upon us by Hades is the most powerful blessing a demon could receive. It has multiple effects, and one of them is that you mustn't cheat on your spouse for the rest of your life. Chapter 78, A Devoted Deity. Hades, the god of the underworld, Poseidon, the god of the sea, and Zeus, the god of the heavens, are said to have created the land, sea, and sky. They are also more commonly referred to as the three realm deities, explained Sensei, who came rushing after hearing the urgent matter at hand. According to legend, unlike the other two realm deities who have had multiple episodes of love affairs, Hades has never been known to be unfaithful. It is said that he continues to love only Persephone, the Mother Earth goddess, as his wife. Wow, so he's a loyal god. In fact, Hades never considers himself the god of the underworld, rather as Mother Earth's goddess husband. The earth, the seas, and the sky, they each have their own way to assert control over their respective realms. But for Hades, his relationship with his beloved wife, Persephone, who is also Mother Earth, is important. This may be the reason why cheating on her is out of the question. I guess gods have their own problems to deal with. No wonder he insists those who receive his blessing that they follow in his steps and love only one wife. That actually sounds pretty understandable to me. I mean, isn't it normal not to cheat on your wife? I was only thinking out loud since it seemed like common sense, but the majority didn't think so. Dear, what's considered common for many may still be different for the chosen ones. Platy was the first to voice out her opinion. The Demon King is the ruler of the demon race, which is exactly why he must unite small groups each with their own way of thinking, and lead them as one large group. Sometimes, he just has to marry multiple women who have special connections to accomplish this. On the contrary, that's actually the case for many, said Sensei. I might have been too short-sighted. Here comes the Demon King in his self-deprecation mode again. I thought I was fully aware of my responsibilities as king, but it seems I let my emotions for Asters get the better of me and made a careless decision. Not to mention, I was completely oblivious of Glacia's adoration for me. Lord Zed, the muscular heavenly king, was deeply moved to tears. I am not worthy of such words. I, Glacia, will not regret having her head cut off for it. You will not die. I shall take your hand in marriage, just like I took Aster's. You're fine with this, right, Aster's? As you wish, Lord Zed. Mrs. Asters is so obedient. Is she really fine with it? Especially after she was finally able to have him all to herself. There's only one thing that needs to be done. As soon as Sensei said that, he summoned Hades. This undead king sure is having fun casually summoning gods. Anyway, the more Hades learned about the situation, the more his brows furrowed. The more I listen, the more blasphemous it sounds. It hasn't even been over a year since you received your blessing from me, the god of the demon race, but you're already violating my terms. I have no words to reply. Hades is unsurprisingly angry. The Demon King, on the other hand, is doing his best to remain calm and let Hades' wrath pass by. Please wait, intervened Glacia. This whole situation was caused by my own selfishness. Lord Zed did all he could to reject my feelings. If it is divine punishment I must receive, let it be upon me. If I can't marry Lord Zed, then please take me with you to the underworld. Well, you see, that's a maiden in love's resolve is amazing. She's not one bit overwhelmed even by a god's presence. Why not, love? Intervened a woman's voice. Isn't it because of your inflexible blessing that the situation has turned for the worse? It's only natural that the blessing you give only applies to great men unparalleled in history. True, nevertheless. And it's only natural to treat such great men well. Imposing such restrictions on them will only cause the maidens to shed more tears. Is this woman who is admonishing Hades as much as she wants another god? She is solemn-looking and resembles that of an empress in a doll beside its emperor as she stands next to Hades. She looks ever so youthful and voluptuous, and her beautiful face adorned with a smile somehow has a maternal aura to it. She must be Persephone, Mother Earth goddess, and the wife of Hades. It seems that she was also summoned alongside her husband. My summoning skill has improved. This undead king. Don't use the demon king as your guinea pig for your experiments. You know, I'm grateful that my husband loves me, but his earnestness and inflexibility are exactly his flaws, said Mother Goddess in a light-hearted manner like a homemaker. It's already in many gods' nature to have an affair, as long as you don't disrespect me. I think it's alright for you to have a bit of fun yourself. You're only pushing yourself by continuing to compete against those fools Zeus and Poseidon. Don't lump me together with those lot. I will love you and you alone until the end of the world. Oh? You say that? But did you not ever fling with that land spirit men thousands of years ago? Hey, it seems Sensei's explanation to us earlier had a bit of a mistake. I'm fine with it. As the Mother Earth goddess, I encourage you to marry, conceive, and reproduce a lot. Then, is it okay? I'm sorry. As I am also his wife, I cannot ignore his wishes. If I did that, I will be setting a bad example to the rest of you, won't I? No one was able to say anything in response to Mother Earth Goddess' irrefutable statement. A god's blessing is a kind of promise between man and God. If this was easily broken, any contract's value thereafter will be rendered worthless. In order to break a contract whilst preserving its value requires a special measure. Mother Earth Goddess shifted her gaze back and forth as if looking for something, but then stopped at one point. Oh my, what do we have here? She says as she looks at me. What about me? You don't look like you're one of Zeus' children. Are you? You're from outside our world, and it seems you got something really good from Hephaestus, huh? She's not talking about the hand of supremacy, is she? How intriguing. If things work out, I might be able to grant you an exception. Chapter 79, A Special Condition. Grant us exemption? I wonder what she's talking about. She's whispering something to Hades' ear. What? He's shocked. I wonder what Mother Earth Goddess is planning. Now that you mention it, there's something about the children gathered here, said Hades with dignity. Those holy swords whom I granted to my men, raise them up, ? We were surprised by his sudden request, but he's referring to the holy swords that we have with us, right? Let's behave modestly and do as he says. I unsheathed the evil holy sword Swords that was hanging from my hips and raised it. The Demon King and Mrs. Zusters followed suit with their holy swords Inrot and Sextus. 3 of them are here. They don't even abide by my commands. What are they doing here? Miss Glasia also raised her broken sword. This feels like déjà vu. This is the heirloom of my family, malicious holy sword Violet. Its broken state is proof of our loyalty to the Demon King after the civil war a long time ago. Even Mrs. Zuster's sword was the same before until I restored it. It seems every heavenly king valued each of their holy swords and continued to pass them down within their family despite its broken state. A mighty god of the demon race. What is the meaning of this? I gave ye these holy swords. Ooh, shocking truth. Back when we gods decided to rule this world with Zeus ruling the sky, Poseidon ruling the seas, and me ruling this earth, we created each of our own men within our territories. The demon race is what Persephone and I worked hard to create. This is starting to sound like the creation of the world. However, Zeus' avariciousness made him want more than just the territory he governs. So he sent his children to the land. They are what you call the human race of today. You mean the humans are invaders sent by the god of the sky? I feel like I'm also taking some blows, but this isn't related to me at all, right? I'm a human from another world, after all. More importantly, the war between Zeus' children and mine continues up to this day. I am not one bit amused with it, but I can at least offer my children some assistance. And that is the holy swords. Oh, these swords were made by a god, but it's not as good as it could be, for there is no one better than Hephaestus. the son of Zeus, the god of crafting. In order for the swords to have the same caliber as Hephaestus' work, I have taken a roundabout way. A roundabout way? After making the 7 holy swords, I made them destroy each other and feed on each other's souls. Then, the remaining sword absorbs the souls of those it defeated as well as the memories of their battles and becomes the most powerful sword. And then, this true holy sword will be used to obliterate the human race. Huh? The true holy sword should have assisted my children after an estimated calculation of 100 years. But it's been over 1,000 years, you know. What have they been doing all this time? Look, love, said Mother Earth Goddess as she points to Mrs. Asta's wild holy sword Sexus. It seems that sword has already become the true holy sword. What? We're as surprised as you are, Hades. What does it mean it has become the true holy sword? You're right. It does look like the completed true holy sword, but why? There are still 2 other swords here that are in perfect shape. I'm sure it must be that child's doing, said Mother Earth Goddess as she points at me. Our guest here received Hephaestus' gift. He then turned your imperfect sword into a perfect one with it. Huh? I did such a thing? I only had good intentions of fixing Mrs. Asta's sword. Hey, Mr. Otherworlder, could you fix that other broken sword for us as well? Huh? You mean, Miss Glasia's holy sword? It should be more than enough to have 2 completed holy swords with us. Enough to destroy the human race? That's quite an outrageous statement. You can use that holy sword Yuri model to destroy the human race. By doing so, my beloved Hades can also eradicate the remaining influence that stupid Zeus is exerting on this land where my husband should have complete control over. I say it's a glorious achievement. Don't you think? My husband will be able to regain total control over the earth after over 1,000 years. Don't you think those who contributed to such an accomplishment should be given a corresponding reward? So, we must do a distinguished service enough to give the Demon King an exception to have both Miss Glasia and Mrs. Astas as his wives, and that distinguished service is to obliterate the human race. If they achieve that, the gods can revise the contract to give them special treatment. For that to happen, I must restore another holy sword. Chapter 80, The Oath of Demon Supremacy. In order for Miss Glasia to break the blessing given by Hades and marry the Demon King, she must use the restored holy sword to obliterate the human race. It sounds a bit of a tall order for a reward, though. What will it be, Demon King? Asked Hades. Only he can make this crucial decision, so it's natural that Hades would ask the ruler of his men. I wonder how he will respond to this. I should have thought about the previous matter with Astas harder, gravely said the Demon King. There was nothing to hesitate about marrying the woman whom I've yearned for a long time. However, I should have stopped for a moment and thought about it as the person who bears the heavy responsibility as the Demon King, but because I neglected to do so, we are met with this tricky situation. The Demon King did not waver and accepted the blessing of Mother Earth's husband, which allowed him to have only one wife, but it was also clear as day that his heroicness and his position as king will not be settled with making just one woman happy. I guess this is how harems are made. Even my instincts warn me this time around not to take matters lightly. Putting an end to our war with the human race is the most important duty as the person who rules our race. So, he has no reason to refuse the gods' offer. However, the humans are also a race that has taken root on this earth and has been living here for thousands of years. Must we really obliterate them at the expense of our gods' circumstances? The humans were also born here and are earnestly living their lives. Hades, I, Demon King Zed, hereby swear to destroy the human race's regime instead. Their regime, you say? Yes. The Demon King continued his explanation. Among the human race, only the royalty and those in the church believe they are superior by serving their god, Zeus. If we massacre them and destroy their unity as a nation they will be no different from us who are living our days earnestly. Doing so will also make me fulfill my duties as Demon King protecting the earth, so I hope this will still grant Glasia her reward. However, Zeus' children will always have something up their sleeves. Hades' reaction wasn't very satisfactory. I think it's all right, love, commented Persephone, Hades' beloved wife. Since the great destruction 4,000 years ago, we gods lost the power to interfere in any significant way. If the human race's king and church are destroyed, not even Zeus can do anything about it. Is that so? Above all, it was very commendable of you to come to such an amicable solution, Demon King. Just like how an earthling should behave. Why yeah, the gods have been convinced. Well then, Demon King of this generation, I'll deem this proposal of yours acceptable. Actually, you and your wives, I am ever so grateful. The Demon King went down on his knees to express his respect. We'll grant you your reward in advance. As Mother Earth Goddess held her hand, it emitted light that split into two and enveloped the two ladies. Huh? Me too? Mrs. Zastas and Miss Glasia were both enveloped in Persephone's light. You have been given the blessing of Mother Earth Goddess. Originally, this blessing is granted to one person each generation only. Whoever has this blessing has the right to marry any hero recognized by my husband. Is that true? All right. Miss Glasia was overjoyed upon hearing the good news Persephone brought. Love, aren't you being too generous by rewarding them in advance even though they haven't accomplished anything yet? Don't worry, love. Remember the 7 holy swords you made to ensure our children's victory? Originally, having one true holy sword would have sufficed, but now we have 2 with us. Right? As soon as Mother Earth Goddess said that, she immediately shifted her gaze towards me. You'll restore that young woman's holy sword, won't you? I guess she must be referring to Miss Glasia's holy sword. I will, but why is she pressing me so much about it? Hephaestus is said to be best godsmith, but his unsightly appearance has earned him nothing but neglect from his father Zeus. It would surely be exhilarating to see Zeus' ambitions crushed by his own son's gift. Hades chuckled like a child who just finished reading about an ill-fated man's end. You were supposed to belong to the other side. What after being summoned by the miracle of Zeus and received Hephaestus' gift? Are you really all right in offering your support to my children? Yes sir. Sure, the king of the human race may have summoned me here, but I consider my relationship with him non-existent after I bought this land for 9 gold coins. I'm greatly indebted to Hephaestus for blessing me with the hand of supremacy, but that has nothing to do with Zeus at all. In fact, he's like a nobody to me. Fortune must be smiling upon us if he's on such good terms with our children. You may be right. In order to secure a relationship, I will also exercise my power. Hades held up his hand as light emanated from it that scattered in all directions. I have blessed this entire land with my blessings as the god of the earth. Fret not, for it is a weak blessing that comes at no cost to you. We don't have anything else we can give you since you already have Hephaestus' gift. One of the many promises we gods must keep is not to grant too many blessings to one person. It's a blessing that will only slightly improve the quality of crops you harvest here. I hope you will continue to get along with our children without any conflict. With that, the godly couple vanished shortly after, as if they have nothing else to say. Problem solved, I guess. Chapter 81, Rice Ball. After Hades and Persephone left, I restored Miss Glasia's broken sword as promised. The Demon King thanked me over and over after what I did for them this time, and went back to his capital to settle things with the human race just as he pledged to Hades. It will probably be a one-of-a-kind war in all of history, but I will do everything in my power to avoid troubling you, Lord Saint. When the war is won, I will return to report to you. Please don't say that. You're more than welcome to come visit us from time to time. A war isn't something that can be won in a matter of days. After all, although I told him that, he just smiled and said nothing, bowed deeply and left with his 2 boisterous wives. It must be tough having 2 wives. I need to be careful too. By the way, our new faces, Puffer, Lampi and Gararufa, were completely dumbfounded with the Demon King's visit and our audience with Hades. Why is the king of the demon race visiting you so casually? Why is the god of the demon race being summoned so casually? I thought I had fully grasped the fact that this is an extraordinary place, but please don't go beyond what my brain can take. No more. I feel like my head is going to explode and scatter spores all over the place. Was it really that startling? Both Hades and the Demon King are very approachable people once you get to know them, you know? Okay, I'm sorry. For the sake of their mental stability, I'll be gradually introducing phases the next time we do something out of the ordinary. And so, the time to harvest rice has come. Isn't it too early? I know we spread the hyperfertilizer made by Platy to enhance their growth speed, but it hasn't even been over a month yet since we planted them. I wonder why. Maybe the blessing Hades gave this land has something to do with it? Really? Oh well, there's no use wondering about it now that they have ripened. We immediately harvested, threshed, and polished the rice. At last, the white rice I've sought for so long is here. Master, what's there to be overjoyed about these white grains? We never really know what dear is always thinking, so what's new? Honestly, even I was wondering what sort of amazing crop we'd get after all that hustling and bustling, but instead we get this. It doesn't even taste good. Tomatoes or potatoes are much, much better. Don't just eat the rice grains. It can't be helped. I'll show Platy and Vale rice's true worth. We already have a rice cooker with us from the time we were still building the house, so I just need to try using that to cook it. First on a low flame, and then on a high flame. If a baby starts to cry, make it stop. Done. I served the pearl white and glossy rice to both of them. Hot, hot, hot. It burns were the words that came out of their mouths after devouring the rice like crazy. It's too bland. The texture was good, but there wasn't any flavor at all. How about you add miso or salt to it? They didn't like it that much. But it is what is, I suppose. Our Lady's evaluations aside, I started preparing the rice I wanted to offer to a certain someone. I dissolved some salt in my soaked hands and molded the rice into a ball. I made a vow when I started cultivating this land that one day, I will make rice balls from the rice I will be growing here and offer them to Hephaestus. Hephaestus is the god who blessed me with the hand of supremacy. That's why I want to repay him somehow. I'm sure he would love rice balls. Hence, I made rice balls from my first harvest, wrapped it in seaweed, and offered it to the improvised altar. Lord Hephaestus, because of the gift you gave me, I can manage to live in this world. The fact that we have been able to expand our settlements this much is also thanks to the ability you blessed me with. It's pretty late, but please accept this humble offering made with everyone's help. May it fill you to your heart's content. I feel so accomplished, as if I just finished the first chapter of my cultivation chronicle. The second one starts now. Lord Saint, do you worship Hephaestus? Yipes. To my surprise, Sensei was right behind me. Please stop that, Sensei. Anyone will get the chills if an undead king much like you that looks straight out of a horror movie creeps behind others. Lord Saint, I found myself a new hobby after a long while. A hobby? The art of god summoning. I feel like I can do all sorts of things after summoning Hades, and that includes summoning Hephaestus himself. No, 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 no. No, please don't take interest in such crazy ideas. I'm sure he's terribly busy with other things too, so you don't have to go out of your way to summon him. Besides, summoning gods isn't something that's normally accomplished by any practitioner, even if they spend their entire life mastering it. After trying my best to keep him on his ground, Sensei unwillingly complied and went back to his dungeon. He probably doesn't have the courage to summon any god without a valid reason, so I think he's just looking for some kind of excuse to do so. Thankfully, a lifeless king still has the rationality to separate gods from other beings. By the way, after Platy and Vale recognize the true power of rice, I feel like something's missing. Since then, I can't help but think of wanting rice with whatever I eat. What are you supposed to do about this? It seems their body can't live without rice anymore. Added something I've been personally wanting to try for a while now. I cracked and scrambled the egg from the oshkomos I started raising some time ago and poured it over the steamy rice. I then drizzled some soy sauce on top, and mixed them all together. Tamago cake going. It's so good. Ah, dear is eating something tasty by himself. No fair. Let me have some too. Egg, rice, and soy sauce? That's like 3 times the goodness. Of course, it's going to be crazy delicious. Uh-oh, Platy and Vale found me. Chapter 82, Katsudon. Now that we've obtained rice, we can embark on yet another new journey. I greased a deep frying pan I made from mana metal and heated it over the fire. While it was heating up, I sliced some horned boar, formerly known as square boar, meat I took out from our food storage, covered it in flour, egg wash, then in breadcrumbs. Who can take a guess what I'm making? That's right, tonkatsu. At last, our settlement has become civilized enough for us to be able to make proper meals. So, this is the best way to eat square boar meat. I've been hearing about this for quite some time already. You've been making us wait for so long. My patience is at its limit. Platy and Vale were so excited about the tonkatsu that they took position right next to the pan and didn't want to move an inch. But they must, for it will be dangerous should the oil splash on them. Both of them had known about tonkatsu ever since I started cooking horned boar, but due to our lack of ingredients and equipment, they haven't seen the real thing up until now. They have been anticipating for this very day. This started making me slightly uneasy whether I will be able to exceed their expectations regarding its taste. And then, it was finished cooking. One tonkatsu serving, ready to eat. Oh, I cut them into bite-sized pieces as it made crunchy noises on the cutting board. It would have been perfect garnished with some shredded cabbage, but we have one problem. We don't have sauce to drizzle on the tonkatsu. It's an essential ingredient, but we can't make it just yet because unlike soy sauce and sugar, I have no idea about its recipe. I don't even know what goes in it, so I never bothered to think about making it. So, do you eat tonkatsu without its sauce? Absolutely not. We shall spice things up a bit and simmer the tonkatsu with one more beaten egg and place it on a large bowl of rice. Tada! You get Katsudon. One of the peak accomplishments achieved in the pursuit of pork cuisine. Thanks to the rice we grew and harvested in our own paddy fields, we were finally able to make it. Now, eat. So good. What is this? I never knew square boars can be enjoyed like this. Even the brothy white rice tastes so good. Platy and Vale were so delighted they wolfed down their food. But, our settlement is also capable of making Katsudon now. It felt like a long journey to get here, especially since we needed all sorts of ingredients such as eggs, flour, and breadcrumbs to make tonkatsu aside from the staple ingredients rice and pork. But even if we can make tonkatsu, we still need soy sauce, dashi, mirin, and onions to make it egg-bound style. I had Garurufa come up with an improvised mirin. Whether or not we can make the real thing depends on the fruits of her research. However, now that our settlement has developed so much, I believe now's the time to move on and call it something else. Let's see, we'll call it a farm. A farm that can provide all the necessary things we need to be self-sufficient. The Saints Farm. It is the farm that Master manages, so there's no other fitting name than it. Come on, don't just interrupt my monologue like that. And there are ice grains all over your face. Just how good was the Katsudon I made? The Saints Farm. Huh? I don't like being called something exaggerated as saint, but I guess now's also the time to move on and accept it. Let's accept it. Let's accept. Accept. Nope, I really can't. The day went by with me cooking Katsudon for everyone as soon as they came to know about its glorious existence. Anyway, these are what has been going on at the Saints Farm lately. Our fields have expanded and we're growing all sorts of crops such as tomatoes, cabbage, potatoes, eggplants, carrots, radishes, cucumbers, leeks, corn, soybeans, red beans, wheat, and barley among others. We recently made paddy fields to grow rice, and a team of 50 goblins, led by Gobukachi, who has now mutated into a brave goblin, is responsible for maintaining it. Our crops also grow at a tremendously fast rate thanks to the hyper-fertilizer made from the fish monster herring G, and because of this, we can harvest multiple times a year. While they're all kept in our storage until further use, a portion of it is sent to the 2 breweries Platy overseas. Each of the 2 breweries is managed by the Mermaid's Puffer and Garurufa. The brewery Puffer looks after processes miso, soy sauce, and other seasonings, as well as our famous pickled radishes loved by Sensei and Prince Raoana. We only recently started the sake brewery, so though we entrusted it to our highly motivated Garurufa, We are still in its testing phase. Currently, she's continuing her research on making beer from barley and wheat. Our house is located at the center of our farm, where Platy and the other mermaids, Vale, Betamy and Belina also live. We've been expanding it as our residents increase, and I'm sure we will keep on expanding it. The monsters that live with us also have their own place to stay at the Monster Longhouse, so we're quite the big family. In one corner of our house, we have a silkworm room where we get our high-quality thread. Then, Betamy make clothes from the high-quality adamantine silk woven from this thread as well as from the cotton we grow in the fields. I'm really grateful that she's talented in that area. I can't make decent clothes for the life of me because not even the hand of Supremacy can save my non-existent aesthetic sense. Alongside the Goblin team, we also have an Orc team of 50 that's in charge of construction work. We wouldn't have our houses or waterways had they not been here to help. Whenever they don't have any constructing to do, I have them hunt in the dungeons. We recently made a kiln as well, so now I can try my hand at pottery. I'm sure we'll build something new again in the future, so I'm going to need their help when that time comes. Alright, what shall we make next? Chapter 83, Hard Mode Dungeon. Should I increase the dungeon's difficulty? Vale blurted this question out of nowhere during mealtime, so we have no idea what she's talking about. Huh, what? Difficulty? What for? It's about the dungeon I control. It's boring just having square boar meat all the time. If I change the difficulty, there's a possibility we might find other monsters that are also tasty when cooked. I still have no idea what she's talking about. Dear, Vale is the mountain dungeon's guardian, remember? Platy followed up Vale's statement. Our farm is adjacent to Sensei's cave dungeon and Vale's mountain dungeon. We hunt whatever monster that dwells in these dungeons for their meat or pelt, and sometimes bring the useful ones to rear them here. In short, the dungeons are indispensable to our farm life. Dungeons are made of stagnated mana flow that once circulated the world. This stagnant mana transforms, and the mana condensed inside turns into a monster. I know that because I heard about it before. The shape of the dungeon varies depending on its surroundings. Cave dungeons, mountain dungeons, ruin dungeons and the like arise because of its immediate environment. Their difficulty also varies depending on the size of their mana pool. I see. Naturally, the more mana there is, the more powerful the monsters and its difficulty will be. I heard that the human race who organizes adventures can rank their difficulty up to the finest detail. I also heard that the dungeon jargon they use spreads to other races and is often used in everyday life. Yeah, such a thing exists. It's kind of like the pseudo-English words in Japanese. A dungeon's difficulty is controlled by the amount of mana it has, so it never fluctuates unless there's an abrupt change in its surroundings. There are exceptions, however. Like when the dungeon has a guardian. Only the dragon and the lifeless king can become dungeon guardians, and both are formidable disasters to them. Manipulating large amounts of mana is child's play. In other words, they can control the mana density and change the monsters that appear in it as they see fit. That's not all. A dungeon structure is also very flexible. A dungeon is basically a spatio-temporal distortion caused by concentrated mana, so it has nothing to do with the space of the present world. So, if mana accumulates up to a certain amount, it can be used to create a dungeon accordingly. Dungeon guardians can then artificially modify it to their desired size and structure. Dungeon guardians are such omnipotent beings. Well, both the lifeless king and the dragon are omnipotent beings to begin with. Didn't you also tweak your mountain dungeon settings, Vale? When Platy asked her this, Vale didn't even take a moment to stop gobbling her ice and just gave a quick nod. Yeah, managing it is a pain, so I kept its difficulty pretty low. It seems dungeon guardians keep the difficulty low so as to make it a comfortable place for them to live in. The more impregnable a dungeon is, the lesser comfort it brings to them. Because of this, it's common for adventurers to easily reach the deepest part of the dungeon and come across its guardian, only to be killed by them. And if we increase the dungeon's difficulty, there's a chance we'll be able to find rare monsters that we've never seen before. Expanding our range of prey. They might even taste good if we cook them. I see. We may have all sorts of things at our farm now. but there are still some that we lack. For example, cows. I really want some milk. I've always depended on the dungeon monsters for animal husbandry, so if any cow-type monsters show up after increasing its difficulty, that would be of great help. It won't hurt if we try a higher-level dungeon, I guess. Now we're talking. I'll fiddle with the dungeon settings right away. Right after licking her plate clean, Vale immediately ran outside, turned into a dragon and flew away. Must be nice being as free as her. A few days later, a notification came from Vale. I finished remodeling my dungeon. Come if anyone dares. She makes it sound remarkably challenging. I don't really know what she's on about, but I have a thing for the unknown, so I decided to challenge this dungeon with a select people sharing the same interest as me. Vale's Dungeon Conquerors comprises of me as the leader, Platy as my assistant, Belina, and Lanpai. She used to be an imperial guard for the Mermaid Kingdom, so it's only natural to include her since she's good at fighting. We also have one team of orcs and goblins led by Orcubo and Gobukachi, respectively. Puffer and Gararifa are occupied with their brewery work, so they couldn't participate. The same goes for Betami with her tailoring. Ha ha ha. Come, you slugs. Do you think you have what it takes to clear Grinzel Dragon Vale's dungeon? Vale is taking this too far. Is she treating this as some special event where we conquer the dungeon she worked so hard to remodel? Don't mind her. We can see what the new mountain dungeon looks like while we break our way through it, said Platy, which I naturally agreed to. We'll just treat it as if we're going to see a new attraction. All right, just you wait. Vale will definitely conquer this dungeon you're so proud of. Actually, I still haven't introduced one other member with us. He'll be taking the lead. We're counting on you, Sensei. Understood. He happened to pay us a visit just when we were about to leave, so I asked him if we would like to join us, which he happily and readily agreed to. Chapter 84. Attack. We arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, or the foot of the mountain so to speak. As soon as we got there, a swarm of monsters already showed up and attacked us, but with just a swish from Sensei's finger, they all vanished like smoke. You're so strong, Sensei. As expected of our lifeless king. Not even the low-class monsters are a match to his magic, and this is how we're going to conquer this dungeon. Quite the genius strategy, right? No matter how difficult and unconquerable the dungeon is, with Sensei by our side, this will be like a walk in the park. Ah, that's unfair, shouted Vale, who came flying from the skies in her dragon form. I wonder what's a mountain dungeon skies like? Though I suppose it's pointless to think about it. You're such a bully, Master. If you bring in this pseudo-corpse with you, then this makes everything a dead rubber from the very start. Yes, and that's exactly why we brought him with us. I cannot tolerate cheating, so I'm going to confiscate this pseudo-corpse. You hear? Confiscated. I'll be watching over him at the summit. Lord Saint, I'll be waiting for you at the goal. And so, Sensei was taken away by Dragon Vale like an eagle flying away with its prey in tow. Well, knowing Sensei's power, he could have easily refused, so it was more like Vale was escorting him all the way to the summit first, the deepest part of the dungeon where both the dragon and the lifeless king are waiting. Huh? Shall we head back? I can only sense despair from their words. It's fine. The pseudo-corpse is just a mere spectator. I await the saints' arrival at the final area. I don't know how it even worked, but I heard both of their voices like they were coming from speakers of a broadcast. It seems they can monitor and talk to anyone from anywhere at any time in the dungeon. They're really enriching the attraction feel of this. There, said Platy to pacify me. It does sound a little unfair having Sensei help us conquer the dungeon, so I think this is fine. Even Vale is in a playful mood, so let's just entertain her. I guess so. Well then, let's all work together to conquer this dungeon without cheating. Bwahahaha. Come, you lowlifes. See if you can survive my hellish dungeon without dying on the battlefield. Doesn't it feel like Vale's the one cheating here? Who knows? Game masters tend to be reckless with this kind of stuff anyway. We might as well be relentless with our foul play in an immorally set game such as this. Once again, we proceeded to climb our way up to the final point of the dungeon, the summit. Though it's called a dungeon, it's still a mountain, so I still don't feel that habituated with things here just yet. Normally, A dungeon is an underground cave that goes deeper and deeper. Calling an open area such as this a dungeon only elicits confused looks. Although I did often come across dungeons named 30 Mountain in the video games I used to play back in my world, they were the kind that usually had a flying dragon at the summit which lets you ride it to go to the Demon Lord's castle or to the next continent. In reality, mountains have an intricate terrain and a dense forest, making it easy to get lost. So there's bound to be someone in distress somewhere. Doesn't it seem like a labyrinth that's several times more difficult than some shabby cave? We continued to press on for some time, but as it turns out, it wasn't that complicated. Vale got all psyched up and said she remodeled it. But the monsters we've encountered thus far were the same as before. Just which exact part of the dungeon did she tinker? Hey hee hee, you're wondering what makes this dungeon different from last time, aren't you? At that moment, we heard Vale's broadcast echoing. Don't worry, you're only at the first checkpoint. The first checkpoint? I guess she's referring to this area as something like the first floor in a cave dungeon. I kept the first checkpoint the same as before with regards to its structure and the monsters that dwell in it. It would be impossible to catch square boars again had I remodeled it. She has a point. Vale didn't forget that her main objective in remodeling the dungeon was to find new monsters as potential resources. While finding new resources is important in its own right, keeping effective ones that already exist is also a must. My Neo dungeon has 5 areas starting from the first to the 5th checkpoint. So it's half of 10, which is the norm for most mountains. From the 2nd checkpoint, you will confront new monsters. Hurry and get there. Vale must be eager to show off the new areas she worked so hard on. Oh well, let's just live up to her expectations and climb as quickly as we can. Oh? Are you sure about rushing like that? Who knows? You might step on a trap if you're careless. On second thought, let's take a quick break before we leave. Very well. Feast your eyes on one of the many areas Grinsel Dragon Veil, created with my power. Oh. It's starting to get brighter and brighter as we enter a clearing. The Spring Area, Chapter 85, Spring Tortoises. This is the 2nd checkpoint. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The trees and the climate around us are still the same, but this slight sign we feel is somewhat tense. Lord Saint, please be careful, said Lanpai. She used to be a soldier for the Royal Mermaid Palace and has exceptional combat ability, so I have high expectations from her. This sign, there's no doubt there's a strong monster nearby. Even I can sense it, so there's definitely something somewhere. Everyone else started bracing themselves for our first real encounter. Just to reiterate, our dungeon exploration team consists of me, Platy, Lampai, Belina, and one group of orcs and goblins, each with Orkibo and Gobukachi as their respective leaders. All of us proceeded with caution without leaving any blind spots, and then, we soon came upon something in front of us, spinning at an extremely high speed. What's that? Watch out. It was about the size of a human shield. Discerning its actual shape is hard, but it seemed flat and circular enough to spin with ease. Maybe it's a UFO? Was my honest impression upon seeing it, an unidentified flying object. In reality, it's probably different from one. Furthermore, this pseudo-UFO seems really solid. As it rotated at high speeds, it took down the trees that were blocking its path. If we confront it head-on, we won't get out of this unscathed. It wasn't something we'd get out with just fractured bones. This terrifying rotating object was aiming for us as if it is a will of its own. And not just one, but 5 of them. They're definitely aware of our presence. Everyone, Intus Lampai, aka Witch of Hellfire, made the very first move. She took out a leather bag the size of a cue ball and pulled out some pin. 1, 2, 3. She tossed it in the air. The leather bag explodes and bursts into flames at the perfect timing just as it is about to make contact with the rotating objects approaching us. What? I was surprised by the intensity of the explosion. The leather bag was stuffed with Lampai's prized explosive magic potion. The rotating objects were caught off guard by the sudden blast and crashed on the ground. Now that they stopped spinning, I finally realized what they really were. Tortoises. They were spinning at high speeds and came at us like UFOs. What you saw just now was the 2nd checkpoint's special monster, Lotus. There goes Vale's broadcast echoing again. This tortoise-type monster has the hardest shell of all monsters. They make the best use of this special characteristic and charge at extremely high speeds. She's being so merry about this. It took the blow from my unique explosives, yet they didn't even suffer a single scratch. It's a huge blow to my confidence. Groaned Lanpai as she bit her lips in frustration. Now that they have stopped spinning, it's the orc team's turn. If you manage to hold down the tortoises with your large build and completely stop their movements, victory is ours. Just as I said this, Orcubo and his team did exactly as they were told and pressed their weight against the tortoises. They won't be able to move in that situation anymore, so now's our chance. But then, something came out from the holes in the four corners of the shell. Aren't those the holes where their head and limbs should pop out? And whenever they sense danger, they protect themselves by withdrawing into its shell. To our surprise, what came out of its holes weren't its head and limbs, but tentacles. Long and thick tentacles with a worm-like texture came crawling out of the tortoises' holes in place of their limbs. EWWW, the tentacles were coiling around Orcubo and the others, trying to drag them down. Don't let them get to you, Gobukachi, Platy, and Lanpai. Provide backup to Orcubo's team and aim for the tortoise's tentacles. Their shell may be hard, but their tentacles seem soft enough to take damage. Lord Saint, we have a problem, said Lanpai in a troubled voice. There's more of them. About 6 small lotuses came approaching us. At this rate, we won't be able to deal with the first ones. Leave the new ones to me. You guys focus on dealing with those. I took out the wicked holy sword Dreas Warts. It's been a while since the last time I treated it as an actual weapon. I finally came to know about its roots during the recent marriage dilemma of the Demon King, and apparently, it is a hidden power to obliterate the entire human race provided certain conditions are met. Originally, you can only unleash its full potential by destroying the rest of the holy swords, but thanks to the Hand of Supremacy, I can do just that by holding it in my hand. At last, just by swinging the blade towards the lotus's trajectory, they were all cut right in half. Whoa! Everyone was astonished. But really? It's not that amazing. It's all thanks to the power Heifer Estus gave me. The rest of the lotuses Orcubo and the others dealt with show no signs of vitality left in them after their tentacles were cut off. We were somehow able to get through that in one piece. We successfully repelled the rotating tortoises and cleared one of the mini checkpoints Vale prepared for us. Chapter 86, Summer Wolves and Autumn Mushrooms. Ha ha ha. Great job taking down the lotuses. Too bad they're the weakest among the monsters I've prepared, said Vale in a villainous manner. Now, head towards the third checkpoint. Even stronger monsters lie in wait for you there. Seems like it. What should we do? We just finished having our first battle, so I think we should take a break. I also want to see if this tortoise is useful to us in any way. I wondered if I could cook hot pot from it, but with the number of tentacles it has, I don't think it would be possible. Maybe its shell can be used for something? It's pretty durable and has a nice shape, so there has to be some use for it. Stop being laid back about this, angrily said our dungeon guardian. I'll hold on to your monster loot until it's time for you to leave, so just get going already. As soon as Vale said that, the lotus's corpses vanished right in front of our very eyes. They were sucked into a hole in the air, not leaving behind a single one of them. Vale must have carried them away just like she said. Hey, Platy. Yeah? Vale could totally wipe us out in an instant if she wanted to, right? Of course. She's a candidate for the successor of Emperor Giza's dragon, and this is the dungeon she controls. Even this dungeon is versatile enough to rival a god. But everything's only fun and games for Vale here. I guess I'll amuse her as much as I can in return. At last, we arrived at the third checkpoint. While it was explained to us before that a dungeon is more or less a spatio-temporal distortion, I only got to actually feel it when we arrived here. It's so hot. The moment we switched areas, we felt the sweltering heat. The third checkpoint is the summer area. Monsters that are most powerful under such high temperatures will be attacking you. Be very prepared, said our game master in a gleeful mood. She can even control the dungeon's air temperature at will. Huh? It's probably impossible to do so unless the Guardian is someone as high-ranking as Vale, but it really is hot in here. My shirt's drenched in sweat. In a way, the heat and humidity combined here at the third checkpoint tormented us more than the monsters did. We hadn't taken any precautionary measures against the heat at all. Our mermaids Platy and Lampi, who are vulnerable to dehydration, look like they're about to dry up at any moment. And just when we were thinking of withdrawing from this place, the real disaster had arrived. Wolves, a pack of grey wolves with a slightly bluish coat appeared. They bared fangs as sharp as knives and snarled. Their hostility was obvious. Those wolf-type monsters are the most ferocious quadrupeds, the Hyalocans. There may be a multitude of species stronger than them in terms of individual fighting power, but these vindictive monsters always move in a pack, and can keep chasing after their prey for days on end. Explained Vale. If what she said is true, then we're in big trouble. They were probably built to be resistant to the heat if they were stationed here. While on the other hand, we lose our stamina bit by bit just from moving in this sweltering heat. If we try to run away, they'll catch up to us, and even if we try to fight them, we're still bound to run out of stamina first. Our opponents also knew this and stayed put, preparing themselves for a drawn-out battle. Just having a staring contest with them like this is making me sweat bullets and killing my energy. We should probably make our first move before our stamina gets the better of us. ? Or so I thought, but then the wolves started approaching us in small steps. What is with their completely tame gait? Then, as soon as they were about an arm's reach from me, they laid down with a flop on the ground, exposing their bellies. Isn't this the pose of surrender? But we haven't even done anything yet. It seems the Hyalican's keen senses informed them of your strength, Lord Saint. A supernatural broadcast reverberated in the skies. Clearly, the voice wasn't Vale's, it was Sensei's. Wolf-type monsters build a strict hierarchy among themselves to form a pack. They must have recognized you as their leader after sensing your tremendous strength, Lord Saint. Seriously? I never really thought of myself as someone strong, though. I tried giving one belly rubs, and to my surprise, its fur was fluffier than I thought. The wolf then wiggled and huddled up right next to me, as if asking for more. The other wolves then started gathering around me wanting the same. How do you suppose we judge this? Fine. Victory is yours, Master. Congratulations, said Vale in a pissed-off manner. She must have been anticipating a thrilling battle to happen. Sorry for keeping your hopes up, Vale. The wolves, seemingly unfazed by the Game Master's disappointment, recognized me as their new leader of the pack. They wagged their tails and led us somewhere. As we followed them, they led us down the path where this area and the next are connected. Whoa. This hard mode doesn't seem too hard after all. The wolves looked at me with their round, puppy-like eyes, and stuck their tongue out whilst huffing as if they wanted me to praise them. So I, a softie, lost to their adorableness and patted their heads. When we moved to the next area, they were still following us. They must have completely revered me as their leader, following wherever I'll go. The fourth checkpoint was more of an autumn area with mushrooms as its main monster. Mushrooms with legs. They send out spores from their umbrellas, and if you inhale them by chance, you will fall into a nasty hallucinogenic state. However, this doesn't seem to work on fellow monsters, so we were overrun by Orkibo and Gobukachi's teams as well as the pack of Hyalican that just joined us. This marks the completion of the fourth checkpoint. Next up is the fifth and final checkpoint. Chapter 87, Winter Bear. Once we pass this area, we'll be in the next one. That is to say, the fifth checkpoint. According to Vale's explanation earlier, it must be the final level. The areas we've been to thus far were the general, low-level first checkpoint followed by the spring, summer, and autumn checkpoints. At this point, it's easy to guess what the fifth station will be like. Winter. Huh? That sounds cold as hell. How about we stop here and go home? You're right. We didn't prepare any protection against the cold, either. Maybe we should come back when we have thick clothing on us. Platy, who had already lost a lot of energy back at the summer area, seemed to want to go home. And even our new hire like our own friends that we also met there weren't too enthusiastic about going to a cold place, either. Alright. Let's go home. Wait. Who dares object to my decision? As I looked around to find out who it was, there stood a silver-haired girl in lavish clothes. Why is human veil here? That's mean, Master. You can't just leave the dungeon I've worked so hard to create without clearing all the areas. Play with me until the very end. Why are you even here? Weren't you supposed to wait at the summit as the last boss? Waiting isn't for the likes of me, so I came here to join you. You're so carefree about this. The next monster at the 5th checkpoint is a special one. I'm sure you'll be surprised once you see it. All the monsters you've met so far are nothing but small fry compared to it, you know? The wolves started barking and snarling at Vale. Maybe they were protesting against being called small fry. They don't recognize Vale as part of the pack at all. That's why I'll be joining your dungeon conquest to get through this together. Let's join hands to reach the summit where the last boss awaits. That very last boss is right in front of us, though. Oh well. Let's just go along with Vale's antics. Even I'm interested in this special monster she's so proud about. At last, we arrived at the 5th checkpoint, which was unsurprisingly a winter area. And the monster that was waiting for us amidst the violent snowstorm was a bear. It's a bear-type monster, unlike the monsters we've encountered so far that attacked us in groups. The bear was all by itself. Its large body, sturdy arms, and looming figure of about 3 meters tall are more than enough to immobilize us with fear. The wolves surrounded it on all 4 sides and barked at it in hopes of intimidating the bear, but it didn't seem to have any effect at all. Stay away. A slight hit from it and it's straight to the underworld for us. Okubo and Gobukachi backed off their men and were trying to deal with the bear on their own. Even if they're stage 2 mutants who can easily defeat an average hero, surpassing a bear like that is still a bit of a tall order. Vale, just what kind of monstrosity did you create? Unlike the others that we've seen so far, this one's completely different. I don't even need to break a sweat defeating something like that. Our strongest being's standards are so sloppy. Oh well, if Okubo and the others were to get injured by the bear, it won't be a laughing matter anymore. Okubo, Gobukachi, fall back. Understood. As soon as they stepped aside, I swung the holy sword in a diagonally upward slash and directed it towards the bear. It took the hit and blood splattered from its wound, eventually falling down. A formidable foe beaten that fast, and in just one hit. As expected of our lord. Okubo and the others were singing praises, but really, it was all the work of the hand of Supremacy and the Holy Sword. With one of the Holy Swords Hades created to aid the demon race's victory against the war, as well as the gift from Hephaestus, the god of modeling, that can bring out the maximum potential of anything it touches, even someone like me can defeat an overwhelmingly powerful monster in just one hit. It's definitely not because of my own efforts. Please don't praise me to the skies. I guess it's too early for celebrations, dear. The bear, whom I thought I already defeated in one blow, stood up and glared at me. But with a deep wound like that, it won't be able to move as freely. I'll just leave this to the wolves to torment it to death. However, that would be too ruthless of me. My lord, will you be delivering the final blow to put an end to its suffering? As I approached the severely wounded bear, I called out to someone else. Platy. Yes? Give me the salve. Everyone was shocked upon hearing my request, but Platy did as she was told and took out the salve. Then, I applied to the bear's wound. What are you doing, master? I couldn't kill it with a single hit. I can't help but feel sorry seeing it suffer like this. Naturally, it was I who inflicted the wound, and though I sound hypocritical after killing dozens of monsters for predation or self-defense already, I still can't be completely heartless. Besides, even if we hunted this bear, I don't know how to make use of its meat and fur. It's no use hunting something we won't be able to utilize. Its fur is so thick that it's hard for the medicine to penetrate the wound. It will make a full recovery, but it's going to take some time. I think it's better that way. If it makes an immediate recovery and attacks us again, we'll have to slay it then. Alright, we've cleared the 5th checkpoint. Let's move on. Everyone was still taken aback. but we eventually moved on. The bear sent us off with an empty look in its eyes, not revealing what it was thinking. Chapter 88, The Summit. Once we got out of the 5th checkpoint, the scenery around us changed once again. The temperature was neither too hot nor too cold, and the view was breathtaking in every direction. We stood on a relatively small ground, and the sea of clouds above us stretched as far as the horizon. Is this the summit? Yeah, it is, said Vale herself, so there's no doubt about it. We've finally conquered the dungeon. I'm pooped. The rest of the members looked as exhausted as Platy. You've come a long way, Lord Saint. Oh, it's Sensei. We were finally reunited with Sensei after he was confiscated near the dungeon's entrance. Now that we're done here, let's go home. I want to wash before supper. The same goes for me, said Platy and Lanpai. Climbing a mountain is exhausting in its own right, but the extreme temperatures and monster fights must have worn them out the most. Considering the fact that they're originally mermaids, we'd like to sort the monster loot, said the industrious Okubo on behalf of the monster team. It's their way of showing their concern to us after a tiring exploration. What are you talking about? You still have one final battle left. Vale has lost her mind. What final battle are you talking about? Completely conquering a dungeon means you have to defeat its dungeon master first, which is none other than me. At that moment, the atmosphere around us changed. A fierce, silver-scaled dragon came flying from the skies. Isn't this Vale in her dragon form? But we also have human Vale here. Why are there two Vales? I created a dragon clone of myself by dividing my mana. Come to think of it, you also did this before, didn't you? It's only 1/100th of my actual strength, perfect for the final trial of this event. Don't you think? That's still enough power to destroy a city or two. Give us a break. We're all dead tired here. As I was stumped over what to do, Vale's dragon clone didn't hesitate to direct its fire breath at us. Is this really 1/100th of her power? At this rate, we would be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. So I took out the holy sword once more, but just when I was about to repel the dragon's flames with my blade, a huge shadow came rushing towards it first. With a slash of its claw, it dispersed the flames. Isn't that the bear monster we just saved? Did he come all the way here to save us from the dragon's flames? Grrrr, the brave bear bellows at the dragon. Its huge body spanned over 3 meters, but compared to the dragon, it looked as insignificant as a rat. And yet, does it plan to fight back to repay us? Grrrr. The two giant beasts glare at each other, but the bear is still at a large disadvantage here. Despite this, his ferocity didn't falter, and boldly confronted his enemy. And then she's down. After a fierce battle, the bear defeated the giant dragon. Vale's clone was unable to sustain itself after having its core destroyed, so it vanished and returned to pure mana. He actually won. Even Sensei seemed surprised about the outcome. Clones created from mana can be easily defeated as long as you destroy its core, but to defeat the Grinzel dragon Vale's clone is astounding. Sensei, is that bear an extremely powerful species? I don't know myself. Seriously? It's the first time I've seen such a monster. The fact that I don't recognize it must mean that it's a new species. But to defeat a dragon, albeit a clone, might mean it's the strongest monster ever. Wow. Even Sensei is praising the bear to high heaven. Oh, the bear's facing this way. He was staggering after his intense battle, but his gait was as firm as ever. He stopped right in front of me and bowed his head. Is he thanking me for saving him earlier? Do you want to come with us, too? As I was about to pat his head, he immediately turned away and started walking in the opposite direction. I wonder where he's going. My lord, as a fellow monster, I can understand its feelings, said Okubo. It's a highly proud beast, and does not like to surrender to those who won against it. Is that so? The recent battle was its way of paying back your kindness. It embarked on a solitary journey, hoping one day he'd be recognized by you as powerful after gaining enough experience. He doesn't need to go that far for me to admit that he's strong. However, his back somehow showed an aloof, yet unassailable radiance. There will come a time when we will meet again, bear monster. Bearman for short. Chapter 89, Evaluation Meeting. thus closed the curtains for Vale's Mountain dungeon exploration. I then asked the opinions of everyone who were with me. "I'm pooped," were the first words that came out of Platy's mouth. Besides, the purpose of remodeling the dungeon was to check whether or not new and useful monsters would appear after increasing its difficulty, right? Right. And yet, it was ridiculously wide and high that it tired me out just walking around. It was no place to look for useful monsters. Even some of its areas were either too hot or too cold that it drains your stamina, said Lanpai, in agreement with Platy's opinion. True, going all the way to the summit just to hunt for urgently needed monster meat or fur is too inefficient, but if I told them that, they might think I'm looking down on them. The question of whether dungeons are natural or not is still a matter of mystery. In order to generate an abundance of monsters in the dungeon, you'd need a wider space than normal. Besides, the surrounding environment has a huge impact on what kind of monsters are created from the concentrated mana, said Vale. That's why you prepared a variety of environments in anticipation of various monsters? The reason why I divided the dungeon into 5 different areas, each with their own different environments, is exactly because of that. Even the spring and autumn areas vary in the level of their humidity. She further explained. What's the status of the monsters we caught? We will be providing you the report regarding that, said Okubo on behalf of the monster team. First, the dozen square boars we caught can be prepared the same way as we see fit after draining its blood and chopping up its parts for cooking a delicious meal. They're pretty much indispensable to us now. Next we have the lotuses that we encountered at the second checkpoint. Oh, those spinning tortoises. However, its meat is tremendously stenchy, making it unfit for consumption. On the bright side, its shell is hard and has a fine shape to it, so we're trying to see if we can use it for something else, maybe as a plate or a shield. I see. The shell does look durable enough to be used as a shield. I'll join them in their experimenting later. As for the Hyalikai we met at the third checkpoint, we're still figuring out whether they can be of use or not. They just followed us as they pleased. These wolf-type monsters have instincts similar to that of Canidae and look up to me as their master. They were with us through the rest of our dungeon exploration until we returned to our farm. How many of them followed us again? About 8 wolves. Currently, they seem to be going around the farm, asserting their territory. Oh well, that's fine with me. Our farm has also expanded recently, and they can hunt down any pests that try to feed on our crops, so they would be helpful. Although, I do need to make sure they don't hunt the domestic animals I've been keeping, especially the Yoshikamos. Let's welcome the Hyalikans as new friends to our farm. What about those monster mushrooms from the autumn area? Oh yeah, the ones that make people go wild with their spores. As expected, even their bodies are composed of the same elements, so we can't really use them for cooking. Platy explained in exchange. I can tell, the mushrooms themselves look teary enough that it's not even a matter of whether or not they're edible, though I still want to have some mushrooms. I miss their munchy texture. Maybe we can try growing them with Garurufa's help. If I touch a tree that can be used as its seedbed with the hand of Supremacy, we should be able to grow shiitake or enoki mushrooms from it. Lastly, we found no other trace left by Bearman. He must have departed for the outside world in pursuit of his training, hoping one day he'd be strong enough to see my lord. It's all right. I'm sure we'll meet Bearman again. Well then, a word from me as the owner of this farm. It really felt more like an attraction than an actual gathering spot. I'd say it's inefficient for gathering new ingredients. But master, said Vale, almost teary-eyed. She must have had too much fun while she was remodeling it and imagining the looks on our faces the moment we enter her dungeon. I sympathize with the fun of making such things, but the problem is that getting carried away takes us away from the original purpose of making an efficient hunting ground, so some changes need to be made. However, It was interesting that you divided the dungeon into different areas with their own environments. Thanks to that, I was able to come up with an idea. The first checkpoint looking the same as usual aside, from the second checkpoint onwards we had spring, summer, autumn, and winter environments accordingly. For the time being, Their only significant difference is their varying temperatures, but such is an environment's most basic aspect. The same thing goes for the crops that we can harvest throughout the year. It never crossed my mind before. Farming in dungeons seems like a plausible idea. I'm sure some crops would suit the high temperatures of the summer area and the low temperatures of the winter area. I'll need to think long and hard about what we will be growing. I'd say you did well, Vale. As I said that, I patted Vale on the head. Yeah, and she smiled wholeheartedly. End of Volume 2.